Day 2 of the US Open delivered a multitude of wonderful stories, among them a showdown between two of the best who've ever played the game. For a break and run, Ralph Souquet leads Earl Strickland 1-0.
Won't add any extra pressure. Very happy to see him pull that off. Oh, a little couple double kiss in the 9.
Such a contrast between the two, isn't it? We saw the emotion there from Strickland banging his cue on the table. And he has calmly strolls into a 5-0 lead. He's been ahead ever since then. Until now, because Earl Strickland, big event.
Yeah, if you ever got to watch the Hall of Fame induction ceremony for Rodney Morris, he kind of brings up something funny with Earl, how Earl beat him the first 4, 5, 6 times they played. And after they got done playing, Earl consoled him and said, hey, you're a champion. You're going to be a great player. Don't let that bother you. You're going to win plenty. And, of course, the first time he beat Earl, Earl turned around and told him how lucky he got afterwards. So pretty funny stuff.
So that was yesterday. On to today. And Gerson Martinez of Peru is getting us underway. This is on the loser's side of the draw. So it's race to 8. If you get through this round, you then need to win one more match to make it to single elimination.
Now you can hear all the balls being broke. It's awesome to hear. And, all the players, of course, day 1 to get started. It's an important day. And day 2, of course, essentially is day 1 for half the field. But this is the day you start to move into position. You got to start playing your best pool. And here with an open shot on the 2, and it looks like a possibility of breaking out the 3-9.
I know you feel that Martinez is someone who perhaps, when he has been thrust into the big stage, suffers from nerves a bit.
Yeah, he's kind of an edgy player anyways. If you watch, there'll be a little movement at times. Like most of the players at that level that do have a little movement, it's usually after the shot. But when the nerves are high, and they're certainly going to be here at the U.S. Open, that movement can come a little early and cost you a few shots. And for a youngster, Eric has been in a lot of these situations, playing in a lot of big events, and I think he's actually maybe going to be a little more calm than Gerson.
Do you feel, given the relative lack of experience of both players playing in a big match on one of the main tables, that this could come down to who makes the fewer bad mistakes?
Yeah, absolutely. The tables are playing tough, so we don't foresee, any player not getting opportunities in a match. It doesn't really matter who the opponent is, and so you figure them to both get opportunities. And yeah, maybe it could come down to a couple big shots, but who makes less mistakes overall is definitely most likely going to be the victor.
Sorry to make you feel old so early in the day, Jeremy, but Eric Roberts was born the year you won the US Open.
Well, I didn't think he was even 20. I've known Eric now for about 6 years, I guess, 5, 6 years. And again, a player who's, been in some big events, and he usually comes away with some, some scalps, you might say.
Yeah, he turned 20 in March of this year.
About as nice a human as you'll ever meet, and always positive.
Interestingly, when he came in today, and I was talking to him, and he was asking for directions, actually, because he didn't seem to know he was playing in front of the cameras. And when I told him, there was no flicker of emotion from him. It didn't seem to faze him in the slightest, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, for a young man, he's always been pretty cool, and the butterflies and everything's moving inside, but he keeps it together. And like you said, whoever gets to knock some balls in first, right, makes a nice clean out, you might say, and that may go a long ways between these two early. And there you could see a little of that movement I was talking about, and again, you're going to see it from Gerson pretty much every shot.
Yeah, even from the overhead there, you could see it. Flung himself at that.
Oh, he caught a double kiss, and that's a kind of a you know, a mistake you won't see very often from any of the players, and almost kind of pulled the trigger like there was a shot clock. Or maybe the stretch got him. I'll tell you, if there's anything that could settle you down, it's ball in hand.
He's already missed this 2-ball a couple of times.
Okay, the 2, 3, 4 shouldn't be a problem. He's got to start to work on the 5 with the congested 6-ball near the 7. And he's already overrun his mark by some piece, and shouldn't be a problem, but definitely much more difficult than it should have been.
He's wearing the Peruvian shirt there, represented Peru at the World Cup in Spain earlier this year, playing with Christopher Tevez. They were beaten by Albania in the first round. Only the 3rd time Peru have ever played in the World Cup. It was his first appearance. They've yet to win a match in the tournament.
Well, I don't think they really showed their game, Tevez and Gerson, in that World Cup, but I think it's a just team that should be there in the future. And this is what I was talking about. Now he's stretched, and all this started from that first shot on the 2, getting a little out of line on the 3, and then just kind of compiled from there. He's going to have to play short side, it looks like, and it's amazing. This type of shot, very easy to underhit.
It's from Peru's capital city, Lima, 28 years of age.
If he got where he can make this in that same pocket he pocketed the 5, but still a pretty good position overall. May play the cross corner bank. Looks like he can get directly at it. He went for the safety. He did get there. I think he's cut off the jump shot because the 7 has got a little eclipse as well. Kick shot not that difficult. Come behind the 6. Little draw stroke, try and knock it up the table. Try and get it to that top rail, but if not, you want to leave a long shot. Okay, he's going to get the 6 near the 9, so we'll see how that pans out. Left nothing easy. There is a kiss shot on the 9, but from distance, and it's a shot you actually have to hit with a little speed to avoid the double kiss, that being on the green 6. You know, without an easy layout to open game number 1, you kind of expect a little bit, you know, back and forth from these two players and to get settled in. And you know, I don't think Eric has to bank this. I think he can cut it, but we'll see.
Just watching him there, looks pretty sound technically.
No, he's pretty solid. Gets a lot of power, even though probably not 100 pounds soaking wet, but Eric is just another one of those youngsters that the more he can attach himself to a great player, it's just going to pay a lot of dividends. Of course, play as many big events as possible. And the other thing is, don't miss all the other smaller events in between. You can't replace those matches.
Well, he looked pretty comfortable in availing of that opportunity. And so Eric Roberts wins the opening rack against Gerson Martinez. Race to 8 to get through to losers qualification round at this US Open. So by tonight we will know our 64 players for the single elimination stage. 32 will go through from the winner's side of the draw, and then each of those will play one of the 32 who's come through from the loser's side. And there you can see some well-known names already underway. John Morrow of Canada has won the first rack against Dang Tan Kien. Alexa Peixelge, who we saw in front of the cameras yesterday, has lost the first to Babken Melkonyan of Romania. Dimitris Loukatos there, who did so well at the UK Open in London earlier in the summer. 1-0 down against Jay Aliamer. Swiftly on with it then, on table 1. And our first look at the break of young Eric Roberts.
Well, you gotta like the attacking stroke there. Didn't back off at all, and that's a good sign because it's easy, without even knowing it, to kind of let up on the break shot, especially such big matches here and a tough 2-ball to start.
Far be it from me to analyse a player's break technically, Jeremy, but looking at it there, it seemed that his pause before he delivered the cue was perhaps slightly longer than you might normally expect.
Yeah, and what happens is when you get it back a little quick, your brain just kind of has a longer pause. It's basically to slow you down. When you take the backswing a little quick, the brain just kind of gets involved trying to help you out. And so you'll see a difference in pauses from a lot of players, actually, just depending on how the backswing is.
Yeah, here it is again.
Yeah, you can almost see he wanted to take off, but it's just body kind of slowed him down. The mind just, again, tries to help you out. Fell a little straight here. Made a nice shot on the 2. I think he had planned on rubbing the 9 as he went by to give him a little more angle on the 3. Now he's really got to show us some power. And it's funny you bring that up about the break. Of course, it wasn't something we talked about the break, but yesterday after his first loss, I saw Eric and asked him how it went, and he said, well, I just felt my backswing was getting a little quick, and we discussed a few things. Just, you don't want to go crazy in the middle of a tournament with someone, but just a couple little simple thoughts. And after that next match, it seemed like he played a lot better, and very natural to get a little quick. That's just what happens when the adrenaline gets going.
Yeah, he started off by losing to Corey Jewell, former winner of this title. Certainly wasn't outclassed. It was 9-5, which is respectable enough. Then beat the British player Lawrence Thomas in 8-2, and then 8-3 against fellow American Billy Gallagher to get to this stage.
Yeah, nice shot there. And I'll tell you, if you want to look at a sign of comfort, to use the crutch right there, drawing the ball over, a lot of traffic moving the 4 up. A lot of players wouldn't even went for that shot, especially early. So you gotta like what you're seeing from Eric Roberts. And there were quite a few players yesterday that are, I guess it was 2 days ago, that felt like Eric would beat Corey. And I think that's a little bit of Corey being away from it. But Eric usually has some of those wins where he's labeled an underdog. Now, this is a part of the game that usually Gerson pretty solid, the moving side of the game. Caught that one a little thick, didn't want the 4 to come down that much. So Gerson a hair off to start. Okay. Got to attack with the draw stroke, it looks like, trying to get in that gap between the 7 and 8 with the cue ball. It's not even close to me as far as who's more comfortable to start this match.
Oh yeah, no contest. The younger man by far. The difference will probably become even more pronounced if the already edgy-looking Martinez finds himself 2-0 down. Really, you would have to think, given the way we saw Roberts clinically taking his opportunity at the end of the first rack, it's probably what's going to happen. As this match is on the loser's side, whoever is defeated will be out of the US Open. The winner will go through to losers qualification and could play World Masters champion Ko Pin Yi. Well, that would only happen if he loses his match against Sullivan Clark later.
Yeah, well, Sullivan Clark shown us time and time again he cannot be overlooked. Super solid player. Seems like a type that never really falls too much below his speed.
And pretty solid stuff so far from Eric Roberts. He leads 2-0. Over on table 2, Lo Ho Sum of Hong Kong is up against another young American player, Sam Henderson. That one is 1-all in the early stages. Sam Henderson, someone you know quite a bit about, JJ?
I wouldn't say quite a bit about, but definitely a player I've been paying attention to the last 6 months, and kind of quietly had went about his business the last couple of years, but has really gained a lot of recognition throughout the country on the junior side of things, and a lot like Eric, of course, a little younger than Eric, but here to win, not just to get that experience and get a nice showing. And I think you may see the same thing on that table as we're seeing here, where Lo Ho Sum is a favorite, may be a little more edgy in that match than Sam.
We talk a lot about there hasn't been quite enough quality coming through on the American side at the top of the game in the last few years. There's plenty of quantity, a lot of really, really good young players. The question now surrounding them is, can they move it up a few levels?
Yeah, and we're no different. Oh man, really nice break off. The one hit the pocket nicely. The two's going to go down. I think he broke them better actually there than he did the first opening break from Eric. And yeah, it's just a matter of recognizing that competing is great, but there's a lot of training involved, and kind of almost have to ignore winning and different things and just looking to improve. Big shot here, I think. If he gets this one down, I feel like he'll get out, and boy, a lot of heat on Gerson if he does so. Surprised he rolled it. Thought he would go back and forth with the cue ball, playing a little more speed.
It's funny how it's only 1 in the difference, but race to 8 just feels so different to race to 9. And with that in mind, going 3-0 down leaves you with so much to do. So this is a big visit for Martinez.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pockets, they make such a big difference in so many ways. I don't think you'll see the players with these conditions complain about these races. Of course, all the qualification rounds are races to 9, both the winners and the one loss.
Martinez, a number of good results throughout 2022. Had a good showing at the Derby City Classic early in the year. 10th place finish in the Nineball division there. Won a good tournament in Texas as well. And this year we've seen him make the last 64 of the World Championship. He was 1 match away from getting to single elimination at the Spanish Open back in June. He's had a lot of good showings in various tournaments around the States so far this year.
He's gotten a little flat here. So this is a decision to make. Is he going to play a heavy stun? Trying to get the cue ball out for the 6 in the same pocket. Looks like enough angle. Yeah. And a big shot here. He's going to come 2 rails, and speed means everything. If he happens to fall a little straight and a little flat on the brown 7, he could have some issues. This is going to be good enough.
Well, after being left with the ball in the jaws of the pocket, it was very important that Martinez made something of this, just to settle himself into the match as much as anything.
Okay, this nice shot. Using a little low spin to not only draw it, but kind of kill it as well.
Well, that ball that Roberts missed, you said if he potted it, you fancied he'd run out from there. Once he missed it, it was Martinez who ran out instead and closes to 1 behind at 2-1. Sam Henderson, young American we were talking about there, is now ahead of Low Ho Sum at 2 racks to 1. Looking elsewhere in this second losers round, Roberto Gomez has won the first against Juan Jose Rosa Mendez. Nick Malai 2-up on Demetrius Gelatis. And Dimitris Loukatos, quarter-finalist at the UK Open, level at 1-all with Jay Aliomer of the US. Lucas Fracasso Werner, who's got a chance of making the American Mosconi Cup team, has lost the opener to Ivan Belmonte Parra of Spain. João Grillo, who did so well at the Spanish Open, Portuguese player leading Paul Corrigan of Britain 3-0. John Morra is 2-0 up on Dang Tang Kien. There are also matches going on in round 3 on the loser side, including the one we're watching. Daniel Maciol level at 1-all with Paul Song. Abdullah Al Yusuf is leading 2-0 against Jose Alberto Delgado. It's a strong matchup for that round. Mark Buysterbosch, runner-up in the Spanish Open, a rack away from winning it. 2-0 down against Manuel Montejo Fernandez.
I'll tell you, Gerson's had no problem with the break so far, and I think he's shown you. I tell players a lot of times that, you know, with the cut break, you see a lot of different little styles or thoughts on how to do it. Cue ball in little different positions. But I think all players need to practice and keep trying to form a little harder break with the cut break. We see Shane and Kachi and a few others that can really unload on the rack, and of course you're not going to use it all the time until you kind of perfect it. But I think it's something that all the players should start to try and put in their game, is that firmer break. Nice opener there, and I think he's gotten himself in a perfect position to come down between the 5-8 for the pink 4 in the lower left corner. I don't know if you noticed, Michael, after he made that out, it was almost like he was pumping himself up, like a little talk with himself, like, hey, that's how we shoot the balls in, kind of thing. And you know, kind of don't be afraid, don't be worried so much, I think.
Yeah, improving signs in this rack that little pep talk has maybe worked.
Yeah, a little funny. It looks like he has to draw back maybe and play the 5 in the left middle.
Unlike Roberts, Gerson Martinez did win a match on the winner's side, as it were, against Ahmed Al-Dalaimi of Kuwait. He was then beaten 9-1 by Si Cha Chen, who got to the quarterfinals here last year. So that put him into round 2 on the loser's side, where he went through without losing a rack against Jörg Struska of Germany.
Okay, again, fell a little in between. Not a ton of angle to come 2 rails. Not maybe too much angle to come 1 rail. So got to force it a bit. So watch out again for landing on the rail with the cue ball and coming near the 8. This could be an issue. This could be a problem. And that's what happens when you have less angle and you have to pound the ball to get it moving. You lose your line and speed quite often. Some would say that's unlucky and maybe a bit unfortunate, but you know, you could see that he had to put a lot of speed into that shot just to get the cue ball moving.
Yeah, he seemed to think it was going to be fine, and he was definitely going to be on the 7. And then as the cue ball kept travelling towards the 8, you could notice he stopped in his tracks with a bit of anxiety. He'll have a bit more of it now.
Yeah, and does he kick? He's got to put a little spin. Does he try to make it? Does he come into the 7 more full, trying to bang it around a little bit, keeping the cue ball on the bottom end of the table? Definitely going to have some speed, whichever. Okay, this cue ball is going to come up. Oh, nice kiss there. This could leave a difficult one. Not too bad, actually.
He could afford to put everything into making sure the 7 went down, because he was pretty much guaranteed to a position on the 8. Still a little to do here.
You can see pretty sound cueing, though.
Yeah, seems to be particularly adept at shots that involve drawing the cue ball back over a long distance. He played another good one there to leave himself with a simple 9, and having deposited that, he goes 2 clear again at 3-1. So all the matches going on at the moment are on the loser's side. We'll have winners qualification coming up a little later this morning. Some wonderful matchups on offer there. And this is one of those loser side matches. Loho Sum and Sam Henderson have been keeping a close eye on it. 2-2 at the moment.
Yeah, that layout looks like a Rubik's Cube right there. Look at the congestion with the 6-9, the 5-7. That's going to be a long game. Loho Sum did get out in game number 4 when he had ball in hand. Made a nice out as well.
It's one of those terms that guys in our sort of age group take for granted everyone knows, but a lot of kids look at you and say, Rubik's Cube?
Well, it's made a little comeback.
It has, actually, yeah.
With those phenomenal kids that can juggle them and solve the puzzle at the same time.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Have you seen that?
Oh, I've got to see that. It's amazing.
It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. And in slow motion, you can see him turning it just a dial at a time. And not sure who even came up with that idea, but I guess it got a little easy for him overall. I think there's one where they're juggling 3 Rubik's Cubes and doing them all at the same time during the juggling act.
If I start to go quiet for a few minutes, you'll know it's because I've gone to look this up online.
Yeah, right.
That is amazing. I have to see that.
Yeah, we used to just try and do okay in a spelling bee, right?
Yeah.
All right, another big shot, just like in game 2. A little different there. You could tell he never really settled the tip before the last stroke. Kind of kept the cue going a little bit. And that's one that you can't say he knocks in all the time, but more often than not. Little safety here, probably just roaming the 2 over the 8, bringing the cue ball behind the 9. Should be near the cushion. Put enough speed. I don't think so. Definitely giving up some type of look at the blue 2. I'm surprised he didn't add a little left spin there to not only push the 2 a little higher, but bring the cue ball nearer the rail. Eric's had a few opportunities on this blue 2 in a couple different games to knock in and maybe make you feel like he's going to get a little bit of a stranglehold on this match with a 3 or 4 game lead. Got himself plenty of angle. Now he's got to make a decision. Do I go forward to play the 5 up long? Do I come backwards with the 7 near? Maybe a little bit of an issue. You got to appreciate it, though, right? You can tell the nerves are going a little bit, but he's still, swinging away.
As you said, he often has nerves, whatever the situation, so I guess he's clearly found a way to play through that to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it even to the level that he has.
Yeah, and, he's done well in a lot of events around America. And, we'd call regional events, events that are weekend events, Friday, Saturday, Sunday maybe. And what happens in those events is you play 4 or 5 matches in a day, and, you can hit balls between and certain things, and you start to just get a little more comfortable. But here everything's very magnified at the U.S. Open. Of course, the tables are super difficult. And, he's in a room full of his heroes, and trying to be one of those guys. So a lot going on, a lot different than an event you would see throughout the year around America.
Just to our right here, Hunter Lombardo practicing away, playing Pierre Francesco Garcia a little later this morning. Lombardo, of course, one of many players trying to force their way into that Mosconi team for the first time. Gerson Martinez, being from South America, doesn't have such considerations on his horizon. He has, though, won the rack to get back to one behind at 3-2. Just on that Mosconi Cup situation, we know Woodward is already in. More likely than not, Van Boning will have his place confirmed this week. And you look at all the other guys behind, like Billy Thorpe, Tyler Steyer, BJ Ussery, Hunter as well, and 1 or 2 others. Really, this week, they're not so much looking to claim that second spot as jockeying for position ahead of Hanoi, where the 3rd place will be confirmed. Do you know how many of those guys are planning to go and play in that event?
Well, I know Skyler's going, Billy's going, Tyler's going, of course. Shane Wolford's going.
And BJ's going as well, isn't
he? Yeah, BJ's going.
Which would be unusual for him to play an event like that.
Yeah, it just opened up for him, I think, and, he's in consideration, right? He's in there on the points. I think he's 6th right now.
Yeah, that's right.
So why wouldn't he be there? And that's always good news. More Americans, the better. And I'm sure Hunter's going. I haven't talked to him, but I just assumed he was. He makes all the big events, and, yeah. It's going to be a good showing there in Vietnam for USA.
I think we're going to have an unbelievable side story going on for both Europe and the US that week in terms of playing for the last place, and it's just so tight. You look at, for example, Billy Thorpe in 4th and Tyler Steyer in 5th. It's only $250 between them, so that's how close it is. Every match is going to be so big. And there goes the 9. Well, all of a sudden, from 3-1 down just a few minutes ago, I'm not sure he even realizes what's happened.
Yeah, I think he was watching the cue ball, maybe. That's normally what most players watch after the break. They hear a ball down, and, you think about that with the side story as far as the points. But, what I tell the players, of course, there's going to be someone that comes in 3rd. But that 4th and 5th spot is 2 players, right? So, you got to look to play well, and put up your best game. Show the captain, which is me, of course, why you should be there, and what kind of work you're putting in to do so.
Does finishing in the top 5, even if you don't get one of the automatic spots, count for a lot in your head? Do you find it hard to leave out someone who's been one of the top 5 in the points table, or do you just disregard that?
Well, no, you have to look at that, I think, for sure. That's data, right? But the thing is, are you having a player that's in the top 5 that hasn't done much in the last 3 months, 4 months? They really accumulated early. There's a lot of little combinations and things you got to think of. Form means a lot. That's why we're here at the U.S. Open, and that's why we have Vietnam, to maybe see some form from a player that we haven't seen. and or even better form, let's say. So I think it's a hard thing, and I think a captain a lot of times, just like a player, has to go with their gut.
Remember the famous story of Eamon Darcy, who was trying to get back into the European Ryder Cup team. Decided not to play in the last counting event because he thought he was in the team. Ended up losing out by £57 and didn't get one of the 3 wildcard picks. So they can have these hard luck stories. Meanwhile, back here, Martinez seems to have figured out the break pretty well the last couple of racks, but a bad miss on the one.
Well, that how long ago was that story you were talking about?
91.
Okay.
He went fishing for the week. He thought his place was secured because he'd had a brilliant summer. And
well, it's kind of funny that, you know, he didn't think that possibly if I didn't make it, I might not be picked. I guess that wasn't a possibility in his mind, that person. That shows you how tough these pockets are. And they're only getting tougher, Michael. Ko Ping Chung warming up for a big day after losing his first match.
Well, you put the hex on him by tipping him for the title.
Well, I've talked to some players about him before that, you know, early, you know what I mean? He makes, he shows a few chinks in the armor, especially in the big events, because, you know, he wants it so bad, right? You know, the great players, they're human as well. So the nerves can get going, but once he starts to settle in after a few matches, he's a tough cookie to crack, I'll tell you.
I think you just can't cope with the pressure of being the first non-American you have ever tipped to win a tournament. Although that was because I banned you from picking Americans. Anyway, back here, this one is finally succumbing after stubbornly staying on the table for a remarkable period of time there.
All right, got a little thin here, but has a path around the 7-8. Should be some 4 rails. Nice subtle swerve to get the rail first. Would have been amazing if that one hung from there. Blue 2 has been the issue for Eric. Much better there. Had his mark, I think, exactly how he wanted. Oh, wow, he's going to get just inches from the 3 and really no offensive play. Or at least it doesn't appear so.
He's learning a lot in this match, isn't he, about how hard it is in these matches with these conditions and these pockets.
Yeah, these pockets, I think, just from yesterday, from what I've seen, have gotten a little tougher. A little more sunshine out this morning, something I haven't seen all week. Hopefully that stays as long as it can.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. There was a lot of moisture in the air and you felt it was affecting the conditions significantly.
Yeah, the players were recognizing it really from day one, I think. He's going to force it out for the side, it looks like.
They're all lining up, aren't they? I've just seen Max Lechner and Josh Filler walk in the room. Darren Appleton as well. All adding to the sense of anticipation of so many really good matchups that we have coming up over the next few hours.
Yeah, so many good that there's going to be plenty of big names that are going to have to win a couple, play 2 matches today probably because suffering a first loss. Little off angle here. Looks like he can go all the way to the top rail with the cue ball if he wants to play it in the side. Looks like he's going to take on the corner.
Oh, that feels like a big moment in the match. Martinez has not been ahead at any stage. He was a couple of balls away there from making it 3 racks in a row. Instead, it's a pretty straightforward run, although still a little bit to do here to get on the 9. And the cue ball is so close to the pocket like that, you have A little bit of limited control over the cue ball. So this is a bit of a tester now. This to lead once again at 4-3. If you want to become a top player, they're the sort of balls you have to be getting pretty much all of the time, and Eric Roberts has potted it. Looked like going 4-3 behind, instead of which he leads once more at 4-3. Let's rattle through some scores then in this round 3 on the loser's side. Jani Sikkanen of Finland 4-1 up on American Michael Jednak. Daniel Maciol from Poland leading Paul Song 3-2. Loho Sun on table 2 is just ahead of Sam Henderson at 3-2. Jose Alberto Delgado level at 2-all with Abdullah Al Yusuf. Alexa Peixels, who enjoyed a whitewash win on this table yesterday, 2-0 down against Romania's Babken Melkonian. Manuel Montejo Fernandez, who knocked out Anton Raga yesterday, has regained the lead at 3-2 against Mark Bijsterbosch. So they're all going on in losers round 3. In round 2, Kelvin Bustamante 5-0 up on Vincent Beaurivage. John Moore, a very good Canadian player, has a 4-1 lead over Dang Tan Kien. And Lucas Fracasso Werner, part of that American Mosconi race, 2-1 up on Ivan Belmonte Parra. Nick Malai is a 3-2 lead over Demetrius Gelatis. And another Greek player in front is Dimitris Lukatos. There's a 3-1 lead over Jay Aliamer. Roberto Gomez going along nicely, 4-0 over Juan Jose Rosa Mendez. Let's look in on table 2. It's 3-all now actually between Loho Sun and Sam Henderson.
Yeah, Sam just had a really nice break off, hit him well. Just of course, everything's so random. Hard to always get a shot. Looks like he's going to take on the kick. He's in there with a draw stroke, so that means he may be trying to pop this in. You know, and I wouldn't say it's a bad choice, but you definitely want to look around at the push-out opportunity in that spot. Of course, the push-out, that's something that takes time, right, to really learn and know all the ins and outs of it, and you know what the percentages are as far as your opponent taking the shot, what's going to happen after they take the shot, and so on.
Well, I guess there's a lot of trial and error and a lot of experience involved. You try out different approaches and you see how certain ploys work out over the years. You build it up over time.
Absolutely, and it's complex, you know, the push out, all the experience side of the game. I mean, we still see some very so-so push outs, I think, from some of the top players, especially when the nerves are high. I think the brain can get locked up a little bit, and it certainly happens to all of us.
Still waiting for play to resume in the match we're following. Gerson Martinez has left the room for a moment. Perhaps a good idea to do that. It looked like he was going to lead for the first time, but instead falling behind once more. He's back in the room now.
Yeah, I think Loho Sam, I think he hit the scene with so many results there. Whirlpool Masters, of course, and actually thereafter he made some nice little runs in some of the bigger events, and I think he made a few technical changes that I think may have slowed him down for a little bit, but that's how it goes when you're making a few changes. But I think he's gonna get some real benefits from the few things I've seen.
He seems to be one of those players who is more comfortable playing the very biggest names because he's beaten so many of them over the last couple of years, and his record maybe against lesser known players isn't quite as impressive as his record of beating the very best.
Yeah, well, that tends to happen a little bit because when you have kind of like a big, showing in something you're not expected to, he was a debut there, and what happens is you kind of automatically feel like, oh, I'm supposed to beat these other guys, and that's not the case necessarily, even if you are a little bit of a favorite. definitely some experience got him there going for that bank. That was very low percentage overall. But I think you get humbled, you know, after a little while. I think that happened to Tyler Steyer a little bit, having that big win at a young age. Who else? Sufi maybe with some big runs, and then you could see some aggravation Sufi had in some losses when he felt like he was a favorite. And, you know, so it's a big mental game, and you have to check yourself sometimes. A nice shot there. That was a delicate play.
Yeah, Lo Ho Sum, among his victims on that run to the World Masters final was Shane Van Boening, who just won the World Championship a few weeks earlier. And he's at the table, on table 2.
Yeah, and really could have won that final. I mean, he played well enough. I thought a couple little things got away. Josh Filler, of course, won it. But I thought he put himself in position to win that final, and it was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, it was only 9-6 in the end, so the match he lost was one of his better performances, perhaps. And it looks like he's going 4-3 ahead of Sam Henderson. Keep you up to date on that, but back here, a chance for Martinez to put the events of the last rack somewhat to the back of his mind and draw level once again.
Yeah, you can see him taking a little look at that 7-8. It's been a few of those balls at the end of the rack that have gotten Gerson, and here another one, because if he plays above the 9 with the cue ball, he's going to be a little thin on the 7, so speed control and a delicate shot. If he comes behind and below the 9, he's got to have good speed control, because he could fall a little behind the 7, which would make position on the 8 pretty tricky. I don't know. This is on the 50. I think he pulls this a couple rails trying to get to that 3rd rail, that being the left long rail. Oh, he's going with a high ball. I don't know. All right, he got by it perfectly. Boy, that was delicate there. Big sweater with the cue ball.
He just seems to use up so much mental and nervous energy over absolutely everything. If he did go on a really long run in an event like this, he'd be absolutely exhausted by the end of it.
Yeah, you watch him. He spins the cue heavily in his hand before pulling the trigger. Just kind of like whatever to keep himself as calm as possible. And steel isn't the one for him. Showing a lot of heart here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Was 3-1 down. Looked like he was about to go 4-3 in front. Missed that opportunity, so fell behind once again. But responding very nicely there. And we're level at 4-all in this match in losers round 3 at the US Open. Roberto Gomez should make it into this round, you would think now. He's 5-0 up on Juan Jose Rosa Mendez. Dimitris Lukatos has moved out to a 4-1 lead over J.L. Limer. So that's in losers round 2. And here in losers round 3, Daniel Maciol only just ahead of Paul Song now at 4-3. Abdullah Al-Shamari has a 5-2 lead over the American Keegan Badur. Jesus Atencio leads another American, Kevin West, 4-2. Former world semi-finalist Abdullah Al-Yusuf just ahead of Jose Alberto Delgado at 3-2. Mark Bijsterbosch now 4-3 up on Manuel Montejo Fernandez of Spain. Anyone's match here, it's 4-all.
He's not afraid to unload on the rack. Been pretty consistent with the one in the side. Gonna see a push out coming here, most likely anyways. Don't feel like he's gonna pull out the jump cue or kick at this blue 2. Crucial time in this match. Now the 3's a tough ball, so especially with the 9 there, right? So I don't think I mess with any of those. I know there's a combination you may give up later in the rack, but like I said, okay, didn't see that made the 3 easier later in the rack. Ooh, and he may have snookered himself partially here. I like, you know, when you're pushing out, you have the worst of it. So anytime, you always want the mentality of lengthening the game. And if there's a tough situation, you don't want to disturb that. Mild safety here. Really good touch. May get a little action on the 9 here, Michael, with the jump cue. No reason not to.
Roberts is originally from Florida, moved to Tennessee with his family about 7 years ago. Started having good showings on the Q City Nineball tour in that area about 3 years ago. Won an event on that tour in 2021, so still at a very early age then, and won an event known as the Brian James Memorial as part of that tour back in May of this year. Started spreading his wings a bit further in recent times in terms of the events he's played in, and this is his very first US Open.
Gerson going to the air again. I don't know if he'll try to pocket this or not. Maybe try and hit the 2 in the face and knock it around the table, trying to hold the cue ball on the bottom end like that. I think that's the smarter shot. Just want that 2 ball to get all the way to the end rail. Didn't work out, but I definitely think it was the percentage play. All right, this sets up nicely. Just a little left English. Come between the 3-9 for the 3 in the same pocket. Caught it a little thick to the hole, so usually costs you about a foot of cue ball. He's elevating the cue, so very difficult. Must be a scratch in the side, leveling it out. Oh, he'll be happy with that. Very well struck.
I was asking him earlier, does he have a coach he works with? And he mentioned a guy called Rick Powers. You know him?
I think I do, actually, yeah. I think in Nashville, or I think he used to reside in Nashville. Okay, he's gotten a little thin here. So now decisions. He should be able to come past the side with the cue ball, making the 7 a little easier, but you got to maintain and not try to get too much out of the cue ball. You could see those eyes were very eagerly looking at the cue ball, making sure it got past that right middle. Okay, this is the shot he's kind of been floating a little bit. I think he needs to put a little more speed, make sure the contact on the 7 is clean. He needs a lot more speed than that. It's going to be out of line on the 8, or let's say very difficult on the 8. That actually came up quite a bit more than I thought. Should check the cue ball with a little right side here, avoiding that middle.
Well, this has been very nicely done. Starting to get within a few racks of victory here, but it doesn't seem to be having any adverse impact on him. And still, Gerson Martinez has not led in this match. Roberts with his nose back in front at 5 racks to 4. Daniel Guttenberger 4-2 up on American Adam King in this round. Chris Alexander, who we saw on one of the main tables yesterday, British player, 4-3 up on Tommy Tokov. Jesus Atencio just a couple of racks away from victory, leading Kevin West 6-2. 4-all now on table 2 between Loho Sum and Sam Henderson. And here's one to raise a few eyebrows. Alexa Pejcelj from Serbia, 4-0 down to the always steadily improving Romanian Babken Melkonyan. Mark Bijsterbosch 5-3 up on Manuel Montejo Fernandez now. And in round 2 on the loser's side, Roberto Gomez may be heading for a whitewash win. Now leads Juan Jose Rosa Mendez 6-0. Nick Malai is 4-3 down to Demetrios Gelatis. Sounds quite Greek himself, but represents the US. And Lucas Fracasso Werner, Mosconi contender, 3-1 up on Ivan Belmonte Parra. 5-4 to Roberts.
Yeah, he smashed him. Getting the ball down. The 1's going to be difficult. The 2-9 a little congested. Should see us push out here. And Demetrios Gelatis, he's a solid player from Minnesota. Real steady. You know, if you leave him open shots, he's certainly going to get out on you.
Does he have Greek background, do you know?
I mean, he's just got to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Okay, kind of sizing things up here. I kind of like pushing out here on the bottom cushion real flat. Kind of serving up a difficult shot on the 1 if he wants it, but the 2 is so tough. Nothing wrong with this, though. Almost always you push out with the cue ball near a rail, trying to cut off, you know, all the different positions you can hit the cue ball. Kind of open, though. Nothing really, you know, easy to tuck the cue ball away. So I'm not saying Gerson will pass this, but it wouldn't have bothered me too much if he did. Oh, no. Okay, pretty good. Thought maybe the cue ball was going to get lost in this lower left corner. Now, Eric has been pretty solid on the safety side of things, so we'll see. Maybe cuts the 1 towards the 5, bringing the cue ball a couple rails towards the 2-9. And this is going to get lost in that lower right corner. And a huge scratch there, especially with the 2-9 being difficult. You know, you want to stay away from anything drastic because you know your opponent really has to do something special to run out. I think he'll go for the breakout here if needed. I think he can actually get position for the 2 by the red 3 in that middle. Yeah, I thought he may just play position on the 2, even though it was a little tight. With ball in hand, you figure to get there.
I was talking to him earlier, and I was trying to establish where he's based now. Now, his English isn't great. He did say Lima. I know that's where he's from originally, but do you know, does he base himself in the US a lot of the time now?
Yeah, well, he comes to the U.S. quite often, or stays here quite often. He stays in San Antonio a lot, or he was. I think more around Texas than anywhere else. Seems like for, you know, the Latin players from South America, it's either the Texas area or the upper Northeast. That's what it seems to be. New York and so on and so forth. All right, looks like he's trying to edge it again, bring the cue ball near the 9. Very difficult. Oh, wow, what a hit. He may even pocket the 9. Aaron Appleton entering the room after 2 wins yesterday.
He's entered it about 10 times in the last half hour. I think he's just pacing and pacing. I can't wait to get on with it.
Well, you know, probably some nerves for him as well. I mean, even without the matches going, you know, because he played a couple tournaments and has come back and hadn't had, you know, the results. And we all know he's a bulldog and here to win, even though it's kind of a new beginning for Darren.
Yeah, he's going to be playing Niels Fine. There's a clash for the ages in winners qualification very shortly now.
Oh my goodness, how unlucky is this? Played the kick shot to try and get the safety behind the 8. Knocked the 2 in the lower left corner. Did get the cue ball right. Big turning point here maybe. Wow, this is a difficult hit because if you kick one rail at it, the scratch in the side is so huge. You hit any bottom part of the 3. The 6 has got him cut off of kicking to the left long rail. Oh, he's going to come 3 rails at this. No, most of the Latin players have some type of 3 cushion experience. So kicking at the ball is something they excel at. So many players you forget about sometimes because they're kind of quiet and whatnot, but Wu Kun Lin over here practicing, he's a player that knocks on the door a lot and certainly could win this event.
Yeah, semi-finalist at the World Championship earlier this year.
And he's just super solid, it seems like, you know. Just never really plays that poor of a match. I should just come down the middle of the table, 1 rail towards the purple 5. Nice and fluid there. Something I talked about yesterday that I truly believe in really opens up the field is, you know, they play a few good matches and feel that adrenaline and really think like a Roland Garcia, for instance. You know, he's 40 plus, but once he gets going, it kind of doesn't matter who his opponent is. He can certainly beat him. And won plenty of tournaments. He's made a few deep runs in some big events at times. Wow, I missed that.
I'll tell you what, he doesn't like that pocket, does he? He's had a few disappointing ones in there. He may just have handed this rack away to Gerson Martinez because this looks pretty straightforward. Run out from here.
Well, I'm surprised he went up and down. That shocked me. I know he's hitting it lefty, so hitting the ball soft opposite-handed is not the most comfortable thing. But if you notice, he could have rolled that in and came all the way to the side pocket or even a little further and had a nice shot at the 8 still. So.
And suddenly rack 10 is right back in the balance. You could just see Roberts there, and we looked at him a moment ago as well. Perhaps the first signs in this match of the enormity of it all. Starting to get to him a little, which is hardly surprising. Just the history of this tournament can weigh heavily on people who aren't used to it. Oh, but that's a nice recovery.
Boy, if he could shoot that lefty, you feel like he could have rolled the other one in. What a shot with a little inside spin as well.
And so we're level once again at 5 racks each. Roberto Gomez on the hill now, 7-0 against Juan Jose Rosa Mendez. That's in the round prior to this. If he gets through, then in this round it looks like he'll play Pong Nam Pham of Vietnam, who's 6-1 up on Finland's Petri Tamminen. Lucas Fracasso-Werner, someone we are keeping a close eye on as we see this 8 again because of his Mosconi prospects, leading Ivan Palmonte Para 4-1. John Morrow on the hill, 7-1 over Dang Tan Kien. And in this round, Abdullah Al-Shamari of Saudi Arabia has ended the campaign of American Keegan Badur, winning 8-2. 5-all in this.
Yeah, great break off there. It's going to get a little bit of awkward cueing on the blue 2. Does have a shot. Not an easy path to the 3, but gotta like this opportunity if you're Gerson. Yeah, not taking much time. I don't really see the easy path to the red 3. We'll see. So it's been the blue 2, and it's been that upper left pocket for Eric on the shots he'd like to have back. Let's see if he can overcome it here with a long, tough one. I think he can get at it. May have fluked it.
I know it can certainly happen to just your average club player if you've missed the same ball a few times in a match, particularly if you've missed it into the same pocket a few times. That can get in your head. Does that happen to players even at this level?
Nah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, it may be something you comment about, but it's not a real kind of mental problem. But I think that blue 2, when he walked away, I think that had a little something to do with the last rack and not ending that last rack when he should have with the green 6. Okay, big shot here. He's got to kind of kill the cue ball a little bit. Wants a little angle on the pink 4, but not a ton. A lot of movement there. And again, most of the movement, especially with the better players, if it's a constant, it's after impact, but it will creep in a little early and cause problems.
A couple of good players from the European scene have just moved within a couple of racks of victory in this round. Daniel Maciol of Poland now leading Paul Song 6-3, and Daniel Guttenberger ahead by the same score against his American opponent, Adam King. Guttenberger from Austria.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his game, by the way. Going forward with the cue ball, looks like playing the 6 up long. Is he looking to bank the 6? Is that what he was looking at position on? Surprising. No, that's going to be a little short. That's going to be a hard bank here. He's got to kind of shorten the bank a little bit. So the cue ball isn't going to be much closer to the 7 than where the 6 at now. Oh, nice shot.
3 times in this match, Gerson Martinez has drawn level. One thing he hasn't done yet, as we look at this bank on the 6 again, is go in front. But now's his chance to change that. Bracing himself for what he knows is a key shot. Yeah, he knew it was all on that, didn't he? If the 8 went in, he was going to be on the 9. Now, has he left the 8, or is the 9 being his friend here?
I think the 9's got Eric a little bit, and it's weird, you know. Of course, I think about all kinds of things with techniques and whatnot and how to improve, but, you know, the 9-ball he knocked in the last game, he fired it, right? I mean, just fired it. The 7 right there in front of him, he fired it. And it's just, I don't think you do yourself a lot of favors doing that, because, I mean, how many shots are you really wanting to hit with that much pace? I want to make a lot of the same strokes from shot to shot myself, but especially with someone who maybe struggles with that with their technique anyways.
So Roberts was able to get past the 9 to find the potting angle on the 8. And now he has this 9 into the side. And so on each of the 3 occasions, Martinez has drawn level. Roberts has won the next rack. He's now just 2 away from victory. He leads 6-5.
Yeah, Sam Henderson and Loho Som knotted at 5 apiece as well.
Another winner to report from this round, Jesus Atencio, 8-3 over Kevin West. And a clash of 2 well-known players in this round, Jose Alberto Delgado and Abdullah Al Yusuf. That's level at 4-all. Alexa Pay-Shelge had a whitewash win on the main table yesterday. He may get whitewashed today because he now trails Babken Melkonyan 5-0. Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands leads Win Kong Tan of Vietnam 5-1. In the previous round, Jovan Bustamante on the hill at 7-2 against Vincent Beaurivage. Joe Grillo also looking for one more, leads Paul Corrigan of Britain 7-3. Dimitris Lukatos now 4 clear of Jay Alimer at 6-2, and it's 4-all between Nick Malai and Demetrius Gelatis. Roberts breaking, needs one more to get to the hill.
Yeah, just missing the one a little bit. And you can see, oh, the eight. You can see you get the balls just don't quite open as much when the timing's off a little bit. I think we have some of our winners' qualifications about to start, I think I saw a few of those drawn up. Having the tables available.
Yeah, I don't think any of them have actually begun playing yet, but
it won't be long.
Yeah.
Boy, there's just a slew of matches that, you know, a few of them could be our finals, really, or just that great of a 3rd round there on the winner's qualification. And Gerson, really, I mean, he had a few little struggles early, but really it's towards the end of the racks that have really been the problem. And you go through that as a pool player, really, that it's almost very common. You know, I do a lot of teaching where players come up and I say, hey, I'm great the first 6, 7 bowls. And then I seem to make a lot of mistakes with those last couple. Most of the time it's lack of focus. You know, you kind of feel like you got the work done and everything's right in front of you to finish, so you lose, you know, you get a little, like I said, loss of focus. With these top players, I think sometimes it's just some decisions at the end.
Sam Henderson is at the table with a chance to lead Loho Som 6-5 over on table 2.
Nice shot there from Gerson. All right, and the way this kick is set up, you can see a lot of congestion near the rack with the 3, 9, and 5. So most likely, depending on how he kicks at this, which it should be off the right long rail, could open up those balls coming off the one with the cue ball. Well, if you watch that Sam Henderson, I mean, definitely a player that's going to be a world-class player one day, in my opinion. Just real natural move through the ball, and a little unlucky there coming across the one, serving up ball in hand at a really important time in this match.
We were talking there about some of the matches in winners qualification. One that stands out for me is Skylar Woodward and Alex Pagulayan, because we're talking a lot about Woodward. Maybe this could be the week that, having had so much good form this year, he finally comes through and wins an event of this stature. But then he's up against Pagulayan, who's got so much experience and seems to have rediscovered something this year with a lot of the results he's had. So that's a standout match for me. And another one also in winners qualification that I'll be keeping an eye on is Alban Ocean against BJ Ussery. Because Ussery, we were talking about earlier, someone who's got a lot of good results in events around the US. That's made him a Mosconi Cup contender. But then, let's see how he measures up against someone like Ocean, who's more associated with the international stage and the world scene. So they are just two of the matches that stand out for me.
Yeah, and the way the conditions are, you know, Albin's going to put BJ through all of it, right? I mean, most likely when the tables are tough, you see a lot of tactical play, some push-outs, of course, some long shots, and that's the beauty of the changes that Matchroom and the World Nineball Tour has made. The game's back where it should be, and it's going to be a true test for BJ, and hopefully a true test for Albin as well.
Another one that sticks out for me is Lucius Yap against Jeff DeLuna. They've both done well in the US Open before. DeLuna making his way back onto the world stage now. And the winner of that could actually go some distance in this, so it's a tough draw to have at such an early stage. Anyway, back to this. Martinez. Draw level at 3-all, 4-all and 5-all. Looking to repeat the trick again and reduce this match to a race to 2 from here.
And it's amazing, again, ball in hand, how it sets you up to just get a little more comfortable in what is not a very comfortable situation, trying to survive in this 2023 US Open.
You might think that as we get closer to the end of the match, particularly when it's as close as this, that a player who was feeling nerves might experience them more as it goes on. If anything, Martinez looks to me a bit more settled as the contest has progressed. And it's a contest which is now level once again at 6 each. Mark Bijsterbosch has won, struggling early on a bit against Manuel Montejo Fernandez. But Bijsterbosch has won 8-3, so having knocked out one player who's been a finalist in one of these events this year with his win over Anton Raga yesterday, Manuel Montejo Fernandez not able to repeat the trick against Bijsterbosch today. Babken Melkonyan is now leading Alexa Peixelj 5-1, so he won't be a whitewash, but still a long way back for the Serbian. 4-all between Jose Alberto Delgado and Abdullah Al-Yusuf. Sam Henderson is now 6-5 up on Low Ho Sum. And he's at the table in the next rack with a good chance to get to the hill. Daniel Maciol is on the hill at 7-3 against Paul Song, and Chris Alexander, the British player, leads Tommy Tokov of the US by the same score. Very much up in the air here. Who's going to win this one? Martinez hasn't led yet, but he is back to level terms.
The cue ball heading towards that corner. The two are heading towards the opposite. Is he going to be corner hooked? It's going to be close. And Gerson has really broke the balls well. I don't recall him missing the one in the side yet.
Yeah, he's made something off the break every time. In one rack, it was the 9-ball he made.
Oh, look at this. He's completely corner hooked here. Trying to play the real soft masse, and what a shot that was, knowing you're not going to really get much position on the 3, so all it is a shot to play safe or maybe surrender, ball in hand, or an easy shot for Eric. So showing a lot of heart there with the swerve. Yeah, caught that a little thick. That's easy to do from there. And don't know if he gave up an entire shot at the red 3. I think he can get a piece of it. Looky there, that last little roll of the cue ball. We'll see it again. as he missed the 3, but watch this cue ball just roll over and just tap the 7. We missed it there on the replay, but tap the 7 into a very difficult position.
And we know it's getting serious now. Shane Van Boning is striding past us into the arena.
A little out of line here for ball in hand. You may have to bump the purple. Now the good thing is the brown 7 does go in the left middle with the green 6 near. So the 7 shouldn't be a problem as long as he maintains position.
Van Boning will be playing Marco Teutcher, Dutch player who recently won a world ranking counting tournament in Australia.
Yeah, Marco been a very good player for a long time. I'm not sure what he's doing as far as, guess he's going to go forward and bump the 7 here. It's the only thing I could figure. Or maybe he's going to pound the ball over and back for the 7 in the side. Okay, the shot's there. Top right English. Shoot it in the side and go to the top rail and float all the way down table for the 7 in the same side pocket. Look at the backswing from Eric. He doesn't have a long one anyways, but when nerves are high, it tends to get a little shorter with players. Okay, this cue ball is going to go a little further than desired, but a really nice shot on the 6. Decent position on the 7.
Yeah, really good effort. Still going to need another good shot to follow us.
And it looks like he's cueing down, trying to get to the right rail with the cue ball. Tough shot.
Just repeat the previous comment. Good shot. Now needs to come with another one.
Yeah, and right on the fence here. Floating, it's not easy. You can do it and hold the ball enough for the 9. There's enough angle to go around the table, but not, super easy. A little awkward cueing. You can see the bridge hand.
Yeah, he'd done pretty well even to get as far as the 8. Just couldn't sustain it any further than that. Not quite what Martinez would have had in mind.
No, and Eric's got to make a decision here. Most would play the safety. Chip in the 8. Putting it on the bottom cushion, going upstairs with the cue ball. Looks like he's going for the bank.
So his young mind went for the more attacking, fearless option. And it looks as though, as a direct result of that, Gerson Martinez is finally going to lead for the first time in this contest. And eventually he flings himself at it, knocks in the 9, and does indeed lead for the first time. And what a time to do that, because it gets him to the hill at 7-6. Now, let's see some scores. Jan van Lierop has won 8-1 against Wen Kong Tan in this round. Chris Alexander has also got the job done, 8-3 over Tommy Tokov. Sam Henderson leads Lo Ho Sum 7-6 on table 2. That's been a really interesting contest all the way. And Lucas Fracasso Werner of the US, currently at number 7 on the Mosconi Cup standings. 5-2 lead now against Ivan Belmonte Parra of Spain. Dimitris Loukatos has won 8-2 against Jay Olimer. Loukatos, who got to the quarterfinals in London earlier in the summer. Nick Malai, another Greek player looking to get through, but only just ahead of Dimitrios Gelatis, 5-4. That also is in the round prior to this. Well, there's Earl Strickland, who we saw involved in that wonderful match against Ralph Souquet yesterday, and just about to start against Wen Tang, one of the huge Vietnamese contingent here. So much to follow on this third day in Atlantic City, and this is the match we've been watching so far today. Gerson Martinez needs one more rack to win it.
Yeah, we missed the one, but did make another ball. One's going to end up on the top cushion. Look at the 2-9 looming though, so this is a big 1 ball. Whoever can get at it first. Not saying they'll definitely play the combo, but it's definitely possible. So probably a safety, kind of hit the left side of the 1, bring it up on the right side rail behind the 7. That way you drift the cue ball behind the 8. Not hard safety really. One that should be able to get at. Oh, he doesn't want to give up a 2-9. Interesting. The safety was not difficult at all. Actually more difficult now. So that's a little different kind of thinking there. I mean, that's thinking like, oh, I'm a huge favorite in this match. I don't want my opponent to get an early win, but that's not the case between these two. I don't know if I would have taken that one on, at least not in that manner, but really surprising from Gerson. Didn't get the draw on the ball he wanted. Tip kind of came up just a little, turned into a little bit of a stun shot. Now the 8 has gotten him in a really bad spot with the cue ball.
Match is now in progress in the winners qualification round. Oliver Szolnoki, former world semi-finalist from Hungary, has won the first rack against the veteran British player Chris Melling. And Joshua Filler, winner of this title in 2019, has won the first 2 racks against Italy's Francesco Candela. Okay, so Roberts has got his chance. Seemed to have the balance of momentum for so much of this match. He's lost it towards the finish. This is to take us hill.
And really no reason not to get out here. All the work down here together to start the 2, 3, 4, and 5. 7, 8 up the table. We'll have to work the cue ball from the 8 to the 9, but talk about, you know, our biggest day in the U.S. Open so far, right? The qualification day, and how about a hill to start us off?
It's had that feel about it, hasn't it, for so much of the match. Yeah, such a big day. This is where you really come into your own, Jeremy, with your amazing ability to watch half a dozen matches at once.
Well, you know, a lot of times we're up above a little bit. Don't quite have that here, but still can see quite a bit going on. And I don't know what it is. You kind of just get a feeling of something going on over here and this table, and another one over here on that table. Trying to watch as many Americans as possible.
Given your involvement in coaching and commentary and everything, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you might have watched more pool than anyone else in human history.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. There's people, though, that watch a lot of it online, I'll tell you that. And I've done my fair share of that, but some people I know really put a lot into that.
Well, back to the moment, and this has got to be just about the biggest shot of Eric Roberts' young life so far, because here he is playing on one of the main tables at the US Open, and this is a chance to take his match against a more experienced opponent all the way. Yeah, that showed great character. So Eric Roberts with a smile there as he draws level at 7-all. And it will be one rack now to decide who goes through to within one match of the final 64.
Yeah, Loho Sum trails Sam Henderson 7-6 on table 2 as well. That's the Matchroom Multisport.
Yeah, let's have a look at that, because that's also, as we've alluded to there, very close to the finish. And while we're doing that, I can tell you Chris Melling has levelled at 1-all with Oliver Solnocki in winners qualification. Jani Uski from Finland, a player who I know you rate very highly, JJ. He's won the first against Do Tae Kien.
Well, I rate him highly because he's really gone through, you know, the grind of getting better at this sport and going through a lot of losses, tough losses, and man, I just think he's got a ton of heart and his game's following suit.
Joshua Filler has stretched his lead to 3-0 against Francesco Candela.
All right, big shot for Loho Sum here. Oh, those tables are just really tough. You can see the 3 hit the pocket pretty well. Got the cue ball in position also. So now it's in Sam Henderson's hands. Looking at the rail first on the 3. That's okay. Depending on the speed, you may get a little involvement with the 8, with the cue ball. He plays the rail first. The only other concern is falling kind of straight on the rail on the pink and making it difficult to get onto the. And I don't know if that's going to get there or not. So I don't know if I would have played the rail first. I thought he could just draw off the 3 around the 5 and into position for the pink.
Also in this round, Alexa Pechelge is continuing the early stages of the big recovery he needs. He was 5-0 down against Babken Melkonyan. Got it back to 5-2.
You know, I ain't got to watch him in so many matches for Babken, and I really like his game. I watched him practice a couple different times here, and really solid fundamentals.
Yeah, so many Romanian players showing up at these big events this year.
Okay, Loho Sum going to the air for his tournament life. Trails 7-6 in this race to 8. Maybe tries to fluke this in the side off the 7. Maybe. He's going to lose the cue ball.
And as a result of that, he may be about to lose the match. Don't worry, you're not missing anything on the main table, because I think both players have actually left the room for a moment to compose themselves before a huge rack. And Roberts is making his way back, still waiting for Martinez.
Yeah, not a whole lot here for Sam, really. Just the first 2 shots, getting on the green 6, the 7 over the side. So again, you have to pay attention to every shot on these tables, even ball in hand. Seen a few of those missed. And he played not much angle here. I thought he would just kind of stop his ball on the 4, maybe pinch it back an inch or 2. That way he could run off the purple 5, but now stretched and a little flat.
So perhaps the final moments there. This is the final rack here, and Eric Roberts will get us started.
One of his more solid breakoffs. Watch out, cue ball.
Oh, that's going to be heartbreaking. As you said, it was a good break-off. And not only has he given up ball in hand, but the balls are looking pretty inviting here from Martinez. But this is far from over, because we've seen so many times in this match where Martinez has started a rack well and had a chance to win it and then struggled to get it finished. So still hope for the young American.
Yeah, and it seems like when he's had those struggles, though, Eric has given up ball in hand for one reason or another. An unlucky kick on the 1 earlier, a scratch on the break as well early in the match. And the ball in hand ones, Gerson seemed to be able to get out. It's all about this first shot on the 1 to the 2. The 2's a little covered up. And Sam Henderson in a position on the 7, 8, and 9 now.
Yeah, 7 was over the pocket. It's gone in, and really it looks pretty straightforward from there.
I tell you, this is a funny shot coming down the table. I may come across if I'm Gerson. Yeah, a little chip shot in the side for Sam. And again, every match he wins, getting more confidence.
And he'll enjoy his moment of applause there. Sam Henderson claiming a fine win over Loho Sum. He'll now play the loser of Alban Ocean and BJ Ussery for a place in single elimination later today. Back to this one.
Okay, nice opener there with the speed control off the 1. Didn't really use a rail, just drew the ball down. He's got a really open left side of the table, so don't flirt with the pink 4 or any of that. Go on and let the cue ball run a little bit. Well, he went into the 4 anyways, so odds are you don't get snookered. But every now and again, you hit that pink 4 and it kind of carries with the cue ball.
Not guaranteed to finish it out, but certainly couldn't reasonably ask for them to be better placed than this.
This is getting funny. Should be okay playing it in the side. Again, the left side of the table very open. So don't feel like you got to baby this. You can come all the way to where the cue ball's at now.
Just felt as though, as the match has gone on, he's become more focused and absorbed in the challenge and the contest. He's looked more comfortable in his last few racks than he did in the early stages of the match. He's 2-0 down, later trailed 3-1. Drew level at 3-all, 4-all and 5-all. Each time he lost the next rack, but having gone 6-5 down, then won the next 2 to lead for the first time. Couldn't get it done in the next. That's what took us hill. The scratch off the break presented the opportunity to Gerson Martinez. He's now just 2 balls away from availing of it to the maximum.
Yeah, watch the backhand, Michael, and watch how much he spins the cue when he's down on the ball. It's just like a nervous kind of habit. Used to see it more often with the players from years ago.
One more good shot, and it should all be his. Wow. You think that meant a lot to him?
I'll tell you, he's got me nervous.
It's hard to think of a shot he could have that we wouldn't have some doubt. But he's taken these well. And now just one more solid shot, and he will have pulled off a fine win over a promising young player. Eric Roberts led for most of the contest. But now with a deep breath, Gerson Martinez gets down to play the shot that can take him into the next round. Oh, you got to pull the trigger eventually. Boy, did he make us wait. He made himself wait. Eric Roberts comes forward with a smile. No doubt we'll be seeing a lot more of that young man in the future. But it's Gerson Martinez who continues in this US Open with an 8-7 win. And later today he will play either Sullivan Clark or Ko Pin-Yi for a place in the single elimination phase. Short break coming up then, and the action will continue on day 3 of the US Open here in Atlantic City in a few minutes' time.
cushions. Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best players to keep that 2.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. Multi-sport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of dance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball NQ cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
first ever Hanoi Open coming up in just a few weeks. Meantime, we continue on day 3 of the U.S. Open from Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City. I'm Steve Schlanger with Carl Boys. Glad to have you with us as we take a look at some of the matches in progress on what is always a pivotal day here at this U.S. Open. And coming up next for us is a winner's qualification match on table number 1 with Lee Van Corteza taking on Mario He. And as you look around at the hall, we have some tight matches going on. 5-all with Michael Yednick and Yanni Sikkanen on table number 16. You also have a 6-5 match on table number 22, as well as table number 6. 7-7 on table number 9 in a battle of two Americans. Gary Serrano is trying to pull off the victory there, as we are now set to focus in on table number 1. All of the tables busy around the venue, but this is the showcase table. Mario He and Lee Van Corteza trying to advance in the winner's bracket as a race to 9 here. And how do you see this one shaping up, Carl? What do you look for in this particular match?
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. We're getting to the business end of the matches now, winners qualification, as you said, Steve. And Mario He has been very deep in a lot of these open events, yet to snap one off. Cortez, well, he showed us what he's capable of yesterday, beating Roberto Gomez. Different styles. Mario's probably more all-out potting, attacking. Cortez, well, he's like a surgeon on a table. He dissects his way through the balls, playing clever shots, clever safety shots.
And his match yesterday, he really showed the full arsenal of what he's got in the bag. Quite the cornucopia of shot making. Lee Van Corteza opened up his campaign with a shutout in his first match, beating the American Joseph Bleiler 9-0. Then, as you mentioned, beat Roberto Gomez in a battle of two Filipinos in his second round affair yesterday. 9-5 was the final there. While Mario He won 9-4 over American Ruben Flores in his opening round match. And then on a hill match, a thriller over Phong Nam Pham. 9-8 to get here to this winner's qualification matchup with Lee Van Corteza.
There's a prime example. I'm not saying it was a difficult shot, but you've still got to get the speed right. It's not like he just rolled the ball behind another. He had to play a stun shot. Very easy to hit that ball too hard. Kicking this ball is easy for Mario, but you've got to try and kick it safe. 2 rails. Two rails, and it's not going to be safe. Yep, he's not left the pot, but so Levi can manufacture another good safety shot. Let's see what he's got for us.
The 44-year-old is a China Open 9-ball champion from a decade ago. Has won 4 gold medals at the Southeast Asian Games, so a very decorated player from the Far East.
Talking of good matches, over on table 2, Jeffrey De Luna. He's starting his match out. He's playing Alyosha Yap. Alyosha Yap with that fantastic run. I believe it was a couple of years ago to the final of the US Open. As Cortez plays another smart safety shot.
Mario He just turned 30 years of age a couple of months ago. The Austrian known as the Panda, semi-finalist at this year's World 9-ball Championship.
Oh, nicely done, well controlled. That keeps him at the table. Yeah, he's no pot on the 2, but it's all about making the 1 ball. Here's another look.
He had a lot of table to cover in that jump shot. But now nestled up against the 6.
Wants to get the cue ball close, otherwise you sacrifice the jump shot. And this is what Cortez is just weighing up. Can he get over the ball? I think he's going for the short stick. That's the difference when you're playing safeties in 9-ball. If you get the cue ball touching, let's say the purple 5 ball, it takes this option away from your opponent. Wasn't tempted by the pot there. Felt like he couldn't get on the red 3 ball. Always have to go for the lowest ball on a pool table in the game of 9-ball. If you're tuning in for the very first time, it's a funny game, is 9-ball. It's not like the game of 8-ball where you take solids and I take stripes. Both players are shooting the same ball. So you can see on the bottom of your TV screens, the graphic. The 2 ball is the lowest ball on the table, which is the blue ball.
So much more strategy, gamesmanship involved in this discipline. And these two grinding over, trying to pot this 2. It's taken some doing. It still might be a while.
Yeah, it's like a little game of chess on a pool table. You don't want to sell out. Never really used to enjoy the safety side of the game, but as I've got older, I sort of really enjoy it now. A couple of options here. You can go full or thin. This is a miss hit though. This has gone wrong, so he's going to need a little bit of luck. He hasn't got it, so small chance for Mario He in the opening rack.
Looks like he might be able to slot it in that side pocket. Doesn't have a lot of room. Goes for the corner and comes up short.
Yeah, when he struck the 2 ball, you could see the way he was stood. He knew he didn't hit this right. That's the pool player's instinct. You could see, look, staring at the 2 ball. He knew he'd missed that ball. He was so concerned about getting the cue ball to cannon the red ball, he forgot to pot the ball. This is deep in the pocket though. This can be awkward at times. Let's look at the blue too. How deep that is in that pocket. Doesn't want to hit the 4. Okay.
Cue ball comes around nicely on the 4.
playing for the 5 brown 7 combination. Can't really get close to his work, but that is ideal. He's left himself nice and straight on this combo.
He should fancy his chances of finishing the table at this point.
Yeah, just kill the cue ball, play a stun shot, watch the cue ball stop. Speed is key. He wants to get away from the 9-ball, which he does. Now he's probably going to have to draw this cue ball off the left long rail. And he'll play this with right hand English, so when it hits the rail, it pulls back up towards the 8-ball. Don't think he can go forward off 2 rails. So watch the spin Levan puts on the cue ball. Watch the spin, he's got too much into it, watch out, corner pocket.
Well, it's okay, but I would have liked it to slow down just a little sooner. That was the problem with the cue ball continuing to roll there, created an angle that left himself vulnerable to that miss.
Well, I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say it. This is why we've tightened the pockets up to 4 inch. Still big enough to play the game. Let's not get naive about it. But your cue ball's got to be better. The fact that Levan lost the cue ball left himself a tricky 8. He missed it. He takes the first. It was a rack full of mistakes.
Well, Mario, he takes advantage. European champion, also World Cup of Pool winner from half a dozen years ago. And he is on the board first here in this winner's qualification match. As we take you out to table number 5, where Earl Strickland is in a match right now. Strickland trying to keep his hope alive after losing in a hill match yesterday on day number 2. He's 5-2 up here. The 62-year-old legend trailed by a lot yesterday in his opening round match, made a terrific rally. The crowd gathered round, just unable to go the distance and pull it out. Lost 9-8, but he's been in this position before, needing to rally, and it looks like he's doing it here on table 5.
Still plays the game so well, 62 years of age. Still practices very hard. Knows the game better than anybody else in the room.
That's interesting. This is obviously a game you can play into your later years, into your 60s and beyond, like Strickland has proved, but have you ever found, or has anybody ever talked to you about what maybe the ideal age is for a top-notch pool player?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the fact that we have all ages competing shows you it's very versatile, but I think at one point, around mid-30s we used to think, but some of the best players right now are mid-20s. This break will work out very nice because I think he can get to the 2 by hitting the rail first. Watch the cue ball, just glance the rail, that sends the cue ball up towards a 3, but this is too pacey.
Let's see if he has a shot in that side pocket, or is it too risky?
He may try and get the cue ball in behind the 8 ball. It's not easy to get it touching the 8. Sometimes you can't always get the cue ball hooked on another ball, so he might have to take his medicine here and just make sure you get the hook. He's changed his mind. He must be clipping off the edge, trying to get the cue ball near the 9. Yep, that's what he's played. Watch out, scratch.
Would have helped with some contact off the 9, but now ball in hand for Levan Corteza, who had a late miss on the 8 in that opening rack, allowing Mario He to step in for a routine victory. And now Levan trying to bounce back and level this match. Could not get the 4-7 combo.
Just the 2 racks in, and Cortez has made a couple of glaring errors, gifting opportunities to He. Playing for the purple 5 in the centre.
Mario He has always been good at the strategy games. He was a chess player as a young man, was even a state champion growing up before he committed his career to pool full-time. And looking for a 2-0 lead now on Levan Corteza. In his 3rd round match here today, is playing an opponent from a 3rd different country. And he is leading Levan Corteza 2-0 now in this winner's qualification match. Race to 9 on table number 1. And Levan Corteza will no doubt be thinking that he hasn't played all that poorly, just a few mistakes that have allowed Mario He to just step in and take advantage. He has not had to do much heavy lifting, has not had to grind. He's basically just taken what Levan Corteza has given him, and that's why he's up by 2.
5-time US Open champion Earl Strickland. He is moving along nicely. Talking of US Open titles, the man to the right is also a 5-time US Open champion. That's why there's a healthy crowd around there. 10 titles between these two men. Can one of them get to 6?
What do you think is the most difficult thing of winning this particular event?
I think it's just a long grind, isn't it? It's just mentally, it's all mental, because you're not just gonna breeze through every match and beat everybody easy. You're gonna have to at some point probably come back from a deficit. We actually seen that with Shane when he won the World Nineball Championships. He was 10-1 down to Mika Immonen in the last 32, maybe 64 round. And he won 11-10. 10-1 down in that match. Looked like he was going out. Comeback. Unbelievable comeback. And went on to win the tournament. So you're going to have to go through all kinds of emotions.
Well, Mario, he will keep the table as he pockets the one on the side.
Maybe get the cue ball in behind the brown 7. Here it comes. What's the line like and the pace? It's okay. Well, Earl's back at the table in another rack. Absolute flying round the table.
Leading 7-2, so he's closing in on a win that will keep him in the competition.
Yeah, there'll be a noise as well when this 9 goes home. Always gets the fans watching.
So the cue ball settles in behind the 6 here. Oh, it's well done. Jump shot off a rail. Perfect speed.
Just wondering if he'll kick in behind the 3 ball here, going rail first. Just get distance. It's not easy to get the cue ball over towards the brown 7. That's what he's playing. That's what he was playing. Undecided.
It's always interesting, the longer you linger over a shot with all of that indecision. The trick is, do you eventually commit to it when the time comes? Or are you still in between shots in your head?
Here comes the rail first. Oh, did not play the cue ball in behind there. And that's if it's got in behind the 9. That was a miss hit.
He's going to elevate this one. The 9 providing just enough of a block. Oh, no. Let's see. He does go airborne. Just misses on the side.
Good effort. Here's another look. Look how close the 3-ball goes. Just catches the bottom jaw.
Mario got a break. He had a miss hit on his last shot, but fortunately the cue ball was just enough behind the 9 that it made it difficult for Corteza. So now Mario back on the table.
Nice shot. Nice shot indeed. Really taking the game to Corteza. Still early doors. Only 2 racks in. Corteza could have won both them racks, to be fair.
Now laboring over the 3. And another tricky shot coming up for Corteza here. The cue ball on top of the 7. He's got the 5 block in the upper corner.
First glance, this shot looks quite awkward. Doesn't look like there's an obvious safety. Good effort that. You could see the plan.
Trading turns on the 3-ball here. That could be the key to this rack. Where's the opening going to come?
This is what you expect as the level of player goes higher. Players are going to play more quality shots. So safeties have to be better to enforce mistakes. Well, I think he can consider himself a little bit unfortunate there. What a bank. Jacked up. Had to hit the three fairly thin as well. No shot on the 4-ball. Cue ball will need to land on the 4. Wasn't far away.
Well, it rattles out, but now Levan Corteza has his first real opening of this rack. A chance to go on a run for the first time. In search of something just to establish a flow to his game here. He has gifted Mario He a couple of racks in the early going. But now his best chance to get on the board here. A guy who shut out his first opponent, the American Joseph Bleiler, in round 1. 1-9-5 over Roberto Gomez, his fellow Filipino, in round number 2 yesterday. Got the cue ball rolling forward, and now this to have the lead of Mario He. Two-one. Both of these players at a similar level, so you would expect this to be a tight match, and just one rack separating them after the first 3 in this race to 9 in a winner's qualification match. Loser not out of the tournament, but we're working our way towards that point where it's going to be single elimination once we get down to the last 64 here in Atlantic City. Third day at Harrah's on the Jersey Shore. And all the tables still in use as we whittle down the field, and these are the other matches in progress right now. Garcia leading the American Lombardo over on table 11, 4-0 at this point. Dong Kwok Hang on table 21 with a 5-rack lead on Daniel Charlo of the U.S. They are 7 apiece over on table number 8, the most tightly contested match going on right now. And now back on the featured table, where Levan Corteza has the honor.
Shane Van Bonen was 2-1 down in his match against Marco Ducha. Tough match over there for Shane. Very underrated Dutch player, can cause SVB some problems. Also problems for Corteza, because a dry break gets Mario back to the table, and it's an opportunity for a very quick rack. Pot the 1 in the corner and try and set yourself up for a very makeable combo.
He's got the 2-9 bottom right. And can he pull this off now? The 2-9 combo for a 3-1 lead. Oh, he missed it.
Had to be made. It was not dead set. So whenever you have to make a combo like this, you can miss it, but I didn't expect him to miss it. Actually missed it by a long way in the end.
Yeah, didn't even clip the corner. Off the rail instead. So a lifeline for Lee Van Corteza. Corteza, the 44-year-old, who is, of course, from the Philippines, but now lives close to here in New York, just a few hours north of Atlantic City. And over on table 8, they've reached a hill point. First hill match on this day 3.
Yeah, that's Lucas at the table, the young American. Hooked on the red 3 ball. Yeah, he's made contact. Where's the cue ball gone? Is it going to go behind the 8? Well, he holds his hand up, so he's got away with one. Keep you posted, as always, on the scores. If you want to see the scores yourself, just go over to matchroompool.com website and you'll easily find the live scores. Keep up to date with all the tables.
Van Corteza potentially on his way to getting back to within 1 rack.
It's a little short of pace, that. Now he's going to have to play a cannon, I believe, into the 9 ball. Try and set this ball up. Ball into the bottom left corner. Don't want to play this too hard. The softer you play it, the more chance the pocket has got to swallow the ball up. There it is.
Well, he had a dry break to begin the rack, but then got back on the table when Mario He missed the 2-9 combo. He never got back to the table. Van Corteza got his first real break of this match, and he is able to level at 2-all. So he did have a chance for a quick rack for a 3-1 lead. Instead, we're all even on table 1 as we take you back to table 8. And again, this is the hill match going on. This is the American Lucas on the table here. 2.5 hours in. 17th rack. Last few balls to decide who moves on the winner's side.
Yeah, Lucas currently sits at 7th on the one-year Mosconi Cup ranking list, so talk about an important 2 balls here for the young man.
Automatic spot available after this U.S. Open, the final one after the Hanoi Open in Vietnam, and then a couple of wild card picks. So put yourself in position, make a good run here at your home major. And it looks like that's what he is going to continue to do.
Lefty cue ball on the rail. Talk about leaving yourself a little test of it. Looks a very good solid cueist, does the young man. And the 9 balls there. You can see the delight from Lucas. What a win. Hill.
2.5 hours of work, but he advances. First Hill match of the day here at Harrah's in Atlantic City. Dong Kwok Hong is about to finish off Daniel Charlo of the U.S. over on table number 21. Same score for Yanni Yuski on table 12. Ko Ping Chung is getting close to that same margin on table number 7, so a lot of wide spreads here at the moment. Midday on this 3rd day at the U.S. Open. Shane Van Boening down 2 racks on table 3, with that match a little more than half an hour old. Here on table 1, we are 2-all after 4 racks. Lee Van Corteza, Mario He in a winner's qualification match.
Table 19, battle of the old European Mosconi Cup buddies. Niels Fayen. He's playing Darren Appleton. Good to see Darren Appleton back at the table after his health scare. Seems to be playing okay as well. He's tied at 3-3, so that's a big match there for Darren. That's winner's qualification round also.
46th edition of this U.S. Open that was first held in Virginia and for so long was held down in that state. The origins of the sport from the state of Virginia from back in the 1920s, and now a few hours north here. Harrah's Atlantic City has become a new home for the U.S. Open and a great facility, terrific ballroom. The pressure, the stakes, the atmosphere will all continue to evolve over these next few days as we build towards the conclusion. And who will it be once the field narrows down to those precious final slots where the tension really mounts? These are the players competing to get to the single elimination portion, which is the last 64. And Lee Van Corteza with another dry break here. That's 2 in a row for him. He got away with it in the last rack after Mario He went for a 2-9 combo early, missed it, and then Corteza ran the table from there. Will he get another break here after failing to pot a ball in this rack off the break?
Plays the push. May find himself getting this one back if he's hooked, because it's not an easy kick safe. All depends on if he can get through the gap. I think he can, otherwise Lee Van would have probably said carry on, pal, a little sooner. Well, there you go. He's passed it back. What's Mario he got in mind? Usually when a player plays a push out, they're always thinking of a sneaky little plan.
Over the top. So on the push out, are they thinking make the shot difficult enough that your opponent probably can't make it, but just inviting enough that they may take it on?
Yeah, sort of. That's pretty much spot on. And also, these players, don't forget, they play all year on the World Nineball Tour. They've played matches against each other a lot, so you kind of can get a little feel of players' weaknesses. Some players are known as fantastic potters of the ball, so you may roll out to leave a long pot. Mario fancies himself as a jump shot player, but he's missed it. He's going to get away with it though. Look at this. This is just kind of what's going on in this match at the minute. It's been a bit of a slow start. Only 4 racks.
Yeah, early in each rack, we've had several safety shots and just some rollouts where players just haven't been left with much. Some missed pots, but hasn't created many genuine opportunities.
This is going to set up though. It was a good effort, the kick. He hit it quite full, didn't he? But Mario's got a chance now. It's all about the red 3. Does it pass the green 6 ball into the top left? De Luna, he's not hanging around, 4-1 over Yap. Good to see De Luna back in a big major. He's been having a little time away from the World Nineball Tour. Yeah, wanted a little bit more of an angle there, did Jeffrey, so he's going to have to come with a good shot, but I'll tell you what, he probably possesses the most cue power on the circuit, does Jeffrey De Luna.
It's going to work well. 3 up against the 9, but more importantly, the cue ball nestled between the 6 and the rail there at top.
De Luna missed the 8 ball on table 2 because of the poor positional shot on the brown 7. You got to be careful what you're doing on a pool table. So from one Filipino mistake to another, Corteza misses the kick, Mario ball in hand.
Things are starting to open up for Mario here. Good display with the way the balls are spread for him now as he looks to reclaim the lead here. Has never trailed in this match, that continues to plod along. Just about an hour old and just 4 racks in. So much consternation early in racks and a lot of safeties. Taking a while to pot some of these lower numbered balls. Now a chance for a quick run here for the Austrian. This is Shane Van Boning over on table number 3. He is 3-1 down in his match, so trying to bounce back here on day number 3.
Don't want to keep harping on about the shot clock, but I think we're seeing another match here, Steve, where this rule will be brought in because far too much time being wasted in between shots.
And we've seen a lot of time taken. Players backing off shots, changing cues, rethinking over and over.
Yeah, and I'm only saying it because obviously the shot clock comes in for the final 16. When we go live on TV around the world. So the players are more than used to playing under a shot clock. Just gets rid of that dead time, that time where players, if they're struggling, they get up and down 3 or 4 times on a shot. We've seen it in this match time and time again. We're only 5 racks in, 3-2 to Heat.
Yeah, sometimes players don't know what's good for them. You just have to install it and let them adjust. But for Mario Heat, he's all right with the way things are at the moment. He's back in the lead here. Ko Ping Chung also in the lead over on table number 7. Big lead for Garcia on table 11. 7-2 for Roland Garcia over on table number 10.
Really is a who's who of the world of pool. Chang Jung Ling going undercover, phenomenal player. He leads 4 racks to 0 in his match. Darren Appleton's took the lead over Niels Fine, 4-3.
Well, that's been a difference in this match, is the quality of the break. Mario He has been consistently able to pocket that one, while Ivan Corteza has already had multiple dry breaks. Got away with one as he was able to reclaim the table later on and eventually won the rack, but you never want to go too long struggling with the break. Eventually it catches up. Now what does he have with the 2 here?
Doesn't go in the corner. He may play the 2 into the 8. That will slow the 2 ball down. Draw the cue ball in behind the red ball. Got to hit a rail. Got to hit a rail. Did the cue ball. I think the cue ball just bumped. And the 8 ball, that also bumped. Not the best shot because he's left this. Look at the cue ball. Did that touch? Yeah, it just touched, but luckily the 8 did. After contact, a ball must always strike a rail. The cue ball, any ball, unless you're potting the ball. She's enjoying a fried chicken now, watching the putt.
Yeah, if you didn't touch a rail, you would see all kinds of bizarre safety shots with the ball only traveling an inch or two maybe on several successive shots. So that's why that rule's in there.
Go on, get a chip. It's making me hungry, that.
Now the fish and chips. Don't often have that as a primary delicacy here on the Jersey Shore, but for everybody that's come over from Europe, they'll take it.
Maybe a little piece of this 2 ball sticking out. You can only really use the purple 5 to try and keep it as a block or get distance. Oh, you could see quite enough, but it's going to leave a pot here. Yeah, this is a chance for Mario. What's gone wrong? Got to pot this ball with a bit of right and spin, get it over to the left side of the table. How's the speed here? Needs to slow down. Yeah, it's not bad. And use the top rail.
Neither player has led by more than 1 rack here. And now a legitimate opportunity for Mario He to take a 2-rack lead.
A little bit of noise coming from the SVB table.
And now this for 4-2.
Yeah, things are going 2 by 2 here on table 1. He took the first 2, then it was Corteza, this 9-ball. And he takes the next, 4-2 now.
The Panda, as he is known, leading by 2 racks on table number 1. But by no means a certainty. Elivan Corteza is the type of player who can go on an extended run. If he gets the right layout, the right opportunity, he can certainly rip off a few racks.
That is SVB playing on the right-hand side table. Jason Shaw's just warming up on table 5, just to the left. Shane's in a tough little battle there. He's playing Marco Deutscher, Dutch player, now lives in New Zealand. Very good player. That match is pretty tight. I'm not 100% sure what the scoreline is at the moment, but he was down 2-1.
Shane Van Boning down 4-2 right now at the moment. As we're back on table 1, Mario He leading 4-2 as well. And like clockwork, 1 ball side pocket on the break. And a pretty good break here. Sets up nicely for him.
Yeah, he's one of the better breakers we see on the circuit. He's been rewarded here. Nice split.
What's the biggest skill or the best attribute that you find for a player to have to be a successful, consistent breaker?
I think it's not an easy thing to practice, the break. I know Shane, who's regarded as the best breaker in the game, I know he spends hours perfecting that, so maybe it can go a little unlooked. Maybe players practicing other things rather than spending a lot of time on the break. I know when this break rule was brought in, a lot of players will have been practicing it because it was new. But it's all about finding your sweet spot. Try and find a little, maybe an aim for another ball in the pack or something, because it's not easy to keep trying to aim at that yellow ball. I know Jason Shaw does something with the ball behind the 1 ball, the 2nd ball, if you like. I suppose it's the old cliche. You only get out of something what you put in. Position's gone wrong for Heath here, so he's got a testing pot. Good news is the cue ball will naturally come back down the table. That's what it's faced with, that's the angle. Well rescued, but where's the cue ball going? Doesn't want to be straight. Straight causes you problems.
Could shortly be staring at a 3-rack lead.
Yes, remember when we flicked over to table 2, DeLuna was 4-1 up. That match is now 4-3. Yap's won the last couple and he's at the table looking really good to tie that match up.
First player with a 3-rack lead. The break and run for Mario He. And he is up 5-2 on table 1. As we quickly switch over to table number 2, where things have tightened up. Jeffrey DeLuna leading by a rack, but it's about to be 4-all. Even terms on table 2. A little more of a spread next door on table 1, where Mario He leads Levan Corteza by 3 in this match that is just more than an hour old. Garcia on table 10 leads by 2 racks. It's tied on table 20. Garcia with a lead on Lombardo over on table 11, 5-1 in their match here on this third day at the U.S. Open. Mario He with a break and run in the last rack. And back to it here now, up by 3.
As he watches the cue ball slide into the side pocket, this should be a quick rack. Only 6 balls on the table. Look at the gap the cue ball found. Off a couple of rails straight into the pocket. On the other table, Yap did win that rack, so he's come back from 4-1 down to tie the match up 4-4. Been to a couple of semi-finals now, Mario. I remember that famous when he lost at the European Open a couple of years ago. Playing his good friend Albin Ocean. Should really have won the match, kind of threw it away, blown it. But he's one of them players a little bit like Sanchez Ruiz 2 years ago, where very good players, very dangerous, but not quite set the world alight yet. Kept knocking on the door. Obviously Ruiz has opened that door in style and so much. Oh, that didn't go in clean, but it went in. Said it was going to be a quick rack. Corteza, another rack on the board. I think Mario may be having a timeout. Yeah, he is. He's just asking the referee, just because it's Corteza's break, he's just making sure. Sometimes in some tournaments you can't take a timeout when it's the other player's break off. Obviously we play winner breaks here. Mario just confirming that. That's the US Open arena. Multiple tables. You can literally get up to any table you wish and watch all the action. SVB's in action. Currently 6-2 down, the 5-time champ. He's in a little trouble. It is winner's qualification, so if he does go on to lose, he will have one more chance, but things can start to get a little dicey, so he's got to try and make something happen. He's on the purple 5, and that's not bad.
When you're in a situation like that and you know you have a second life and you're not out of the tournament if you lose, does that change the way you play at all?
It might make you actually focus a little more. I know that sounds mad because he's going to be focusing now, but you just go into survival mode, don't you? Because you know one more loss and you're going home. So winner's qualification round is always a funny one because you feel like, oh, you've made it to that important section of a tournament where you get 2 bites at the cherry to qualify, but if you lose, you go in survival mode. But SVB's seen it all, done it all. He's come back from these type of matches and he's going to win rack number 9. He trails Thucher 6 racks to 3. We'll keep you posted on how that match unfolds. That's Jeremy Sosa. He's playing Jason Shaw. That match has just started out.
Shane Van Boening with a shutout of John Moody Sr. in his last match. Ran him off 9-0. Only allowed Andrew Finnegan 2 racks in his opening round match. The Brit lost by 7. So up until today, through 2 matches, Shane Van Boening had only dropped 2 racks, but now is down by 4. And in the biggest fight he's had so far here in the first 3 days. Third day of competition, and 2 more to go. I should say 3 more to go. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So almost to the halfway point. And of course the business end coming up, where all of the attention will be focused on Friday and Saturday as we get down to the last matches and get prepared to crown a new U.S. Open champion here at Harrah's in Atlantic City. Starting with over 250 players on Monday. Ralph Suke over here on the outer tables, up 2-0 in the early going. Still early enough in the tournament that most of the tables are in use, but quickly knocking the field down. And we are double elimination all the way to the final 64. Now it's where it becomes single elimination and the stakes really increase. All right, back on table number 1, Lee Van Corteza. Trailing by 2. Third dry break for him.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen Lee Van on this table, and the break, well, it's just not been good enough. He's going to need to improve that if he's going to want to go on a real deep run here this week. Don't know if he can get too close to the 2, so he might just have to sacrifice that and just leave himself a long shot on the 2 ball. Power stun shot off the right hand side rail. Oh, he's missed an opportunity there. Just mistake after mistake in this match.
Yeah, more racks have been won by virtue of mistakes from players than others just taking the initiative. What do you do on the 3?
Needs a little bit of luck. Well, Cortez has got a tester into the side pocket. Cue ball will float down towards the 4. Just got to be careful about your pace. You don't want to hook yourself behind the 8 ball That's the danger.
Van Cortez is starting to think about getting to within one rack here. Trailed by 3 not too long ago.
You could see it catch the rail, couldn't you? As soon as it hit the 6 ball, it glanced the rail. Watch it here. Or maybe not. I thought that was a replay sight.
Boy, will that be the difference between 5-4 and 6-3 in this match.
Potting the 6 ball is not the problem. It's getting the cue ball away from the pocket, back for the 7. Jump, draw shot rather. Oh, I'll tell you what. He will be delighted where that's finished. It could have gone anywhere. Cortez's fault, mind. He was the one who missed the 6.
Van Cortez has to be thinking about some of the misses here so far in these first 9 racks that are contributing to his deficit. It is about to be 3 racks once again. He has had one break and run, but several of his other victories here in this match have come from opportunities that Van Cortez has presented him. He's just been opportunistic. And now he's doubled up Van Cortez for a 6-3 lead. That's what can happen. One mistake and you go from potentially trailing by only 1 rack to down by 3 here. And now Mario He 3 away from a win. Shane Van Boning has taken another rack, still trailing, but 6-3 now in the corner of the ballroom. First time that he has really been tested here in these first few days at this U.S. Open. He has just steamrolled through his first 2 matches, but now not only facing his first deficit, but a pretty hefty one at that. And now trying to start the road back. Meanwhile, Mario He up 6-3 on table 1.
Nineball's close, doesn't go in. Makes the 1 ball, stays at the table. Galuna's now 5-4 down over on table 2. 4-1 up, so he's lost the last 4 racks. Technically he could pot this ball, but it's so thin he can't control the cue ball, but he could pot it. I don't believe he'll play the pot. Using the 8 ball as a blocker. It's not going to be difficult for Corteza to hit this, but sometimes you're just forced into playing a safety like that. You can't always get the ball locked onto another, so the jump shot is available. Very easy to hit this ball. Corteza's trying to get it safe though. Purposely trying to get the cue ball up towards the top of the table. I'm not saying he was trying to get it there, but he knew the green, the 3, the 9, the purple 5, even the pink 4 was all in a nice area where he could get away with it and get lucky. He's a big favourite to pot the 2 ball. It's near enough over the pocket. Got to get the cue ball out though and round. Yeah, this is the problem. At least he can see the 3 ball though.
It definitely has a path here. Corteza can also see the 3, but also a difficult shot coming up. Now that 3 ball kept on rolling, settles in behind the 7. Neither player can get a clean enough crack at it here in these last few shots to really feel confident about it.
was a good effort, wasn't it? It was very close. Rail first as well. What a shot that would have been. Corteza can't get through to the 3. And I don't know if he can stretch over for the jump shot, so he may have to kick this off the right hand side. Rail. SVB is at the table. This is to win another rack to bring it back to 6-4. He was down in this match, so the SVB comeback is on.
Lee Van Corteza hoping for the same thing here on table 1. The 3 ball was the key here to this rack.
Yap takes the lead over De Luna. De Luna had the lead in that match 4-1. It's now 6-5 to Yap. Corteza with a little thin one into the side pocket. Not ideal position, but he takes care of it.
And he hangs around. Back to within 2. For the oldest of 5 brothers, Lee Van Corteza, growing up in the Philippines, now living in New York, the 44-year-old, and quite a champion over the years in Southeast Asia. 4-time gold medalist at the Southeast Asian Games. China Open 9-ball champion a decade ago. Here this week at the U.S. Open. He's off to a fine start, but needs to rally here in this winner's qualification match. Down 6-4. Well, in some of the other matches around the hall, Chang Jung Lin with a 7-0 lead out on table number 17. Chris Smelling leading by 1 in a tight match on table 4. And as you mentioned before, Darren Appleton with a slim 1-rack lead as well. David Al-Kaidi, 6-5 in his match, currently ongoing here at Harrah's as well. Now the dry break has been the problem for Lee Van Corteza here. Already 3 of them in this match. Not this time though.
Yeah, and the 2 balls coming up the top end of the table where the cue ball is, so he's got to look at this blue 2. Mika Immonen is in a little bit of trouble. He's on the loser's side of the draw. He's playing Yumadorma and he's down 7-6. Could we be losing 2-time US Open champion? Keep you posted. Now can Corteza get down for the red 3? He's got a bit of an angle, not much. just get the sense things have started to heat up a little bit here at the 46th US Open Pool Championship. Always seems to be the case. The opening couple of days seems to just be tickling over and just moving along nicely, but day 3, this is where things start to happen. Judgment Day. Has he found that little window? Cheeky little shot.
Comes back nicely for the 4. Lee Van Corteza with a shutout in his opening match, beating Joseph Bleiler 1-9-5 over Roberto Gomez yesterday. Could be looking at his first break and run here in this match today.
Ball needs to slow down. Overrun his position. May not be able to get close to the 8 ball now, so he may have to leave it around centre of the table to play the 8 in the same pocket as this brown 7. Should still be okay.
Another roll or two could have been in some trouble, but looks like he'll be all right here. Considering the troubles he's had breaking, he will lament what could have been earlier. But at the same time, looking ahead at what could still be to come, as he is once again back within a rack. He's ripped off the last 2, and it's now 6-5.
Yeah, he's hanging on in. He's doing okay, because it's been a grind for Corteza. It's not been his usual performance, so he's having to play B-game pool. This does happen. This is what you've got to do. Over on table 10, we have Hill action. Konrad Yushashin is at the table, and I think he's playing Roland Garcia. He's on the pink 4 ball. It's quite long. Has he made it? He's not. Yushashin misses the 4. Garcia gets a look.
That could be it too. Hill, the way the balls are laid out, he may not get back to the table at this point. Lee Van Corteza has had to really work. He's been down by 3 racks on 2 different occasions and has fought his way back each time. Now trailing by 1 on the break here on table 1.
Started to make the one ball, isn't he? Another opportunity here. Garcia gets the job done. He'll win over Konrad Juszyszyn from Poland. Big win. May have to play for the purple 5 into the right centre, just because, well, it's the only real pocket it can go in from where this pink 4 is. So it's just got to get past the 8 ball. Unless he can play it with loads of left, but I don't think he'll do that. Yeah, it's just then you see the cue ball coming out. That's ideal.
Now this is the type of extended run that Levan Corteza is certainly capable of. Just needed to sharpen up his breaking skills to give himself the chance. Been a while since his opponent Mario He has seen the table.
Table 2 is tied at 6-6 as well. Table 1 could be following suit.
Levan Corteza in position to run consecutive racks off the break.
Just wants to be careful with this one. Yeah, he's made it. That's okay. Now the 9 ball will go in either corner pocket. It's off the rail enough not to worry Corteza. This is ideal. This will not cause the Slayer, that's his nickname, any problems. Not been a good performance so far, but what he has done, he's been resilient. This for 6-6.
Back-to-back break and runs for Levan Corteza. Mario He has not gotten out of that chair in quite a while now, and the way Levan Corteza is rolling, you wonder when he's going to get up next. It is 6-all. He's won the last 3 racks all together. 3 away from a victory. Mario He has led by 3 on 2 occasions, but Levan Corteza has been resilient, and this has turned into quite a battle here. Shane Van Boning Down 8-4 now, over on table number 3. That match an hour and a half old, so his opponent on the hill. Still double elimination, so SVB would not be out as of yet. Valiant fight back, but may not be enough. Down by 4 and on the verge of a loss here. This has been an interesting match. Some mistakes from this man, Levan Corteza, in the early racks led to Mario He establishing a lead, and it took a while, but now he seemed to have found his rhythm. Pots the 4 off the break. Well, seems to be in a good spot once again.
Yeah, things have slightly turned around in this match. Corteza, well, he's just broken off and he's on for a 3-pack, running the previous 2. Wants this to come away from the 7. Yeah, that's okay. Didn't play for there. DeLuna's at the table to take the lead again. These matches on day 3 are all going to the wire. 7-6 DeLuna. His fellow Filipino also at the table to try and take his match to 7-6. He's okay here. The fact that the cue ball has not become hampered with a 7 means he's fine. It's been a good match, this, in the sense of we've had a little bit of everything. We've had the good, the bad and the ugly. But overall, I think both players won't be delighted the way they've played. I mean, if Corteza can come back and win the match, of course he'll be delighted with the comeback, but overall it's been a match with a lot of mistakes. That was the base of the cue ball. Oh, that'll work out okay. Run of the ball favouring Corteza in the 3rd part of this match.
Just not giving Mario He any openings here. Been sitting there quite a while. And the challenge now just to keep your focus and stay engaged. But at this point, hoping for a mistake from Levan Corteza, but while he made some earlier, he has cleaned it up. And now trying to run his 3rd rack in a row off the break. Now been over 20 minutes since Mario He has gotten up out of the chair. This is going to be 3 in a row. And 4 racks in a row overall. 3 straight break and runs, though, for Lee Van Corteza. And now gets a rare lead here in this match. For the most part, it's been Mario He on top, but Lee Van Corteza finally takes the lead here late in this winner's qualification match. And well, I tell you what, I wonder if Mario's going to ever get out of that chair.
Yeah, Corteza's on a 3-pack.
What's the longest you've ever sat and watched your opponent? Has it ever been a full match?
No, I've never. It's never happened a full match. I've never even seen a full match, to be honest. That would be quite some feat to win the lag and do the set. Often said, like, it'd be good if we had some massive prize for that type of achievement. Right. Maybe in the future. Probably 6 or 7 racks, maybe six racks. These are the scores around the arena. Fedegorti's in action early in his match against America's Nicolas De Leon. 4-2. Gorst leads. Al-Qaeda, he's out there, 7-5. Suitcase 4-2 down. SVB 8-5 down. Could he be going over to losers qualification? This is going to sit up. He's on for a 4-pack in this match, a match where he was down big, struggling.
And one of the reasons he was down early is because he was having trouble on the break. I mean, you look at the score now and the way he's playing, you would not know that Lee Van Corteza has had 3 dry breaks in this match, but that was the case early. Just couldn't buy one off the break, but since then, he's been smooth, he's been solid, has not missed a break, and as you said, he's in position to go 4 straight on the break and run here, and that would put him on the hill.
Yeah, and you just look where the balls are. That it's not difficult, this. It would take something big to mess this table up. Probably this shot right here, but saying that, he'll just come over to the left. No, he's good here.
Tricky when you really have to reach for one to keep everything fluid and steady. Well, this could go quick in this rack.
Yeah, that's bounced off the rail nicely.
He at one point led 5-2. He also led 6-3. But since that point, this man, Lee Van Corteza, has not dropped a rack. Trying to win his 5th in a row. And what would be his 4th straight break and run.
Choosing to go forward off the top rail with the cue ball. Pace is wonderful. This leaves an easy 9 ball. in a rack which will put him on the hill, and also a rack to be on a 4-pack.
Well, he's on the money, as sharp as it gets. Lee Van Corteza. 5 racks in a row, 4 breaking runs. Mario He, what a helpless feeling it must be. All you can do is sit and watch. Nothing you can do at this point, the way Lee Van Corteza is playing. He leads by 2. He's on the hill. And he'll break for what could be the deciding rack here momentarily. Day 3 at this 46th U.S. Open. Harrah's in Atlantic City. 3rd of 6 days of competition, almost to the halfway point. We'll have 3 days to go after we finish up here this evening. And Lee Van Corteza trying to vault himself into true contention. With the weekend looming, Mario He just hoping he can get there. Even if he doesn't get up, even if he loses this match, he'll still be alive. Loser's qualification would be next for him. But for Lee Van Corteza, he just hopes to keep it rolling. He's already won 2 matches, hoping to make it 3 in a row here. And now run 1 rack away. Here's the opportunity for Mario He. Fourth dry break of this match for Lee Van Corteza, but the first since the early portion.
Yep, he's been a spectator for Corteza's 4-pack, but he's back at the table. He's going to have to play a safety shot.
Shane Van Boening on the right-hand side of the screen, down 8-5 with his opponent on the hill.
Just a couple of balls away, and it looks like Shane Van Boening will be going over to losers qualification round.
On the left-hand side, Mario He gets the 1, just enough behind that 7. Let's see what Lee Van Corteza wants to do. And Shane Van Boening, indeed, overall on the right, is headed to losers qualification as he drops his first match here at this U.S. Open.
Look at this cheeky shot Corteza's playing. He's going to go left rail, try and pot the 1 in the corner. If he misses the 1 in the corner, he may pot the 9-ball in the bottom right corner. And he doesn't pot any, but the main thing is, has he got safe?
Yeah, it looks like he's okay. He's got a triangle of balls between the Q and the 1. And no real avenue for Mario He to exploit.
some luck.
No. Ambitious. No, certainly not a done deal, but will that be the last shot that Mario he is able to take?
Tell you what, if he's on the 2-ball, what an effort that is, by the way. Had to play it with top left. I don't know if it's got a full pocket, but surely he can go off the rail, then glance the green 6 and still pot the ball.
It's got to be the play, it looks like. Well, he potted the 2.
Yeah, he has a shot. He's got a couple of options. Pop the ball in the corner, and he could also play the combo. It's entirely down to Levan. He's the man behind the shot. All depends on how he's feeling with the awkward queuing because of the brown 7. Bit of noise from out in the arena. The Appleton Fire match has finished. I think Fire might have got the job done.
Well, he does play the combo and is able to pot the 6. But he's got the 4 in between the Q and the 3. Didn't want that much rotation. I'd like it to stop sooner, but with that kind of pace, it was going to bounce. Looks like he's going to play the jump across the 4. Shortest distance between 2 points. And maybe thinks better of it. So after a reevaluation of his options here, gonna go with something different.
Needs to get a little bit of luck. Took a gamble. This looks like it's going to sit over the side pocket. Oh, it stops short. The latter part of this match, Corteza has definitely had the run of the ball. Mario, he's just hanging on in there.
Now this particular rack, more reminiscent of what we saw earlier in the match between these two, before Levan Corteza ran off 4 consecutive break and runs.
Oliver Sholnocki is playing Chris Mellin. That match has been going on a while. Sholnocki with a miss on the 8-ball. looks like he's hooked Chris. Difficult to see from here if Chris can go rail first. I don't know how easy or difficult the shot is. And that match is actually 8-7 for Sholnocki, so that was for the match. Niels Fine did beat Darren Appleton 9-7. So Appleton goes over to the losers qualification round. He plays Georgiev. That's at 2:30, so not long to wait. Mellin misses the kick. Fair to say Sholnocki got away with one there. So second time of asking. Can Sholnocki get the job done? Corteza, long pot on the 3. If he makes it, he should win the match, but he's missed it.
Wow.
We are seeing everything here. And again, has he got away with it? It's very thin for Mario.
It's almost the same shot that Mario had before, but from the other side of the table. Now Mario, in that position, tried to play a safety, but it didn't work out for him because the cue ball rolled past the 4 and allowed Levan Corteza to have that shot that he just flat out missed there. The 3 this time, though, a little further off the railing, so maybe an opportunity to hit it thin and pocket here for Mario. He needs this. Couldn't do it. Maybe in the end just all right, though, because he plays it safely behind the 9.
Well, Sholnocki got the win in the end. He beats Chris Mellin 9 racks to 7. He advances through to final 64. Mellin will be back shortly in the losers qualification round. So the losers of winners qualification go basically straight into losers qualification. So you get 2 bites at the cherry, and I believe Chris Mellin was 6-2 up in that match.
Yeah, one of the bigger comebacks we've seen.
Has he fluked the 3?
Oh,
wow.
Wow. That is some kind of shot. Just misses the cue ball coming back, too. Now Mario, he could be in trouble now.
Will he go for the bank shot, or will he be conservative? It's no good. When I say it's no good. Yeah, didn't want to hit the 8 ball.
You think he should have gone for the bank shot?
It was definitely there. It was definitely makeable.
No sure thing for Mario He here, though. Now what he has to realize, though, is he can't afford to miss. At this point, any shot now could be his last in this match.
Needs to find cover with the brown 7. He hasn't. found cover. If Corteza can see the right side of the pink 4, he may be tempted with the pot.
Just depends on how much that 7 is sticking out. How much does that block him out? Maybe not at all. And pretty much just exchanging positions. Cue ball back down at the bottom of the table. 7 ball still in play there. Tough pot with the 4 up top. Any way you slice it.
Going for the bank. He's made it. What a shot to stay alive in this match.
Huge pressure shot. Knowing what was at stake. Another miss could have been his last. His opponent on the hill.
Needs to find another good one. Was never really going to get good on the purple 5. He will have known that, but he was just backed into a corner.
If he gets the 5 here, he could be home free in this match, or at least in this rack.
Didn't play the pot. Don't be fooled thinking he's missed that. This is what he's played. Overcut the ball. Is he sizing up the pot? You can see a piece of this ball. He may be forced into shooting it. What else do you do?
Yeah, it might be hard to find a safety that has a better percentage than just going for the pot.
Yeah, and if he misses it, pay attention to the brown 7. That might play a part in the leave. Well, he didn't play that. He did not play that. I mean, he's good, Steve, but he's not that good.
Oh boy, I mean, if you said put the cue down and just place the balls on the table in a way that would be most advantageous for you, this could potentially be the layout.
Corteza found the funny side of it, but the man at the table playing this shot will definitely not find it funny. Difficult to kick this one safe. Could maybe go 2 rails off the top rail and the left rail and come back down into the ball. At a certain speed, you might just lay it to rest on the right side rail, but you're 8-6 down. Do you just guarantee the hit off the back rail? Tough one.
going to jump it and hope the 7 comes into play here.
I'll tell you what.
But he gets the pot. Wow.
Didn't see that one. What a shot he's played there.
That is the shot of the match. Incredible. I was thinking maybe he would leave it in the corner and the 7 would be a blocker, but now, well, this whole match could have turned around on that shot. Boy, oh boy. Leave it, Corteza. Can't believe what he just saw. Staring down the victory, but now he is looking at 8-7 here. Still on the hill, but things have tightened up. A short time ago, Mario He looked dead in the water. Levan Corteza had won 5 racks in a row. But Mario He, with the shot of the day, now is within 1 rack here. And what a match on table number 1. The Filipino and the Austrian go into rack 16 here in this winner's match. I mean, he had to hit that so delicately, so perfectly. The point of contact was non-negotiable. Boy, the swings of momentum, emotion, the pendulum has been at the extreme on both sides for these two players. Such highs and lows in this one match alone through the first 15 racks. Well, he's been very consistent on the break. Potting that 1 in the left side pocket. Tries to do it once more.
Maybe tempted to play the combination. She's still eating the chicken.
The fries are gone, though. I don't see how you do that, though. I think you got to balance it out. Chicken and the fries at the same time. Don't put away one before the other.
Difficult combo, this, because of the distance. Oh, and look where the balls have landed. He had to take it on. Wasn't far away. Just pushed it to that far jaw. Corteza with a chance now. Can he close the match out? Also trying to close the match out. Table 2. Aloysius Yap is at the table. He's 8-7 up over De Luna. De Luna was 4 racks to 1 in the lead. Can the former US Open finalist Yap advance through to the final 64?
Has to stretch here.
aim for the 3 in the same pocket. Doesn't want to be on the rail, he's perfect. Yap's also perfect. He's going to get the job done. This 9-ball in the side pocket for a good win in the end. There it is. Yap 9, DeLuna 7. DeLuna will be back. He'll go over to LQ. Losers qualification round shortly. Back to the action. This match has been a grind. It's been going on a long time, and it's hard to believe that Cortez has had a 4-pack in the match as well.
Won 5 racks in a row at one stage. He also trailed by 3 racks on 2 different occasions. And if he can close this out, it'll be 6 of the last 7 racks for him. And 3 wins in a row to start this U.S. Open.
One good shot required. He's got to find the gap. He's got to get the cue ball over to the left side of the table. And he's got to avoid 8-ball and 9-ball. Does not want to be hooking himself. Very interesting matchup entering the table 2 arena. Albin Ocean, a player who's won everything but the US Open. He's never won the US Open. 2-time world champ. Won a host of other events. Also played for Team Europe in the Mosconi Cup multiple times. He's playing Vijay Usuri, who's never played for America in the Mosconi Cup, but he's up there on the order of merit. So big match looming over there on table 2. Corteza looks like he's going to get the job done. One more good positional shot.
And in rack number 16, this to finish things off and win his 3rd match in a row here at this 46th U.S. Open. A terrific match with a 44-year-old from the Philippines, Livan Corteza, who was down 3 racks on 2 different occasions, wins 5 racks in a row, 6 of the last 7, and wins 9-7 over Mario He, who goes to losers qualification, while Livan Corteza wins his 3rd match in a row, and he moves on here at the U.S. Open in Atlantic City.
cushions. Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important. It's the best place to keep that 2 for me.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Bolton Stadium as Matchroom Multisport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
'This championship is being played with the new Arameth tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Arameth range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Arameth, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Ten weeks today, it all starts at Alexandra Palace in North London. Europe looking to make it 4 in a row against the United States in the Mosconi Cup. And in a moment, we're going to be seeing the one player who is already absolutely guaranteed to be on the US team, Skylar Woodward, as he takes on Alex Pagulayan in winners qualification here at this US Open. There you can see the scores of the matches that are going on at the moment. So while we wait for play to start in the main table, let me just take the opportunity to round up what's happened so far in the winners' qualifying round. And the big story, quite clearly, is the defeat of the 5-time US Open champion Shane van Boening, beaten 9-5 by Marco Teutjer, the Dutchman, who's just won a world ranking counting event in Adelaide in Australia recently. I would suggest, though, beating SVB at the US Open, probably an even bigger career highlight for him. Aloysius Jaap, who so nearly won this title 2 years ago, went all the way to the final. He's in single elimination after a 9-7 win over Jeff DeLuna. Oliver Szolnocki is through as well, beating Chris Melling 9-7. And that's a popular score because it was also the result as Niels Feijen beat Darren Appleton, a two-time winner of this title. David Al-Kaidi, European Open winner in Germany last month, came through 9-7 as well against Si Cha Chen. Janiuski beat Do Tae Kien of Vietnam 9-4. Chang Yung Lin cruising through 9-1 against Pius Labutus, who was a semi-finalist in the Spanish Open over the summer. Levan Corteza on the main table, a 9-7 winner against Mario He. Miguel Silva of Portugal continuing a very good 2023 with a 9-3 win over Canada's Danny Hewitt. Max Lechner, the eminently likeable Austrian, a 9-3 winner over Radoslav Babica. Moritz Neuhausen, who was part of the Germany team that got to the World Cup final in Spain in July, coasting to victory. 9 racks to 1 against To Lian Han, who was in the World Cup final last year with Singapore. Neuhausen's World Cup teammate Joshua Filler also comfortably through, 9-3 against Francesco Candela. Naoyuki Oi was a 9-4 winner against Billy Thorpe, who's been battling injury problems and has done really well to stay in the tournament this far. And Roland Garcia winning in a hill finish against Poland's Konrad Yusashin. So they are the players who are already through. All of those guys who've lost, as I'm sure you know, are still in the US Open, but they'll now have to win a match in losers' qualification round. And lots of other matches to update you on when we get a moment that are in progress in winners qualifying, including the defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who's off to a good start against Mickey Krause, but we'll tell you about all that in just a moment. So next up, it's Skylar Woodward against Alex Pagulayan. And when we saw the lineup for this winners qualifying round, Jeremy, this was one that really jumped out at us.
Yeah, absolutely. Skylar, who has shown some real good form this year, making 2 semifinals and major events, and of course Alex, who showed us some form earlier in the year, hasn't shown us quite as much of late, but he's a busy man trying to get his business going on the other side of the world, but he's played good here so far, and he's had a nice win or two, and we'll see what happens in this match. I'll tell you another big name out there that's in a fight, Fedor Gorst and Nicolas De Leon. I tell you, Nick's a dangerous player, super talented, and I think he's starting to realize he can win with some of these matches. They were knotted at 5 here just a moment ago.
Yeah, 5 all on table 18, and that's one of the matches we'll be keeping you up to date on in terms of the scores. So much to follow. Action going on everywhere you look here at Harrah's on this Wednesday at the US Open. And Skylar Woodward will get things started here.
Good break off there, and I was really concerned because the first couple breaks for Skylar, a lot of times, of course, a little adrenaline going and whatnot, he gets a little amped up, maybe gets a little quick. Very good sign there for the USA side of this match.
Skylar Woodward, 30 years of age, ranked number 15 in the world, which might seem surprising when you consider how much he's done this year, not just in the big events as you were saying, Jeremy, but he's also picked up a lot of points in tournaments of a smaller nature here in the US. I want to tell you that at the start of the year he was down at 41 in the world, well then it makes more sense. So huge strides forward in 23.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's going with the cue ball exactly here. A lot of obstacles to kind of dodge. So trying to utilize the 9-ball. And it's real close if he got there or not.
Alex Pagulayan coming to the table, 45 years of age. He's at number 62 in the world, but there's no way there are 61 better players around than Alex Pagulayan. And you alluded to it there. He doesn't play a full schedule in all these big counting events. If he did, there's no doubt about it, he'd be much higher than that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, it's getting closer, though, as far as the number of players that are at that level. And, you know, some of the score lines we saw are a little lopsided, right, in the winners qualification. You know how pool can be, but I think even here the pockets seem a little tougher. So I think that can separate even the top tier from one tier down. And it can definitely become mental. This is the biggest title in the game for most of these players, and they all want it.
It's a title Alex Pagulayan has already won. 2005 was his year. He had already been in the final 3 years before that.
Yeah, and these pool players, you think they don't want it. There's 4 or 5 of them on the practice tables that just qualified and are into tomorrow. Don't have to play anymore today, but they're right back out there tuning in their skills as much as they can. And speaking of practice, Alex was here when I arrived this morning at 9:30, knowing he wouldn't play till 1 or 2 o'clock.
Well, I know he was up early because I was down getting coffee at about 6 this morning, and Alex was walking around full of energy as ever, no matter what time of day it is.
Yeah, well, he's back in the Philippines, you know, residing most his downtime, and again, some business opportunities back there. So maybe fighting a little jet lag still.
Yeah, he's been waking up at 3 a.m. He actually came here from Thailand, where he's just been on a week's holiday.
Yeah, no excuses there, though. Alex is definitely a warrior. Pound for pound, maybe the greatest we've ever seen.
Yeah, born in the Philippines, moved to Canada when he was a teenager and became a citizen there in 2012. I'm not sure Alex, though, ever really stays in the one place long enough to even register where he lives. He's always on the go somewhere.
Yeah, well, I think his, you know, primary family still resides. Oh, my. And that's where he gets a little, you know, the backswing gets even shorter at times, got a little quick, and now kind of pushed the cue ball with that right English. The deflection got him there, and a little fortunate that 7 got away from the pocket. Now Skyler, who missed his first safety, has to play another here, and here you try to come off the right side and wrap the corner, bring the cue ball down, trying to get behind the 8, knowing you're going to leave a very long, tough shot if you miss. Looks like he's going for the long rail bank. So a couple ways to look at that. You know, he's a great banker, especially under pressure. One of the best. But he did miss that first safety. Maybe that had something on his mind. And the way I would have looked at it, though, is Alex just made a big mistake. So maybe go for the safety, leaving some kind of long shot if you don't get it after Alex, you know, missed a pretty duck 7 ball here in game 1.
Well, I think if you wanted to explain to someone the term let off, you'd show them the events of the last 90 seconds or so. Really bad miss by Pagulayan just when he looked to be cruising to the opening rack. But straight back in, and he leads Skyler Woodward 1-0 in this winner's qualification round at the US Open. So much to tell you about in the other matches. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, defending champion, 3-0 up against Denmark's Mickey Kraus. Woo Kun Lin, world semi-finalist this year with a 7-4 lead over former US Open winner Ralph Souquet. Robbie Capito of Hong Kong has won the first couple of racks against Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland. Corey Jewell, 2001 champion, just ahead of Omar Al-Shaheen at 4-3. Carlo Biado, the winner 2 years ago, got within a rack of the final last year. He's won all of the first 4 against Dennis Graba. Tyler Steyer, one of the leading American players, 5-1 down to Sanjin Pelovanovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Fedor Gorst has just won the 11th rack to lead Nicolas de Leon 6-5. Alban Ocean, two-time world champion, has taken the opener against BJ Ussery. Chris Reinhold, former Mosconi player from the US, 2-0 up on two-time world champion Torsten Homan. Imran Majid still going strong in his 50s. He leads Mieszko Fortunski by 4 racks to 1. World Masters champion Ko Pin-Yi sitting pretty at 6-2 against Sullivan Clark. It's 2-2 between Honasuto Camino and Luri Teng. Jason Shaw, the 2017 winner, 7-5 up on Jeremy Sosei. Chang Yu Lung cruising 7-0 against Tom Stavely. 3-3 between Khalido Gamdi and Alex Kazakis. And just getting started, Oscar Dominguez and Kang Lee. Victor Zielinski has won 9-7 against Finland's Kim Laaksonen.
Yeah, nice break off there, a little action on the 9. See that often. The cue ball zigzagging across the spot area. And it seems Sanjin Pelovanovic has brought his best for this third match on the qualification side. Tyler Steyer, who's been in great form, probably his best form. It's going to take one heck of a pool match to have him down 6 or 7 to 1.
Well, Pelovanovic actually had a really good 2022. He didn't get to the very final stages of any of the big events, but he did well in pretty much all of them. And then we saw him play so well in the Premier League in Leicester back in the spring. We might have been expecting a bit more from him since then.
Yeah, it's tough sledding out here, though. Even if you're in form, you have to have a little bit of the pool gods on your side. And, of course, your opponent, they could be in a little better form. And Sanjin could have got that gold medal at the World Games last year. Really, I feel outplayed Filler in the final. Just let a few things go. And another one of those super incredible talents at a very, very young age. All right, a tough push out. All the balls very open. Kind of wondering where he might go with the cue ball. Knowing he's playing a very savvy player, of course, Skyler, who kind of understands all the shots and the situations, and almost had to be something here on the bottom cushion with the cue ball for the push out.
Skylar Woodward, semi-finalist at the UK Open just at the start of summer in London. And then was in such good form at the Spanish Open, as highlighted by his 10-0 quarter-final win over Ko Pin Yi, who had just won the World Masters. And he didn't really perform in the semi-final against Dang Junhui and lost that one. Went out quite early in the European Open, last 32.
Okay, this is going to leak a little bit, but, you know, in that spot and as the levels get higher with the players and their calibers, you have to take on that shot if you're Skyler and trying to, you know, go for the aggressive safety with the 2 behind the pink. Now, sometimes it'll cost you when you don't get there. But I think, you know, we're seeing more offense and more aggression on the offensive side of things. I think you got to do so on the tactical side as well. Probably just bleeds the cue ball to the rail behind the 8-6 here. Like that. Oh, he's overhit this as well. Left nothing easy. Going away from the 3. Probably banks the 2 between the 3 and 7. Goes to the right side rail, killing the cue ball down behind the brown 7. Real natural here. He's got the purple to work with as well. Now, he went aggressive on that bank, and the thing is, you know, when you look at it, it always says if the safety's harder than the shot, but you always want to reward with a tough shot, and I think the safety's the play here. Looks like to me he's going to cue up though and try and power this ball in. He's going to try and stun 2 rails towards the spot area with the cue ball. Yeah, what a shot. Oh, I really like what I just saw there, and I'm not talking about the shot he just knocked in, but you know, a lot of players will get on with the next shot. He just really took his time there, kind of turned the page on that great shot. Just like a miss, you got to kind of regroup, and that ball came a long ways. And he'll be lucky. Yeah, he's going to get a little funny, kind of straight. And for your viewers, you would say, man, this is a nice position, but not so nice to get on the next ball. That's a real good touch, cheating the pocket and the speed control perfect.
In addition to those performances I was talking about in some of the biggest events, he's also been in the final of 3 smaller world ranking counting events here in the States so far this year. Most notable of those, the Turning Stone Classic back in January. He was 12-6 down in the final, raced to 13 against Jason Shaw, but managed to get back to 12-all before losing it in the last rack. At the final of another tournament not long after that, where he lost to Billy Thorpe in a match that went on till nearly 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and this rack here after that incredible shot on the 2 ball, he's just been an inch or 2 out of line with the cue ball. So I don't know, is he going to pull this 1 rail back across for the 7 in the lower left? Oh, he cheated it nicely. Calm stroke there, and I'll tell you, looking at these scores, these Americans are really showing a lot of heart. Jeremy Sosi back at it, 7-6 down now to Jason Shaw, 6-6 with Feder and Nick De Leon.
So nicely done by Skylar Woodward, and he levels with Alex Pagulayan at 1-all. Woodward, as we know, has already clinched the first automatic spot on the American Moscone Cup team. Shane Van Boning very strongly placed to have his spot confirmed by the end of this week. But if he's to win a record 6th US Open title this week, he's going to have to take the scenic route, because he was beaten earlier today in winners qualification by Marco Teucher. And I believe we're going to have a look at that now. Yeah, here he is. 2016 was the last time that he won it. That equalled the record of 5 alongside Earl Strickland. He's been trying since then to get number 6. But that was a significant moment in the rack that Teucher was looking for to complete victory. And from there, the Dutchman saw it out to win his match, and afterwards we caught up with him.
Marco, firstly, congratulations. A massive win against a top player in Shane Van Boning. How did you play out there today?
I wouldn't say it was the best match. I made a lot of mistakes into the match, and yeah, I think I was happy with the win. I mean, we both didn't play great, but it's just what it is sometimes, you know.
And you told us off camera just now, a couple of days ago, that you had a bit of an incident outside of the event. Do you mind sort of telling us a bit more about that?
Yeah, like we were just, I finished the practice session and finished around 3 a.m. And on the motorway, we just honestly, we're just driving on a 4-line motorway, and someone hit us with 150 kilometers per hour just in the back, in the middle of nowhere. So it's unbelievable. I mean, yeah, I'm lucky. I had my seatbelt on, and we are all okay. But yeah, I've been to the hospital and got it all checked out. I'm lucky I don't have too much, apart from like a lot of muscle pain and like just feeling sore. But yeah, it's like.
So an eventful week for Marco Teucher, and as I was saying earlier, Jeremy, he won that event with world ranking points on the line in Australia recently, but probably this is an even better memory for him, beating the great Shane Van Boning at the US Open.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marco, I've seen him play exceptional pool. I've seen him play incredible in Vegas in a few tournaments, and you got to respect a guy that comes that far for these events. I always talk about Matt Edwards having that trip from down under to all these major events. I'm surprised Matt's not here, to be fair, but good to have Marco, and what a win for him. Yeah,
and I can tell you about another winner. Wu Kunlin has beaten Ralph Souquet former US Open champion, by 9 racks to 4.
Okay, taking a lot of time here on this first shot. Made me think he didn't have a shot, but yeah, the rail speed is the one that so far has been a little alarming for Skyler. The last rack out of position quite often. You know, not a ton, but a little bit here and there. Yeah, and even though only a foot from the 3 and the 3 some foot and a half from the pocket, I don't know if he really has an offensive play. Okay, he's going to try and come near the pocket, the side rail, end rail, and up for the 4 in the right middle. Yeah, he's going to want to hit that thick. Is he going to get a little fortunate? I don't think so.
Pagulayan, former US Open winner, as I was saying. He's also been world champion in 2004. And in that case as well, he had previously been beaten in the final. Just the year prior to that, in fact. He's won the World Masters as well. Beat Mika Immonen in the final 15 years ago now.
Yeah, a little close to his work here on the 3, and the 4's near, which is good. The 5's the real problem up the table. I don't think it offers either one of the top corner pockets on your screen. So we're going to have to play some type of nice position behind the purple. Always one of the best players with the bridge. Played a lot of snooker there in Canada.
I think that was part of the reason for his trip to Thailand. He was trying to find someone over there who had a snooker cue that he particularly wanted to get his hands on.
Oh, I know he played a little bit of Chinese 8-ball lately, going over to China for 1 or 2 of those events. Is that going to be enough? That may be over the 6, making this a very awkward shot into a very difficult side pocket.
It's often the case, isn't it, in both snooker and pool, that the best players with that implement, or the rest as it's known in snooker, they tend to be the shorter guys because they're more used to using it. One player who's always renowned for his rest playing snooker is Jimmy White, who isn't particularly tall.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, it's all about your upbringing. And in Houston area, whenever I started playing pool, you didn't have to, you could get on the table. Of course, there was a lot of gambling. It wasn't like real tournaments and whatnot, so you never really used to learn the bridge with the bridge so much. And I was a tall guy and decent left-handed, meaning I could make the shots I needed to lefty. But I'll tell you, once you start fooling with the bridge, though, you kind of appreciate it, and you can actually do a lot of things with it. It's a hell of a tool. Albin Ocean on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. You can watch that table too. It's just broken game 4 with a 2-1 lead over BJ Ussery.
Yeah, Ussery's the guy we were talking about earlier, who doesn't play in many events of this sort of level, but has been accumulating points in some of the smaller American events this year, putting him in contention for the Mosconi, to the extent that he's going to go to Hanoi for the tournament there in a couple of weeks' time, where the automatic places will be finalised. So Alex Pagulayan is going to go a rack clear for the second time in the match. He leads Skylar Woodward 2-1 in this race to 9. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, has just gone 4-1 up on Denmark's Mickey Kraus. Robbie Capito of Hong Kong now leading Wojciech Szewczyk 3-0. Omar Al-Shaheen one ahead of Corey Jewell at 5-4. Carlo Biado very much on top against Dennis Graba, 6-0 there now. Sanyan Pelovanovic still going well, 7-2 now against Tyler Steyer. Fedor Gorst has fallen behind. He's lost the last 2 racks to Nicolas de Leon, who now leads 7-6. Chris Reinhold and Torsten Homan are level at 2-all. Imran Majid 6-1 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Ko Pinier leads Sullivan Clark 7-2. Honasuto Camino has a 4-2 lead over Lu Ri Teng. Jason Shaw in a real battle with Jeremy Sosei, 7-all there. Chang Yu Lung on the hill at 8-1 now against Tom Stavely. Alex Kazakis with a 5-3 lead over young Khalid Al-Ghamdi. 1-all between Oscar Dominguez and Kang Lee. So you're right up to date.
Yeah, Jeremy Sosei shown a lot of heart. Trailed 7-3 in that match with Jason Shaw, and they both know each other real well. Sosei from here in the upper northeast, and of course plays Turning Stone and a lot of big events in this area. Really, really fine player. Yeah, and you talked about Imran, right? I think Imran at 50 plus years old, or 50 now, I think he's playing his best pool. And you know, before we get to the final stages, you know, when the shot clock comes in, he's played as well as anyone. Imran's just got to get a little more used to that shot clock stage of the event. All right, I mean, look at the other rail here. I mean, you could kick the 2. Actually, kicking 2 rails underneath this, going towards the 8 with the cue ball. Let the 2 go upward. You want to hit the bottom of the 2 here, really. That's the best way to attack this. You hit the top. That's okay. Should get separation.
Speaking of over 50s, as we were there a minute ago with Imran Majid, I saw you hitting a few balls on the practice table there with some of the guys. And I remember you saying earlier in the year, Jeremy, that you might play in this to mark the 20th anniversary of your US Open win. So why did you not? Was it just a case of not having the time to prepare?
I think if I, you know, wouldn't have got the captaincy job, I would have definitely played. I just had the same kind of situation a few years ago as an assistant captain, where I played real well against one of the players fighting for points and a place on the team, and then I played another player and I played real poorly, you know, and so it's just kind of a funny situation. So I just kind of decided once I got that captaincy, I'll let the guys go at it. But I sure do want to play with these conditions and, of course, the U.S. Open, and just to be out there with all these greats.
So is it reasonable to expect we're going to see you out here again at some stage?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. More important to me, though, is we win in December. We win in December. I can sit on the sidelines all year, every year.
With a big cigar in your hand.
Yeah. All right, nice hit there, trying to keep the cue ball on the bottom end of the table. The 2's going to come out, but like I said earlier, at least you're making him earn it to a tough upper right corner.
The man who'll be trying to stop you winning is Ralph Eckert of Germany. He's here as well. You've been talking to him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've known Ralph. He used to come to Texas and stay 3-4 months at a time with one of the greats that's ever played from Texas, Bob Vanover, and learned a lot from Bob. I think Bob was, you know, his mentor, and so we used to actually compete against each other on some regional tours back in the day. And boy, don't let Ralph fool you. I haven't seen him play in a while, but back in the day, he could run out playing 9-ball.
Yeah, and we're actually going to have Ralph joining us in the commentary booth for a match tomorrow, so we can have plenty of Mosconi chat with him then.
And I'll tell you, if you ever want to learn anything about Ralph or just get to know him, and I'm sure it's out there and you can find out, but go back and watch Thorsten Holman's Hall of Fame induction. He was the man that had the speech for Thorsten, and it was one of the best ones I've ever heard in my life. I'm talking about all sports. You could tell how much he loved Thorsten and loves pool, and he really showed his wit in that speech. As a one of a kind. All right, a little fortunate on the miss here, and the kick very difficult with not much space between the 5 and 8. So he's going to have to spin this quite heavily. And when you have to do that, you can't hit it very hard. You got to ignore the 5 going up table here, or else the cue ball is going to leak. It has to be at a light speed. And he got in there too deep.
Chang Yu-Lung, who came here in good form, having just been to the final of a strong event in Connecticut with world ranking points on the line, is through to single elimination after beating the British player Tom Stavely by 9 racks to 1 in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he trying to go with inside English to go past the 6 here? I don't think a straight high ball gets you there. Yeah, I think I would stay underneath this 6. I understand it's a bit more difficult a shot up the table, but of course these players are at the table and they see those little angles much better than we do. Okay, got past it.
And having done so, he will absolutely feel he should go to 3-1 here. As you were saying earlier, JJ, he showed some great form right at the start of the year, had 3 wins over Joshua Filler, 2 of them at the World Championship, where he eventually went out in the last 32. Played really well in the Premier League. Almost got to the semi-finals there. Finished in 5th place. Last 32 of the UK Open as well, and played for Canada in the World Cup with John Morra. And they were level at 4-all with Germany, looking for a place in the quarterfinals, and then the Germans pulled away to 7-4. And with that, Alex Pagulayan does indeed lead Skylar Woodward 3-1 in the early stages of this winners' qualification match. 5-1 now for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz over Mickey Kraus. Robbie Capito leading Wojciech Szewczyk 3-0. 5-all between Corey Jewell and Omar El Shaheen. Dennis Graba has at least averted the whitewash, but still a long road back against Carlo Biado. He trails 6-1. Sanjin Pelovanovic only looking for one more. Be no great shock if he was to beat Tyler Steyer, but I don't think anyone would have seen it being as one-sided as that. 8-2 at the moment. Totally different story between Nicolas de Leon and Fedor Gorst. And it's turning into one of the matches of the tournament so far. They're level at 7-all. Alban Ocean 3-1 up on BJ Ussery on table 2. Chris Reinhold going well, 4-2 against Torsten Homan. Neshko Fortunsky has got it back to 6-2 down against Imran Majid. Ko Pin-Yi 7-3 up on Sullivan Clark. Hona Suto Camino leading 6-2 against Lu Ri Teng. And this is Jason Shaw, former winner of the title, potting the 9-ball to win the 16th rack and take it hill in what's been a great tussle with Jeremy Sosay of the US. More matches going on in losers qualification. Conrad Yusashin 2-1 up at the moment against Mark Beisterbosch, and Mario He straight back into action, leading Badr Alwadi 2-0. 3-1 to Pagulayan.
All right, he's getting those kisses down by the corner. That's what's getting balls down on the break. The one's missed again. Now a huge separation between the cue ball and that one. So even though he can see it, he may see a push out coming if he doesn't like it. Now he's a long ways away, and the problem is if he pushes out, most likely Skylar takes it. So I think he's got to come off the right side of the 1 here, go at the 2 with the cue ball. Oh, he went for the bank. It's going to be close. Wow, what an effort. Little fortunate the 1 got a little away from the pocket, and maybe Skylar can't get at it. And how Alex thinks, especially more these days, and with the tough equipment, is he wants to make it more of kind of a grind match. You know, as much tactical as possible, and you know that's a great mentality and it works a lot. But really, that's not going to win you the tournament very often. But what he thinks is, let me grind until I get as comfortable, you know, get to that comfortable state, and then I'll start to switch gears a little bit. I've seen a lot with Alex, and I think he's still in a little bit that grind mode. Well, this is a difficult one to take on, especially with not much reward. 3-4 combo, not easy. I think I come across this 2-ball. Real nice swerve in this ball to get at the 1. I think I come across this 2-ball and float the cue ball down behind the 3-4 maybe. I don't know. All right, he's coming all the way down. It looks like Albin really in tune with what he's doing over there, and I think he recognizes and knows how good a player BJ Usser is, bringing the A game there, Albin Ocean.
Yeah, Ocean leading 4-1. Not been his favourite tournament, this, the US Open, in terms of how he's done at it. Obviously, he'd have it as a big target in his career. Well, probably the biggest now because he's been world champion, so the next thing you obviously want to do is win the US Open.
Man, he's one of those types of guys. We know he hasn't had the year he wants, but he can sure shine at any moment. I think for all these players, you know, the way the schedule's set up with some events prior, some ranking events prior, even though they're not as big as the US Open, that sets them up for their best pool here in America. I tell you, Skyler's got to batten down the hatches with opportunity here. You can see a little confidence in that stroke there from AP.
He's just such a joy to watch, Pagulayan, because you can see he's putting every last drop of effort into it, and his body language to tell us exactly what he's thinking at the outcome of every single shot. Oh, well, whatever he's thinking about that one, it isn't going to be pleasant.
Yeah, and that's just pure physical there. I mean, he's not going to feel the nerves on a shot like that. That's just something that broke down on the physical side of things. And again, now Skyler with an opportunity really has to come with it. He's going to use the 8 to hold the ball. Much better stroke there, a little calmer.
Talked earlier about how he's already guaranteed to make another Mosconi Cup appearance. It's an event he's become synonymous with. You think of all the great players who've played for the US over the years, he's the only one ever among those to be MVP in consecutive years.
Yeah, really incredible performance those 2 years, and I'll tell you, there was incredible performance by many Americans on those 2 teams, or in 18 and 19 when Sky won those MVPs.
In the second of those years, he did the double MVP and clincher of the winning point.
Yeah, a little off with the timing at the moment. Kind of laboring a little bit through these racks, but figures to settle in the more the balls go in.
It's a bad miss from Alex Pagulayan early on in the rack, and the pocket he missed into is the pocket into which Skylar Woodward deposits the 9 to get back to 1 behind at 3-2. Yeah, let's have a look at that Mosconi Cup situation. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz already into the European team. Fedor Gorst has moved ahead of David Al-Kaidi once again now after his recent success in the States following Al-Kaidi's win in Germany. So Gorst leading the race for the second place on the European team, which will be confirmed this week. Eklund Kachi there at number 4. We're not sure what the situation is there because he had that accident a couple of months back. It looked at the time as though that would rule him out of Mosconi contention. But now we're hearing that maybe he may be back soon. Shane Wolford currently in 3rd place in the American standings. Shane Van Boning will probably be confirmed at the end of this week. But boy, what a tussle we could have in Hanoi between all the players vying for that 3rd spot on the US team. Woodward has already clinched his place. He's back to 3-2 down here.
Well, the break's on point. Like I said, just get a little better with the timing. I like what you see here in the opening of rack number 6. Little funny here on this opening shot. He's got to play and make a good decision with the 3-ball. A little straight here. I think the 3's a little tight going by the brown 7. Went into the ball knowing could get a little bump. That's why there wasn't a whole lot of speed. Looks like he's got to kind of stun by the 6 and come 2 rails out to the center, maybe like a middle right English, like a light stun. I think there's enough angle. I think if he flirts with a high ball, he could have issues. Yeah, I don't think rolling off this ball gets you where you want. I think it's got to be more, like I said, a light stun. He could even go the side rail, in rail, and back up. That one's, I think, a little flirty for position. Yeah, that's got to go a little bit. That's got to go. Don't think he got there.
That Mosconi appearance that he's already secured will be his 9th, putting him solo 6th on the all-time list. From a US point of view, he currently shares 6th with you, Jeremy. He's going to move ahead of you now, on to 9.
Oh, he can't get any of this ball? I thought he could at least get the top side, maybe to play a safety. Gonna leave a nice shot for Alex and a real natural angle to roll down to the bottom rail and up for the purple 5.
Are you keeping an eye on that Sean Sosay match? I've been looking around the hall trying to spot it.
Yeah, I don't know where that one's at.
8-all at the moment, of course, as we were saying, so we cast our eyes around the hall to try and have a look at it.
Well, I'll tell you how good Jeremy is, though. Super solid, consistent player. Rarely, really falls off his game. And he's a player, like I said the other day, I talked to him many times the last few years about how much he's going to play and is he going to be able to make any of the bigger events. Just a type of player that would set up good for any doubles play in the Mosconi, and you know, if he got comfortable out there, could sure win some points. I think Chris Reinhold is an American to watch here at the U.S. Open. Watching him practice and talking to him a lot throughout the year. And I think his mind's in a good place and his game's even better.
Can't believe I've finally mentioned a match that you're not watching. If I'm having a game at my local hall, I expect to see your eyes popping out somewhere.
Well, that's from having bets on all the tables from back in the day. So I had to know which player to give a little pep talk to, maybe, or go get a soda for, whatever it may be. Or a little straight. Wants to make sure he doesn't get any kind of extreme on the 7. You don't want to make the 7 a missable ball. The 8 so playable. So So I'll probably just draw back, kind of stun draw towards the 8 a little bit. Yeah, like that.
So he's made a couple of unexpected mistakes, but overall, Pagulayan looks to be playing pretty well so far here, and there's a chance to restore that 2-rack lead.
Yeah, it's been a small handful of errors for Skylar so far to start this match, and it wouldn't be one thing or another, just misposition a little bit. Missed a couple shots, they weren't easy.
Alex Pagulayan has had so many wins over so many very good players over the last 20 years or so. He's had his share of them in 2023. And he's got every chance of adding to that list here, because he now leads Skylar Woodward by 4 racks to 2. Jason Shaw has come through that hill finish against Jeremy Sosay. Shaw, a 9-8 winner, also victory for Fedor Gorst. He was involved in a very close one with Nicholas de Leon, but finished strongly and has won by 9 racks to 7. Totally different story for Sanjin Pelovanovic. Very comfortable one against Tyler Steyer, winning by 9 racks to 2. Here's what's going on over on table 2. Albin Ocean has now stretched his lead to 5-1 over BJ Ussery. As we keep an eye on this, I can tell you Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, is 2 racks away from single elimination. He leads Mickey Kraus 7-2. Robbie Capito 3-1 up on Wojciech Szewczyk. Omar Al Shaheen just ahead of Corey Jewell at 7-6. Carlo Biado, the 2021 US Open champion, leads Dennis Graba 7-3. Chris Reinhold just ahead of Torsten Homan at 5-4. Mieszko Fortunski really charging back. He's close to 6-4 against Imran Majid. Kopinyi on the hill now against Sullivan Clark at 8-3. Honasuto Camino 6-3 up on Lu Riteng. Alex Kazakis on the hill at 8-3 against Khalid Al Ghamdi, although that one's now just gone 8-4. And Kang Lee, who's been one of the revelations of this week, 4-1 up on a member of last year's American Mosconi Cup team, Oscar Dominguez.
Yeah, Kang Lee is steadily trying to improve his game, and he's done so. Can't fluke by some of the wins he's had this week, and I'll tell you, the break has been on Skylar's side so far. Just needs to start taking advantage of it. Now another push out coming from Alex Pagulayan. Yeah, and really difficult with the 3 over the corner. You could roll out to something long and tough, but again, usually that's going to be a shot that doesn't offer much of a reward for the incoming player, but whew, I don't know what he does here. He may have to roll out to a kick, roll out down by the 3, somewhere like that.
Now there's a moment. Just look to your right there, Jeremy. 10 US Open titles between those two guys having a chat. Earl Strickland and Shane Van Boening.
Yeah, I was watching over there a minute ago, and if you know those two, of course, they talk so much, but Shane gives them that same smile a lot, like, I love you, even though I know you're crazy, kind of thing.
Yeah, Strickland practicing for his match on the loser's side against Tolian Han, part of the Singapore team. Got to the World Cup final last year. Of course, Van Boening is on the loser's side now as well, after his defeat to Marco Teucher. He'll be playing Pier Francesco Garcia.
Yeah, and I mean that in the best way, the crazy, just a fun, crazy kind of thing. And the crazy I like is that, 62 years old, Earl still really likes to be involved. All right. I don't think he's going to get this back. I think he'll shoot the rail first or some type of safety. I think the rail first is okay. don't think he can pass this. Yeah, great shot, and really good thinking it through and recognizing to hit it kind of mild really overall and just take what the table gives them, not losing accuracy on the rail first shot. Now it looks like he can float out to the center where he can reach it, giving himself enough angle. He's going to go 2 rails to the center, which is fine. Now he can hit this with a little high right, coming off the bottom rail, the left side rail right before the side pocket, and then kind of coast up table for the purple 5. And these types of shots, I mean, you're trying to win, right? But also if you not want to be conscious of it, but realize those types of shots are the ones that are going to start to get the stroke a little more comfortable. Shots with not as much pressure.
I think it's been a feature of a lot of the matches I've seen him play this year anyway, that Woodward hasn't actually started that well, but once he gets more and more into the contest, the focus seems to move up a level, and he just starts playing better and better. Needs it to happen here because Pagulayan, as we know, has had the better of it so far. And a chance to get back once again to just 1 behind, which now he looks just about certain to do.
Yeah, he's got to respond because Alex is prepared and breaking the balls pretty well. Just a little unfortunate there. Had to push out.
I was saying there how Woodward will now be 6th on his own after this year's Mosconi Cup in terms of all-time appearances for the Americans. So for today's quiz, Jeremy, and this is a pretty easy one for you, who are the 5 ahead of him?
Okay. Of course, Earl. Johnny. All right, well,
Johnny Archer, yeah, who tops the list with 17.
Yeah, well,
just while you're going through that, I can tell you this is Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, who's 7-2 up on Mickey Krause. So yeah, Strickland with 15, Archer with 17.
let's go. There's 5 ahead?
5 ahead, yeah. Woodward on 9, so there are 5 who have got into double
Corey
figures.
Deuel.
Yeah, he's played 11.
Rodney Morris.
Yeah, he's got 10.
And
Well, look to your right, Jeremy.
Oh, SVB.
Yeah, exactly.
SVB. I would have got that. I was going through my little checklist.
Yeah.
I put a lot of pressure on myself with those things. I feel like I'm on the clock.
Van Boning will tie the record with his 17th appearance. 17 in a row as well later this year. Not confirmed on the team yet, but the safest bet in the world that he will be. Now this is BJ Ussery, as we've said, has emerged as an unexpected, perhaps, contender for a place on the US Mosconi Cup team. He's out there playing Alban Ocean, 2-time world champion. The Austrian firmly in control at 5-1, but Ussery trying to make some inroads into that here.
Yeah, BJ really had a nice out to tie it up at 1 apiece. And then just let a little couple things get away, and Alban's played real solid. Oh, he's going with a high ball with inside. This is one tough shot here. Bringing the cue ball all the way around. Oh, really stroked the ball nicely. He's going to be happy with that one.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz now leads Mickey Krause 8-2. So FSR on the hill, and so is OAS Omar Al-Shaheen. 8-7 ahead of the 2001 US Open champion, Corey Deuel.
Yeah, and BJ, you know, without knowing him real well, you know, when I watch him play, I get that bulldog feeling. He's kind of showing a little bit of grit right now. After a few struggles early, and definitely a deficit against one of our game's best.
He's not widely known, as I was saying, on the international stage. What part of the States is he from?
He's from the Carolinas, North Carolina, which has produced a lot of greats through the years. Of course, Earl Strickland.
So the man from North Carolina is looking to produce a late rally here. 5-1 down to Alban Ocean. He's pulled one back. Little geographical joke for you there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I got it. I wonder how many out there did. That was a good one.
State capital, of course. Let's look in on table 7. And Alex Kazakis. Well, he knew he'd have his hands full against Khalid Al-Ghamdi, who was the winner of the SVB Junior Open here in Atlantic City last year. Big things expected of him. But Kazakis in control here at 8 racks to 5. Former World Masters winner.
Yeah, and just one of the hardest working players, and I've always said it. I knew he'd be a good player, but I just didn't realize how good he'd be when I first met him, and I watched his game, and of course I saw some talent and whatnot, but it was right here at the U.S. Open, actually, when I first saw him down when it was in Virginia, and boy, he's worked his tail off and has earned every accolade and every dollar he's been able to accumulate in this great game. I'm sure one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Yeah. Well, again, the break has been great, and he's producing shots. So if you went just by the break, you would think Skyler had the lead. It's just been a few little fumbles after the break that has kept that, but now he's in position again.
Certainly echo what you say about Kazakis. He doesn't talk a huge amount, but when you go and talk to him, he's always got a nice smile and a chat for everyone. And of course, he had a great win here last year. It was he who knocked Shane Van Boening out in the last 64. Went on to get to the quarters. And this is table 7. Back to Kazakis here. And this is for the match against Khalid Al-Ghamdi. This to complete a 9-5 win.
Yeah, now Gandhi, who's a youngster, but a really fine player, so this is pretty impressive.
So Kazakis, who came within 2 racks of a place in the semi-finals here last year, having been to the semis of the World Championship earlier that year, is through to single elimination and now waits to see who he will face. The draw will be done tonight.
Yeah, better there, and it's hard to tell with Skyler because he's got a little quicker tempo anyways, which is, you know, everyone's tempo's what it is and what's natural for you, but when he just gets a little quicker, that's when he has issues. Looks like he's trying to pull this ball by the 8.
It was Francisco Sanchez Ruiz who ended the campaign of Alex Kazakis here last year, on his way to the title. And FSR looks to be on his way to the final 64 here. He's been in control throughout against Mickey Kraus, won all of the first 3 racks and has never really looked all that troubled since then. He leads 8-2, and these look like being the final moments of that one.
I think Skyler's kind of calming the stroke down a little bit just with his pace around the table. I think it really has a direct effect. He's not forcing it. I love it.
Well, just when he looked to be stepping things up, I don't think anyone saw that coming, least of all Woodward himself.
No, big surprise there, and really start to look like he was getting things in shape. And I didn't really see anything. Sometimes you just miss, you know, and these pockets are awfully tough. Now, the one thing I will say, the Skylar likes to stun the ball a lot of times when he's going forward in those kind of situations, but really hard to question the decision. Just didn't go.
And sometimes when the ball is left right over the pocket like that, the player coming to the table then has a bit of a positional difficulty because you never know what the ball's going to do coming in and out. But of course, with the 8 sitting where it was straightforward from a positional perspective. And this is pretty routine as well. So it looked for all the world as though it was going 4-all. Instead of which, Pagulayan for the 3rd time in this match leads by a couple of racks. It's 5-3, and you can tell how furious Woodward is with himself over throwing that one away. Here it is again. He won't want to see it.
Yeah, and it didn't miss by much. And the problem I have now, of course, you know, love Alex and not really rooting one way or another. I want to see a great match, but you know, I want to see the Americans in the best form as possible. But Alex has broke the balls really well. Just unfortunate, the last ball creeping over the cue balls made him push out a few times. I kind of feel like he's going to break well again and maybe come away with a shot this time.
Omar Al-Shaheen, World Championship runner-up a couple of years ago, will be back tomorrow. He's beaten the former US Open champion Corey Jewell by 9 racks to 7. And the World Masters champion of this year, Ko Pin Yi, a 9-3 winner over Sullivan Clark. And Clark will now go through to losers qualifying, where he will play Gerson Martinez, who of course we saw on the main table earlier, coming through a hill finish against young Eric Roberts. The not so young Alex Pagulayan leads 5-3.
No, and just as I said, he took a little speed off. I don't think it was intentional. Why would he? He's been breaking the balls well, and you could kind of just see the one dribble off the rack a little more. Not as much speed, and the cue ball got lost in that same side pocket. Now, kind of looking at the 8, I mean, that's something to think about, of course, but I don't think it's something you're really going to fool with now, even if there is a problem. And the 6 and 7 are pretty near, so disregard that. Got to knock these first ones in. Funny on this first ball. I think he overran his position just a hair. So now the only thing he has to pay attention to is cue ball having a little more speed as it goes by the 3, and make sure you don't get awkward cueing with the pink 4. Should be okay because Skylar has such good touch.
Just want to keep you on top of what's happening in losers qualifying as well. Mark Boisterbosch is up against Conrad Yusashin. Now, they are 2 players who would both feel their US Open had gone below expectations if they didn't make the final 64. And at the moment, it's Boisterbosch, who came within 1 rack of winning the Spanish Open back in June, who leads 6-3. Darren Appleton, 2-time winner of this title, 2-1 up against Georgi Georgiev. Bezar Spahiu of Albania leads Si Cha Chen 3-1. Mario He, looking to bounce back from his defeat on the main table, leads Badr Alawadi 6-1. And Ko Ping Chung, who was your pick for the title, JJ, 2-0 up on Radoslav Babica. And it's last chance for all of those players if you're beaten in losers qualifying. And that is the end of your US Open adventure for this year.
Yeah, so I think between the ears, Skylar's doing everything he's supposed to. You know, going through the routine a little bit, checking his work. He's just got to finish at the end of these racks. He's breaking the balls really well also, so a couple games, not that big of a lead, and it looks like he's gotten straight. May have to take the 8 upstairs somewhere. And I wouldn't force it. I mean, you want the short pocket, but man, Looks like he's just really in a good position to just kind of stop his ball right there to take the 8 up to the top left. Yeah, cue ball looks perfect.
Well, left one in the jaws of the opposite top corner in the previous rack.
Yeah, he thought it was in.
I've seen this before. I think we saw it in his defeat at the European Open as well. He starts talking to himself and maybe gets himself into a bit of a mental rut that he then finds it hard to get himself out of again.
Yeah, there's that ball hanging you were talking about, Michael, that's so hard to predict with the cue ball, even for the best players in the world.
This to lead by 3 for the first time in the match. Well, that never looked in from the moment he made contact with the 9.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Skyler kind of baffled by that 8 ball. And it's funny, if we had the stats on this match, balls pocketed may be in Skyler's favor, even though he trails by a game.
Well, what a huge difference that makes. At 6-3, Pagulayan can see himself as a very firm favourite, instead of which there's only 1 in it, all because of that miss on the 9. So let's look over to the practice tables and 2 of the greatest of all time. Earl Strickland, 5-time US Open champion. 1984 was his first win. 2000 was his last. 7 years later, Shane Van Boening won it for the first time, and in 2016 he tied Strickland's record. And there they are, working away on adjoining tables ahead of their matches later. And just remarkable to think they've both won it 5 times. Neither of them has ever lost a US Open final.
Yeah, well, not many finals, period, have they lost. That's what the greats do, and that's how they accumulate, you know, just rarely lose in the final. I don't get the sense that Skyler's really feeling a lot of pressure out there, you know, knowing him pretty well. So maybe just a little baffled by a few things. Maybe he picks up a little speed going around the table now. I don't know. He's got a tough shot here on the blue too, I'll tell you. It looks like if he hits it well, he may catch a little sliver of the brown 7 with the cue ball. And if he doesn't, he's going towards the 5 and 8 with the cue ball. So a hard ball to shoot at.
We were talking about Strickland and Van Boening. Jason Shaw's joined in the conversation now, so 11 US Open titles between them over in that corner.
I think this is going to leave a little gap. If not, a pretty easy jump shot. Yeah, many players over here practicing, and some have already qualified, but not taking any chances, trying to get the stroke and everything as tuned in as possible, the break shot.
Well, the thing is as well, there aren't that many practice tables, so while there's one free and available and you've got the chance, you might as well take it and get some work in.
Wow, he's snookered here, so he likes his chances coming across to make it. Very easy kick to hit and from the other side. So big decision there. Could have went to the right side rail and just absolutely guaranteed contact on the blue too. But just and decided to go for the make.
Skyler Woodward probably won't be able to believe it if he Gets to 5-all when you consider some of the mistakes he's made and the balls he's missed.
Yeah, that 4 is a little funny hanging. He's got to get pretty proper on the 5 with that black 8 kind of impeding there. And the 6 ball back up the table. So he'll knock the 3 in the side, try and come down the left side rail somewhat with the cue ball. That way he doesn't involve the 8 when shooting the purple 5 to get on the 6. But this is that ball hanging you were talking about that could be pretty tricky, and here it got away from him a little bit. He's going to have to go short side on the green 6 up the table. And I don't even know if that's offered. He may have more angle to where he's going into the 8, and if that's the case, he may have to really unload with a high ball. Okay, he's going to catch a little piece of the 8, hoping to continue to draw the ball off of it. Oh, sweet stroke, avoiding the 8.
When we had those 2 weeks in Spain in the middle of summer, I had a lovely chat with Skylar at the bar one day, and you know he's such a friendly, down-to-earth guy, and he was talking about his son Daxton, and we were talking about fatherhood and being away from the kids, and he was saying how being a dad has become such a distraction from the game for him, but he meant it in a really positive way, and that he feels it's actually helped his game, that he has another big focus in his life and a way of just switching off from it all when he gets back home, and certainly shown in his consistency of performance and results over the last number of months.
Yeah, Dax is an awesome kid, and of course Ashley, big support group for Skylar back there in Lubbock and really all over America. He's a very, very well-liked player and loved player throughout all the fans, and easy to pull for, like you were saying, just a real down-to-earth guy.
And somehow, despite everything that's gone wrong for him and everything he's done wrong in this match, he's level at 5-all. First time he hasn't been behind since it was 1 each. Let's get some scores. Robbie Capito 6-3 up on Wojciech Szewczyk. Albin Ocean now 6-2 in front of BJ Ussery. Chris Reinhold just keeping his nose in front of Torsten Homan at 6-5. Mieszko Fortunski has really changed that match against Imran Majid. He was such a long way behind. He's now level at 7-all. Honasuto Camino on the hill now at 8-5 against Lou Reed Tang. Oscar Dominguez and Kang Lee, that's a close one as well. That's 4-all. Now this is table 3. I believe this is on the loser side. Ralph Souquet, former winner of this title, just starting against Abdullah Alenzi. Mark Bijsterbosch has won. He's beaten Konrad Yusashin 9-3. That's on the loser side, so Bijsterbosch through to the final 64, but Yusashin bows out of this year's US Open.
Yeah, I talked about it in Spain when Bijsterbosch made that run at that Spanish Open. What a final. What a semifinal and final we got to watch him play. I think it was a Buddhist that he beat in a hill match there. And I said that, you know, Bijsterbosch likes this U.S. Open. He always has, no matter where it was played. Virginia, that year I think he was in Vegas, but I think he did pretty well last year here. I think it was the final 32 or 16, so he's a player to watch out for, trying to climb some rankings. All right, good speed control there, and really the shot of the rack, it looks like. Maybe the 5-6, but it's going to be a little complicated.
I remember when he lost that final in Spain, obviously none of us were going home. Those of us who were involved in one way or another in the World Cup the following week, which of course he was with the Netherlands. And Niels Feijen, who he was playing with in the World Cup, said, come on, let's just go and hang out and enjoy the next few days while we're waiting to start the team event. Well, if there's one thing that is going to serve you well to try and get over a massive disappointment, it's a few days with Niels, because he's just so relentlessly positive and full of excitement and ideas. And I know Mark really appreciated all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the best things of those finals is, you know, they had some of the greatest shots you ever seen, and then they had a few mistakes, but boy, there were smiles from both players, and they were just loving that final. Dang and Beisterbosch. Something special. The Spanish crowd was incredible.
Oh, yeah, with that atmosphere. Absolutely.
All right, just got to stay away from the rail. Just a little angle on the 6 to come back down. And you're starting to see a little what you talked about, Michael. Skyler's starting to settle in a little more as the match moves on.
And it's a match he may well lead in a few moments.
But he knows, you know, of course, trying to get the W no matter what, but he knows really to win these events. You may get away with starting slow in a match or two early in the event, but as you move on, you got to shore that up.
Okay, starting to play nicely now. Remarkable to think. What was it, 10, 15 minutes ago? Looked like he was going to be 6-3 down. And now Skyler Woodward leads at 6-5. You're not just talking about that Spanish Open and the World Cup and the great atmosphere we had in Lugo. One man we have to mention is David Gutierrez. He was the master of ceremonies there, and he was introducing the players in wonderful style, and the breaks that we had every few racks, he was whipping up the crowd. And it's a real job that you just cannot bluff your way through, and a good MC can do so much for the atmosphere of an event, and David certainly did over those couple of weeks in Lugo.
Yeah, and he was a pleasure to talk to away from you know, his job there in the arena. Just all real positive the entire week, and I really enjoyed Lugo, I'll tell you.
Skyler Woodward knows, as we all do, that he's good enough to win a title of this stature. If he could pick one, as an American, it would almost certainly be the US Open. He's 3 racks away from making it through to the single elimination stage.
Well, I tell you, the break's getting better and better, it seems, and he's almost had a shot every break. Got to take advantage of these. Not easy. There's a lot of congestion. Little angle going away off the blue 2. Looks like he can float it in and hold for the 3 in the opposite side pocket. It's obvious he's going to have to get to the right side rail after shooting the pink 4. And that should get him an easy shot on the 5 or a real good look at it. And then be able to get to that green 6 up the table.
Just keeping an eye on events over on table 2. BJ Ussery looked like he could be heading for a really heavy defeat there against Albin Ocean. And he's battling on well. He's back to only 6-3 behind, and he's at the table with a chance in the next rack, as you can see here.
Yeah, like I said, the feeling I get, and I think a lot of people agree with me, is just that bulldog mentality, never giving up. You know, I'll tell you what, we're not even commentating that match, and we can sure get him from nowhere.
It's amazing, you know, we joke about it all the time, but it's happened so many times, you and I, over the last 24 hours or so. The more we big someone up, the more likely they are to do something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what the mental part of that is. Oh my, this ball really came out on him. And he snookered it as far as the make, it looks like. And you can see pretty upset. And he's going to have to kind of calm himself down and try and make a nice shot at a very crucial time in this match, leading 6-5. I think Albin's starting to have a few struggles over there as well.
He's on the 4, but horrible bridging over the 5. So that rack is not a done deal yet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he can't get at this ball how he wants, because the safety you can see not that hard with the 8 and 9 near. It's just a matter of what he can get at. Oh, really nice. Really, really nice. Very committed stroke on that safety. All right, Alex will try and kick 2 rails and come across this ball. If he can come across it, the cue ball should kind of bleed down towards where he's standing now. Could come 3 rails behind it, but you're really involving the green 6 if you do that. So we'll see where he aims. Yeah, that looks like the 2 rail angle. Just a rolling ball with a little right English. Oh, he hit it hard trying to come behind it. So a small error from Skyler on the position play, but a very good recovery on the safety and a rare missed kick from Alex.
Looks like being 4 in a row then for the American. Not quite job done yet, but promising situation, particularly the way he seems to have stepped it up the last couple of racks. Meanwhile, Ocean has just played a 6-9 combination to go 7-3 against BJ Ussery. There was a lot to regret from that rack. Had a good chance to win it.
Yeah, I don't know about this. He got a little straight. So what happens is when you lay off a little bit, the ball kind of bounces off the 6 a little. I thought he wanted to come more straight at the 7. That way he guaranteed the angle to be able to slide over. Now he's got to make a decision. Do I go forward, rolling to the short side, or do I draw the cue ball all the way back up to the top rail with speed, bringing it back down for the black 8? Yeah, that's what he's going to do, I think. I kind of like that myself. You know, just make a good stroke. Should be able to draw the ball 1 rail back up by the left side. Not only that, Skyler really excels at this shot.
Been a really good finisher of matches in 2023. Some of the matches he has lost have been quite comfortable. So in other matches when he's had a chance to win, he's been pretty good at making that charge for the line, and it looks as though that story is repeating itself here, because having been 5-3 down and a ball away from trailing 6-3, Woodward now leads Alex Pagulayan 7-5. Not sure we gave you the final result on the match involving the champion of 2 years ago, Carlo Biado. Either way, I can tell you he's beaten Dennis Grabo of Estonia by 9 racks to 4. Still half a dozen other places apart from this match to be decided in the final 64 from the winner's side. Robbie Capito reasserting himself 7-3 now against Wojciech Szewczyk. I told you about Alban Ocean going 7-3 up on BJ Ussery. Chris Reinholds 7-5 ahead of Torsten Holm, and 7-all now Mieszko Fortunski and Imran Majid. Honasuto Camino leading 8-5 against Lu Ri Teng, and Kang Lee just ahead of Oscar Dominguez at 5-4. And this match we're looking at here is over on the loser's side. Mario He is 7-2 up on Badr Al-Awadi. Now, as you know, of course, most of the losers' matches have been race to 8, but when you get to losers' qualification, it's race to 9. Back to the main table.
Yeah, and you mentioned a player's name there. But I've just fortunately got to watch practice quite a bit this week. Robbie Capito, and a guy that we all know is a super big talent. Looks pretty calm on these tight boxes, and could be someone to be reckoned with.
I was talking earlier today to Wayne Griffiths, Welshman, who's been such a part of the Hong Kong Q Sports project, as it were. So he's here with Robbie. Wayne, the son of the 1979 World Snooker champion, Terry Griffiths. Won it the very first time he ever played in it.
Boy, that's the heart that Alex has. Made a few mistakes, lost a big lead, or not a big lead, 2-3 game lead, and knocks in a tough one ball. Doesn't have much angle here. It's the type of shot you could force it a little bit, and just got to recognize here the 4's not too tough, so you can take a little distance on the 3. So I wouldn't get ahead of myself trying to really jam this 2 ball in, trying to get a little closer to that red 3.
Just going back to that previous shot that you commented on there. Goes back to what we were saying, I think it was yesterday, that his nickname, the Lion, it's got to be the most appropriate nickname in all of sport, because not only is it the second half of his surname, but he's got the heart of a lion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been attached with this man since about 19, I guess. He showed so much heart through the years.
Let's just agree to not say anything nice about any player for the rest of the day, Jeremy. It's happened again.
Yeah, it's just, tell you, when you're stunning the ball, you have to be really on point. Any flinch in the stroke, these pockets are going to show it. And now Skyler in a great position to extend that lead. You got to watch out. This may get a little thin here. Now, the good thing he can see is the 6 is near the hole, so getting on the 5, you don't have to be perfect.
It's a bit more back to the sort of thing that was happening to him earlier in the match. Okay, so this is a chance Pagulayan. He's really got to take, you would feel.
Yeah, and he's got to gamble a little bit maybe with the cue ball. Come on, rail kind of at the side. Looks like he's going to pull it underneath the purple 5. Really surprised that neither player has taken their time out yet. You know, both have been in position to try and regroup a little.
Honasuto Camino of Spain celebrating his victory there. 9-7, that one is now finished.
Yeah, I talked with him a little bit last night, and he seemed very happy with his first 2 matches. So, again, happy with the third, and we'll get into the final 64. Ocean now on the hill on table 2. If you want to catch anything on table 2, it's the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Yeah, that win for Honasuto Camino was against Lu Ri Teng out in table 6. So the Camino trail continues in this US Open.
And you'll see if you're watching any of those live scores, some of those players waiting for opponents, right? Coming from this winner's side. Whoever loses has to go on to win one more match to get into that final 64.
Well, we said he really needed to capitalise on this chance after Woodward's miss into the side pocket. And he has done. So Pagaline back to just 1 behind now. That's 7-6. It's also 7-6 in the one match still going on in round 3 on the loser's side. Roberto Gomez on the brink of going out of the US Open trails Pong Nam Pham of Vietnam by 7 racks to 6. Now this is over on table 2. We saw that bad miss from BJ Ussery a few minutes ago, and it looks to have been a really significant moment in the match. Alban Ocean has been firmly in control since then and is at the table looking to get the job finished. Player who came here really looking for a big week. It's not been the 2023 he would have hoped for by any means.
Yeah, he was trying to open the 5 and 7 there while the pink 4 was hanging. In disbelief, he got too much on the cue ball.
Far from certain, by the way, of his place on the European Mosconi Cup team this year, Ocean. Robbie Capito now on the hill. Sorry, JJ, at 8-4 against Wojciech Szewczyk, just to say. Also in winners qualification.
Love seeing that young talent really come into form, and Robbie Capito, so many others.
Well, another young player you'll be pleased to hear is going well. Chris Reinhold, who's been in 2 of your Mosconi teams. He's 1 away from victory, leading Torsten Homan 8-6. And Mieszko Fortunski has really continued to turn things around. From 6-1 down against Imran Majid, he now leads 8-7. Kang Lee 6-4 up on Oscar Dominguez. All those matches in winners qualifying.
Yeah, well, you know, Chris, he had a long talk with himself. Kind of felt like he was spinning his wheels for a little while, so he took a little break, which, you know, I think is good. You know, a lot of players won't have the discipline to do that. You know, they'll just continue to not figure it out and just kind of hope things come together. And Chris made a plan, and he was kind of sticking to it. He certainly knows he should be out here playing the professional scene, and that's what he's going to continue to do. And I'll tell you what, he said he just took time to practice and get his game in the best position possible, and it's shown. Now Albin trying to make a real gritty out here. I wonder if he's going to continue to attack here on this green 6. Going for the bank cross corner.
Bringing you up to date on that match between Mieszko Fortunski and Imran Majid. The British veteran who had a massive lead saw himself fall behind, but he's found something from somewhere to win the 16th rack, so that one has gone hill-hill. I think it's only the second hill-hill finish we've had in the winners qualifying round. No, the third actually. Still not many.
No, and taking a lot of time on this one ball here, trying to figure out how to play position, really. Could kind of draw at the 2. I think that's your highest percentage play. You could accidentally knock the 2 in as well, drawing off the 1, but if he goes with a high ball, I really don't know if he's going to get any position to continue the run. I like the draw stroke. Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do, but a pretty fortunate little roll there. Looks like he's trying to get at it. Maybe swerving the cue ball, kicking behind it. Yeah, can he do much with this? He's trying to hit the ball first, trying to get some kind of safety. He may have cut him off the make.
Chris Reinhold, who we were just talking about, has won. He's beaten the two-time world champion Torsten Hohmann of Germany by 9 racks to 6.
And Thorsten, a former runner-up in this U.S. Open as well, 2004.
Now, this is that match I was telling you about, Mieszko Fortunski and Imran Majid. Hill finish, and that's Majid at the table. As Pagalayan misses that one and leaves it in the jaws for Woodward. And a good chance for the American to get to the hill.
Yeah, and Imran just took the rack off the table, so that should be after the break, and it looked like he had a clean shot at the blue too. Nothing easy, but doable. Now talk about a funny shot coming out of the pocket. You're coming from the center of the table, rail first, really not much of an option. It's got to get the speed right to find a gap to get at the blue two. Kind of slow draw this, kind of out in the position you're in now, I think. Trying to think if there's a more guaranteed way to get position. I just don't see it. No, he played that way. That's okay. And the thing about that way is you may not get position, but you're not getting snookered. So pretty smart shot. And he still may have a thin cut on the blue two to the lower left.
Well, if he could somehow cut in this 2 and get on the 4 nicely, you would think it should be a fairly straight run to 8-6. But with some of the mistakes and some of the balls missed in this match, I couldn't entirely take that for granted.
That's amazing how good at that shot he is. I've seen that one from that young man in the Moscone many times. Very similar shot. And talk about a shot that is very nervy, and it's soft with a little bit of spin.
Robbie Capito has won. 9-4 win over Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland. So that means only 4 matches still going in this winners qualification round.
Yeah, speed off there again. So, of course, Skyler labeled as a shot maker, and duly so. But I'd like to get a little better position than this. These will kind of wear on you in time. What happens here also, he's going to draw it one rail back over to the right side of the table, and needs to stay off the rail with the cue ball.
Let's look in again on table 10. This is Imran Majid at the table. He'll be so relieved if he wins this one. He was miles ahead against Mieszko Fortunski, fell behind at 8-7, but took it to a decider. He's 3 balls away from victory.
Yeah, no hanger on that 7, though. We know how tough these tables are. Skyler trying to close the door on this rack and get to the hill. 3-game lead, right, at this moment. A 2-game lead, excuse me. Seems like a little more than it really is.
And Skylar Woodward has now won 5 of the last 6 racks. If he wins 1 of the 3 that potentially remain, he will be in the final 64.
Yeah, nice shot from Imran on that 7. Got to the short side on the 8. Got some options. A bunch of juniors and the parents starting to roll in for the SVB Junior Open here at the U.S. Open.
It's always sobering when you see these kids who can play so well, and then you see their dads and realise they're younger than us.
Yeah. A little reality sets in. So Imran to finish here. Albin Ocean the same on table 2, both with 9 balls to win.
Yeah, Albin Ocean has just knocked in a simple 9 to the side, so PJ Ussery staged a bit of a comeback in that match, but a bad miss when it looked as though he could get even closer. Handed control to Ocean, and the Austrian never relinquished it. So 9-3, Ocean is through. Ussery goes to losers qualifying. Imran Majid gets the job done in the end after that big comeback. And as 50-year-old Imran Majid clinches his place in the final 64, 30-year-old Skylar Woodward is left very frustrated by the outcome of that break.
Yeah, a kiss on the 9, and that's just part of it. The break rule we have, it's going to get lost sometimes. I was just going to say, I'll tell you, Skylar really tidies up a few things, the way he's breaking the balls. Serious threat in this U.S. Open, of course. Still work to do here.
Just keeping an eye on losers qualifying. Ralph Souquet 2-0 up against Abdullah Lenzi. Jeff DeLuna flying 5-0 against Wong Kwa Kwang. It's just gone 6-0. Darren Appleton, 2-time winner of the title, 5-1 now over Georgi Georgiev. Si Cha Chen got to the quarters last year, but is 5-3 down to Bezar Spahiu. Mario He on the hill now at 8-5 against Badr Alawadi. Ko Ping Chung, your pick for the title, JJ, 4-3 up on Radoslav Babica.
And I'll tell you, I'm sure DeLuna probably, after losing that Winterside qualification, more motivated over there. But I watched Wong not only play a few matches, but practice a bit, and he just seems like he's struggling this week. We've seen it from the first match on day 1. Is that enough speed? Okay. Yeah, you can see he's a little upset. He's a little short of his mark. I guess the 7 plays easily. Not much concern there, or not much look from Alex at that 7-9. Oh, oof. Definitely had a second glance at that one as it went towards the pocket. Watch this 5 ball just narrowly making on the very extreme right side of the hole. Now, is he going to get much movement here off the 7? Is he playing something off the 7, off the rail off the 7? Yep. No real worries here. He can come underneath the 8, which I wouldn't do. I would just come above it 1 rail, but the 9 in a great position. And he's not so upset at the outcome. He's upset that he keeps swinging that way, kind of really hitting at the ball. That's why he's losing the line on the cue ball a lot, and probably hitting the cue ball with it as well. It's not going to cost him this 8, but what he's worried about is future shots.
And he's still got at least one future rack to play in this match, because Alex Pagulayan is still punching at 8-7 down. The only other match still going on now in winners qualification is all the way out on table 24. Oscar Dominguez and Kang Lee level at 6-all. Ralph Souquet in losers qualifying has gone 3-0 up on Abdullah Lenzi. Jeff DeLuna, who we were talking about there, who's been to the semi-finals of this US Open in the past, 6-0 over Duong Kwa Kwang. Si Cha Chen has got one back against Bezar Spahiu, the Albanian now leading 5-4. Pius Labutis has been a semi-finalist in one of these big matchroom events this year. Leads Yuma Dorner of Germany 3-0. Mario He still looking for that one more. 8-5 up against Badr Alawadi. And Francesco Candela of Italy has a 2-1 lead over Emil Andre Gangflo, the steadily rising Norwegian.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see big things from game flow here in the next year or so. He's just doing all the right things from what I can see, and obvious improvement. I think John Lehman's a little nervous as well.
Oh, that's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you ask for it. He said dress up one time, and they certainly have. Foot away from the 2 ball, the 3 near, so Alex with such a good cue ball, you figure him to get out here.
You mentioned gang flow, and you're expecting big things of him in the future. He's had some fairly big things already this year. He was the young player who knocked Joshua Filler out of the Spanish Open back in June.
Yeah, I just like his progression and technique-wise, I really love what I see, and just a really good dude as well. Okay, Alex has got to work the ball a little bit here. The 2-3's okay, but the pink 4 to the purple 5, that's the real work in the rack. And I'll tell you another one. You see the 9 kind of sitting over on that side rail, just past the side pocket. Those are never easy. Chinese Taipei contingent, I mean business. I don't think they've all made it through just yet, but the characters that you kind of assume to make it, they're all there. Ko Ping Chung still got work to do, but both Changs, Kun Lin's in there, Ko Ping Yi's in there. He caught the left side of the pocket. So that tells me I don't think you're going to aim like that. Probably caught a little thin trying to draw up the right side rail. So Alex, of course, has to stretch to reach this, and what kind of safety's coming, or maybe he cuts this in. Roberto Gomez, who was up against it a moment ago at the table and fighting.
Yeah, he's gone hill against Huang Nam Pam. That's in round 3 on the loser side, so whoever wins that is still going to have to play one more match, which will be against Daniel Guttenberger.
Oh my. He went for the aggressive shot. You can't blame him because the safety was tough. What an unfortunate scratch that was. Look at this. Watch him catch the rail and then the 9 straight across in the side.
And that could all mean a fairly abrupt end to this one.
This isn't hard, but just make sure it doesn't get away from you. You don't have to be close to the 7 as you pass the 8.
I think sometimes we're a bit over-eager to point to a particular shot in a match and say it all swung on that, but in this instance I really think we can. Alex Pagulayan had a 9-ball to lead 6-3. He missed it. Woodward won that rack, proved to be the first of 4 in a row. We saw him take command of the match at 7-5. Twice since then, Pagulayan has got back to 1 behind. But it looks as though Woodward is going to get over the line. And once again, as so often in 2023, it's a match where we really seem to step up a level in terms of focus and performance as it went on. He's made plenty of mistakes in this match. They'll need to be eradicated if he's to win this US Open. But he's through to single elimination. He's beaten Alex Pagulayan by 9 racks to 7. So that means there's only one match still going on in winners qualification. Oscar Dominguez, part of the US Mosconi Cup team last year, leads it against Kang Lee of Korea, but only by 1 at 7 racks to 6. So most of the focus now on the losers qualification round, and that's where the action will be coming from when our coverage continues on day 3 of the US Open here in Atlantic City in just a few minutes' time.
How many cushions? Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully. It's important to get the best players to keep that 2.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the building. Make some noise in your support to Ronnie O'Sullivan. it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
We welcome you back to Harrah's Atlantic City as day number 3 of the 46th U.S. Open rolls on. And here are the matches currently taking place here around the venue. Coming up next on table 1, our feature showcase table, will be the Italian Pier Francesco Garcia against the 5-time champion Shane Van Boening in a losers qualification match. And they are just about set to go. Shane Van Boening coming off a loss in his most recent match earlier today to Marco Tucher, 9-5, his first loss of the tournament, and now the lag to see who will break. But a big match because the loser goes home. Steve Schlanger, Carl Boys, and an interesting duel between these two here on day 3, Carl.
Yeah, this is a big match now. We're getting to the business end of the US Open. Business end meaning we lose a lot of pool players. We've already lost a lot, but now we're seeing big matchups. 5-time US Open champion SVB finds himself in LQ, losers qualification round. Wow, this is a good break.
And when you look at these two players, how do you size up this match? Where are the strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we all know what SVB brings to the table. Powerhouse game. One of the best strokes in the sport, one of the best breaks. Francesco Garzia from Italy. A little unknown. I'm familiar with him, don't get me wrong. Plays in the European scene. But he's not done anything major. You know, he's not been to semi-finals or finals of one of these type of events. So he's going to be feeling under it, but he's got to block that out. And he's got to try and hit Shane early. Stay with Shane. Don't let Shane relax and go on one. Obviously, all the crowd sat round will be vying for the American.
Garcia has been living on the edge and playing with a thin margin after losing his very first match of this tournament, 9-4 to Josh Filler. So he immediately went into the consolation bracket and has had to win 3 in a row just to get to this point. He beat Jeff Youngblood 9-3, Blaine Barkas 8-6, and earlier today Hunter Lombardo 8-4. So 3 successive victories after the opening round loss to get Garcia here to this match against the 5-time champion.
Shane doesn't fancy this, gives it back. Earl Strickland takes the opening rack over on table 2. What a treat for the crowd. This is Earl Strickland and SVB playing side by side.
Tables 1 and 2 adjacent to one another here in this ballroom. So you have the multi-time champions both going through losers qualification to try and advance on.
Ball in hand for Shane, so he was right to pass the push out back.
Shane's first loss of this tournament came earlier today to Tucher, 9-5. Won his opening 2 matches, the first over Andrew Finnegan 9-2, and then a shutout to the second round over John Moody Sr. 9-0. And he got down early against Tucher earlier today and trailed by several racks, started to mount a comeback, but then just kind of ran out of steam. Tucher pulled away and won by 4. Hard to imagine, though, this guy losing twice in the same day.
Yeah, he's up against it. But he's got all the experience in the world. He knows how important it is to get off to a good start. 7 ball. I think it will pass the 9 ball. That will make life a little easier. A little shy of pace there. Wanted another roll or 2. Playing this with a little left English. It keeps him back on the 6 ball. Over on the cue ball. Wow. Work to do now for SVB. Could still cut this ball in, but this is well missable. Cue ball will be moving. Should be okay for the scratch. May go 2 rails, possibly 3 rails. Oh, that's nicely done.
Well weighted.
There you see all the Pearl in the distance, watching on.
And the South Dakota kid, now 40 years of age, last year's world 9-ball champion, is on the board first here in this losers qualification match at the U.S. Open. And let's bounce right across the barrier there and on to table 2, where we saw Earl Strickland watching Shane Van Boening finish off that last rack. And Strickland with some business of his own against Toy Leon Han here in this race to 9. Strickland, like Van Boening, his fellow American, taking the opening rack. Earl Strickland losing his first match yesterday that dropped him into losers qualification. But since then, getting back on a winning track to arrive at this stage of the tournament. Shane Van Boening breaking for the first time in this match. Oh, it's going to be a dry break, almost a scratch, even for SVB. Garcia. Long look at this one. 1 nestled against the 7.
Tried to go for some sort of distance. It's never going to be guaranteed. The hook, that is, so small advantage to SVB. Earl Strickland's back at the table. Toy Leon Han just missed quite an easy finish. Didn't get on the 8-ball right, missed it, and this is what he's left for Earl. This is a tester. Oh, he still pots a mean ball, does the 62-year-old. He's landed on the 50-yard line.
But that is low-hanging fruit for him, and he races out to a 2-0 lead. Meantime, Shane Van Boening will pot the 2 first here. And the cue ball winds up back to where it started after the SVB break a moment ago.
You can definitely see a piece of this ball. I don't know if you can see the potting angle. No, I don't think you can. You can just see full ball. So you can sort of bounce it forward off 2 rails. Kind of looks like it's going to go up towards the 8-ball. And he could also cross over, but that's a little fine gap he would have to find. Yeah, so he plays the 2-railer, finds the gap, doesn't hit the 8. That's not bad.
Yeah, no gap there with the 4 and the 8. Shane unconcerned at this point. He's watching Strickland like so many of the others in the hall. How many more times are you going to get to see Earl Strickland at the U.S. Open? So take advantage, peek over your shoulder before this match really starts to heat up.
It's a good effort. Must have got the hook. Might be tempted to play the jump bank here. It seems to sit up okay. And if he does, he will go close to this. And he could stop the cue ball there for the 3. Other than that, he's going to try and split the balls. Plays the jump bank, and he's got it.
That was good. Well executed.
Yeah, look at the control. Needs another good shot though. These middle pockets, they're a little scary from this position. And he's got to play a tough cue ball. He's going forward, so cue ball's going to go 3 rails. Ooh, missed it by a long way.
Now Garcia now with his first significant opening here.
Well, he was looking at the middle pocket there. Probably going to middle pocket. If you land a little bit short, you're going to be travelling with a cue ball on your next shot. 5 ball will pass the 8, no drama, so it goes in either corner. Doesn't want the cue ball on the rail. Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. Now he's asking a lot of himself. Earl the Pearl is back at the table. 62 years of age, and he isn't slowing down. He plays the game at a brisk old pace.
Well, he's got a really good chance to go 3 up.
This is awkward. Jacked up.
Oh,
did he get lucky? Yes, he did. He got very lucky.
Meanwhile, Garcia here on table 1 left the 5 hanging. But with that 9, makes it tough for SVB, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is brutal. The 7 sort of in the way. The 8 ball is causing a couple of problems. The thing is, once he pots the 5, if he pots the 5, he's not going to get on the 6. So he's got to put every effort in just to try and pot the 5, stay at the table. Because he knows ball in hand. Well, it would be the worst case scenario. This is table 5. Jeff DeLuna is 8-1 up against Dong Quoc Quang, the Vietnamese superstar. That match is over.
Wow, that went quick, didn't it? Mm.
Something's gone on that match, table 5. We will try and get the inside info. We love a little bit of gossip here at the US Open.
Oh, this could be good, yeah. Good pot by Shane Van Boening. Long way to go for the 6, however, but he does have a look. Meantime, on the right-hand side of your screen, that's interesting. Table 5, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Dong Quoc Quang, very nice guy. Can't look at him. Doesn't even want to turn around, does he? Something serious has gone on over there on table 5. Well, Matt, I know he'd be lurking. Mike Pinazzo. He'll be trying to get the scoop. Earl's flying. He won the opening 3. Made the ball on the break. Shane's done well making the 5 ball to give himself a look at the 6. It's a little thinner than he would have liked, but he's not left the potting angle.
And it's just enough of the 7 to cause problems for Garcia. The problem for the Italian, though, is he knows this could be his last shot of this rack.
Yeah, Don Kwok Kwang's still not looked, has he? Let's see what happens anymore. No, he's got himself out of there. He's out of this year's US Open. Back to the action. This has gone wrong. Oh, he's going to get lucky again. Maybe not. No, I think Shane can get through to this ball.
Yeah, looks like there's just enough where he can thread it. And I mean thread the needle here.
When Shane was hooked on the 5, it was a very difficult pot. He made it, and this is what has given him the opportunity to win rack 2. The familiar sight of SVB making another 9-ball. Wins the opening 2 here in losers qualification round.
A guy with over 100 titles to his name, and now 2 racks to his name as well. Here in this losers qualification match, the Italian Pier Francesco Garzia, now with some work to do. Next door, Earl Strickland. Continuing to apply the pressure and turn the screws on Tolian Han.
That's good enough. He's got the hook behind the 7. He can kick in the back rail up behind the 4. But there is a chance he could leave Earl a pot into the top right corner. Oh, is it that thin? This needs to bounce. Oh, he's got away with this. Earl's not going to be happy when he comes to the table and sees what he's been left.
Now these 2 Americans, Strickland and Van Boning, are playing side by side on tables 1 and 2, and collectively they have shut out their opponents. Neither has dropped the rack so far. Both trying to move on to single elimination play here at the US Open. And both cannot afford another slip up. This is losers qualification, meaning they have each already lost 1 match. Still double elimination here, so can't lose another. Otherwise, you're going home.
So back to the action here on the main table. SVB's made the 1-ball on the break. You can see a fine edge of the 2, but that's no good. So he's going to play the push. Problem he's got here is where if he rolls down the bottom, he's just leaving an easy hook behind the 6. I wonder if he could tie the 7-ball up onto the 3. Doesn't really like pushing out like that, Shane, though. He's very attacking push-out player. See how he just leaves the ball open? Some players try and tie another ball up for a bit of insurance. Doesn't really do that.
You like this play where he left it here? Is it good enough?
Good question. You might be asking the wrong man. He's got it on the rail, so he can't stop it behind the 6.
And as Shane Van Boening contemplates his next shot, we are going to bring in a special guest, one Scott Frost, joining the broadcast here on table number 1, as his fellow American here is trying to extend his lead out to 3 racks here in this race to 9, and take the first 3 from the Italian, Pierfrancesco Garcia.
That's all looked a little messy, hasn't it? And he's left this pot available into the side pocket. So the rollout was not very good. As this goes right to put him back. And this is what he has been left with. Welcome, Scott Frost, to the feature table.
How you doing, pal?
It's all good.
Everything good?
Everything's good.
Garcia. Never seen him play, pal.
Yeah, I think he just plays a lot in Europe. Not seen much of him in these type of settings, in these type of matches.
Earl Strickland looks like he's actually here to try and win this thing. Leading 4-0, right?
Yeah, he's flying around the table over there on table 2. 62 years of age. What a story. What a character that man is.
Absolutely amazing. Good for TV. And there's his up and coming, who's followed Earl his whole career, looks up to him, and kind of came with the extension because of Earl, right? In his early years, Shane Van Boening, Captain America.
Yeah, just the 10 titles between the pair.
Nothing major. I know how bad Shane wants this 6th title. Sometimes, Carl, what do you think about that? Sometimes does that haunt you the further you go in your career, or do you think that he can do this?
I think he can do it. I think he's the type of character, if I was to bet on anyone, I think it would be him. He has that sort of inner belief, that will to win. But he's under a little bit of pressure here in this match as he finds himself in a, well, he's got to win, hasn't he? If he loses, he's out. It's as simple as that.
Who defeated Shane, Carl? Who's defeated him, do you know?
Marco Thucher.
Oh, okay.
9 racks to 5.
Well, like I've heard you say it many times, there's 30, 40, 50 players in here that can beat Shane at any given time, maybe more. That tells you how difficult this event is, especially with the 4-inch pockets. These tables have really become an equalizer, and it gives everybody an opportunity to win.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Marco played him on one of the outside tables seems to always help the lesser known player.
Yeah, it takes a little pressure off, right? Takes a little bit of that pressure off. That's a nice little run there by Garcia.
Yeah, it was the push out by SVB where it was all a bit crazy, and then the poor safety. Right, we're going to flick over to table 2. This is the situation we have. Earl's at the table. That needs to keep rolling.
Yes, it does. You might be able to see the top side. Is actually pretty positive he can see the top side, if not the whole ball.
Not going to ask you about the shirt incident just yet, Scott. We're going to ease you in a couple of racks.
Oh, boy. Hello, Emily. Yeah, I mean, Carl, you can feel free to do what you like there. It's not an issue. It's over with, and it is what it is. He can see this ball, right? Can he see? You can see the top side of the ball. It looks like on our screen, but the screen can sometimes fool you.
Yeah, what's he going to do? Just
He's got to swerve it, Carl. It looks like. Bank it to the lower rail. Yeah.
Earl going to be tempted, chase the 9?
Can you play a two-way with it? Possible. He's missed the 1.
Earl's having a look at this. Like Scott said, he'd love to try and get the cue ball somewhere as a bit of an insurance policy. Because I think if he does hit this 9 close, the 5 might bounce up a little bit off the back rail.
Yeah, I agree, Carl. He's got to hit the 9 a little thin. And he's done that.
Has he flicked it?
That gives you an idea of how tight these pockets are. And not only are the facings tight, but they are deep, which means that you better hit it clean.
Yeah, let's have a quick chat about the table, Scott. You played in the event, so you've got first-hand knowledge of what it's like. I haven't. Just how brutal is it, and what does it mean for the game in general?
Well, I train on 4 and 1/8, and I've done it my whole life here in the States, and with worn-in cloth, so it plays fairly tight, right? But this is a little different ball game. It actually shocked me. I had a little chance to practice the night of, but I got in late. I was a little shocked by how tight these pockets play, and it took me a couple matches to even get comfortable, right? And I've talked to the other guys, Carl, and they all act like deer in headlights. And I know they're comfortable with the tables they've played on before, but it's ironic that they just continuously are fearful of missing a ball that they should pocket. So they play very tight. You've got to play shots differently as well, but I think it's great for pool. And you have a snooker background, right? So what do you think?
Yeah, I grew up playing English 8 ball, so it's a smaller pocket, but it's a bar box size. Obviously, I'm familiar with snooker. See, the big thing what I learned is when I come to America, I know all the clubs have bigger pockets, but players like yourself and Shane and Jeremy Jones and, you know, the top American players, I was surprised how much of you guys actually do play on the smaller pocket. I always just thought American pool, you know, you
was
guys
a standard table.
Yeah, that's
right.
what I thought. But then, so it took me a couple of years to figure out, oh, actually, the Americans, the good players who I've met, they play on a smaller pocket as well. So when you see the comments that I've seen over the last few months, so that it's ruining the game, it's actually not really the case.
No, I think it's great for the game. I think Matchroom is doing everything right. Sincerely, I mean that. I'm kind of sponsored by Simonis and Aramith as well, and I think, Carl, this cloth is by far the best choice in cloth. Brightens the balls up. You can see a little bit better, or quite a bit better, and it's great for the camera as well.
Yeah, you can see every ball clear as day. I know there's a bit of confusion over the orange 5 as well over here across the pond, but sometimes the orange 5 did look like the red 3 on TV.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with these balls either.
Shane's had to fade a little bit of the run of the ball last few shots. This is part of the game. Shane knows this better than anyone.
Yeah, and he fades that better than anyone. Shane's ability to overlook things, oh boy, that could have been bad. It might still be bad, Carl.
Yeah, just a little thing like that. You know, it could have run on a little bit further, but I think he has left this pot.
Look at the side pocket. That also gives you an idea. These side pockets are no hanger either. Very difficult. Could go rail first here, right, pal? Softly.
Yeah, you may have to. There's a few balls there that might interrupt things for Garcia.
I think he can see the whole ball, though. He obviously doesn't have to go rail first. I just feel like the rail first might take him an angle to the blue 2 in the side. And this is what he's done. But he's hit it too thinly, Carl. He's going to be okay with a shot, but the position on the 3 could be the issue.
Yeah, and on a club table, I'm not saying you'd shoot this in the corner, but if you had to, this is what I mean. You feel like it's unmissable as well. Now, if you had to shoot this ball in the corner, that means something.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. There's no way he's going to shoot this in the corner. I mean, I would bet highly against it, but I think that I think he can carry position playing the 2 in the side, but he's got to contest with the purple 5. Okay.
Watch out, 6 ball. That's got to keep rolling.
Yes, it does. And Earl Strickland has finally lost a game. He is leading 4-1.
Yeah, let's remember, losers of these matches now are out of the tournament. Winners advance. 64 players will be left after tonight's play.
How many more rounds, Carl, until we get to the final 64?
I think this
2 or
is
3?
well.
Or is this it?
No, I think this is it. This is it now.
Okay.
There might be another time of scheduled matches on, but this is it.
Okay. Look at this. Is this a window for a 5-time U.S. Open champion, or is this just a window? Great view there.
Tough to see what Shane's faced with.
I think he's clear. I guess not. He's got a baby jumping, using his regular cue. Key to this is not to overhit it.
He's going to try and draw this back, right?
Yeah, he's got to draw it back. Absolutely.
Well, this could be a highlight reel shot here for SVB if he gets this one right.
He definitely drew it. I feel like he might have overhit it just a hair, but it's so easy to do. He's gotten away with it, Carl.
Yeah, Shane's turn to get away with one.
Oh, look at this. Earl didn't get a rail there. He kicked 2 rails to the pink 4 and didn't get a rail. You like coming to the side rail here, Carl, or going to the long rail? Can you see the ball?
Yeah, I think you can see the right side of it. Yeah, you could see quite full. Ooh. Okay.
This could prove costly.
This is another instance where on your regular club table you might be tempted for the corner bag.
I think he does shoot this in the corner, Carl.
I think he still goes for it. Okay. I understand it, but...
Well, I think the side is actually smaller than the corner here.
Yeah, the side, I bet that's brutal.
Yeah.
Stood behind it. But he's got an easy hook. I'm not saying he plays the hook. Yeah, nicely played. I thought the angle was a little steeper than it was, to be fair.
Yeah, you're right. He had a clear hook. The snooker was obviously an option. 2 rails out here. Oh, he's hit this so nicely, though. Don't get over the 6. He's so good at that shot where you're controlling the speed.
Yeah, that was very underrated, that. Many of us would have landed short or found
long.
ourselves on the other rail.
Absolutely. And he's falling about perfect here. Just wants to carry an angle on the brown 7 to come up for the 8. He can choose to go forward or draw this ball. He's going to draw it, it looks like. He's played this nicely. He looks awful confident to me right now. 2 rails out to the center of the table.
Got to keep the heat on Garcia. Shane will feel like Garcia could fold, especially with the fans around. You know, no disrespect to Garcia, but people want to see Shane in the event.
Yeah, and you kind of know that as the opponent as well, right? You say you've got to keep the negative thoughts out of your mind, but at the same time, it's inevitable to know that you're playing a guy that everybody wants to see, right? 5-time U.S. Open champion. I promise you, there's not a person in here that doesn't want to see him win his 6th. So that's gotta weigh on you a little bit.
SVB wins the rack. It's an interesting rack. Bit of back and forth, but in the end it's a 3-1 lead. Earl the Pearls lost another rack. That match is now 4-2. And the result has come in. England's Chris Mellin is out of the US Open. He's lost 9 racks to 7 against Germany's Fitum Haradinaj. This is Ralph Souquet we're watching. He played that classic match the other day against Earl Strickland. He's 8-1 up now with that 9-ball. He's playing Abdullah Alenzi.
It's good to see Ralph back in the box doing some damage.
The older boys are
That's right.
plodding along.
Yeah.
Big matchup coming up soon on table 9. All-American class. Billy Jr. Usserin. He's playing Sam Henderson.
Well, Billy Ussery, man, he's really stepped it up in the last 6, 7, 8 months. Highly impressed. I grew up around him playing in tournaments, and he disappeared for a long time, so it's impressive to see what he's done. He's put a lot of work in, and that's all due to what Matchroom's doing for pool, which I think is a great thing. It's motivating guys like myself and guys like BJ Ussery.
Yeah, it's simple maths. The more tournaments Matchroom put on the World 9-Ball Tour, all these ranking events, you know, you can be playing for things, and there's a lot more clarity now. It's not like if your face fits, you get invited.
That's a fact, and I'm excited to be here, Carl. I'm very excited to be here. It's been a long time coming.
Here's the rollout.
I don't know about this here if I'm Shane. Yeah, he's passing it up immediately.
Yeah, what's his plan here? Where's this 1-ball going?
He's got to bank it up table, I think, somewhere, but the cue ball's got to avoid the clash with the 3.
Yeah, and often when you play this, the 1-ball comes off the back rail and clatters another ball.
Oh,
He could see it full.
He had a different idea, and I like it.
What did Shane? Did Shane go to the shot and properly look?
I don't think he did, Carl, and I think that's the problem. If he stands up and takes a look, he could see the one. He could see the one full. You know, Shane's going to take that on if that's the case. So a little error from Shane Van Bonen there. Maybe it's got something to do with age, Carl. You never know.
Wants to save the old feet. Yeah, a little lesson for you there. Make sure you explore all options.
Yeah, or this happens. I don't know if they call that karma. I don't know if you believe in it, but it could be.
Yeah, a little mistake there from Shane. Earl's won another rack, by the way. That's now 5-2.
I think this format favors Earl, Carl. I do. You don't play a lot of matches back to back to back. It's scheduled real nice. It's a long week. I think he's up for the challenge. I really do. I think he could do something special this week, even though he's on the 1-loss side.
Yeah, like you said, half the field play on day 1, the other half play on day 2. If you qualify, so tomorrow you'd only play 2 matches again, and you'd find yourself in the final 16.
Absolutely, and I think he's up for the challenge. I really do. He's got the elbow pads on, and he's ready to go.
He's got the back strap on.
Yes, sir.
Has he got the high shoes on?
I don't know if he's got the heels on or not, but I know he's got the arm brace. And I don't know why more players aren't doing this either.
I'm sure we'll see it in the next event, looking like Earl. I think you need a shirt like Earl's, a little tighter.
Yeah, possibly. He really does look good, though. And I hope he does well this week. Garcia is going to make a little run here, right, pal? It looks like he could run this rack without any issues. I don't see any anyway.
Yeah, he's in a good spot here. Obviously, you never know. He's at it again. Oh, he's at it again.
He is, and he just looks like he's flowing. He really does. And he's had a couple mishaps. He's lost a couple games, but had a 4-0 lead and doesn't seem to be slowing down.
Yeah, let's not forget the match he lost. He lost 9-8 to Ralph Suke.
Who's up 8-1 right now.
Wow.
So he must be playing well.
And Earl had a dry break in the final rack in that match, so it's not like he did something crazy.
Okay. That shot that Earl just played, he likes that center inside to where he forces the cue ball forward. Probably the best on the planet at that shot.
Just fires it in like he's 21 years of age.
He might be. Garcia a little flat on this 5-ball, Carl.
Yeah, started to chase position a little bit.
Yeah, and you know what that leads to on tables like this at times? He's going to have to either come back and forth here or go 3 rails. But, I like coming back and forth because it's easier to pot the ball, but let's see what he chooses. And that's what he's done. Very well, too.
Staying with Shane, that's the key. Make Shane play.
Yeah, there comes a point in the match where he as far as Garcia, could really become motivated. He starts to get the feel, gets loose, and all those negative thoughts tend to go away. You got to wonder if that's starting to happen. Even though he's trailing 2 games, it's not going to be for long.
There it is. It was the push out, and then the fact Shane didn't really look at the option, give it back, and that's what cost SVB rack 5. Okay, Scott, let's get at it. It's time.
Okay, pal.
Let's say your version of events, the old shirt foul. You've gone viral on the internet. Everyone's talking about it. You was playing Hunter Lombardo. Was it Hill?
It was Hill.
Right,
I just hadn't marked my. I hadn't marked my game yet.
Right, I'm with you.
Too many things going on at once.
Right.
But really, Carl, I mean, I don't want a black cloud looming over Hunter, and I definitely don't want it looming over myself. I think that Matchroom did what they were supposed to do in the scenario. The young lady that made the call was kind of caught off guard, I believe, and you know, things happen. From my point of view, I 100% don't think I touched the 6, but it's possible, right? Because of my shirt.
Yeah.
I'm sure that it wasn't skin tight, even though I made sure it was highly tucked in. That being said, I didn't know that a player can call a foul from the table. If I would have known that, I would have called a ref for that situation once I realized I was over the 6, because earlier in the match, Carl, I played a kick safe and I ended up calling a ref over just so there's no discrepancies, and I've done that this whole tournament.
Yeah.
So my intentions were not ill, and I don't want that following him around, and I definitely don't want that looming over me after this event. I think Matchroom did everything they could do. As far as Hunter, I wouldn't have done what Hunter did, but you know, everybody's different, and I can understand where he's coming from. He wants to win as well. Therefore, I don't despise him for what's happened, and I don't want him crucified for what's happened either.
Yeah, well said. And I think obviously the team at Matchroom are now reviewing that whole rule, and changes will be made, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in these events. As you know, you've seen it all, you've been around. Something always seems to happen, and I was wondering how it just seemed to happen in my scenario, because I finally started getting comfortable, but not as comfortable as Earl.
Earl's flying.
Yes, he is.
That's another rack, 7-2. So as one 5-time US Open champ, looks like he's on course to qualify. Another one, he's in a battle.
Yeah, Shane seems to make light work of shots like this, but maybe it's a little steeper than I thought. I think he can hit this thin enough and miss the brown 7, but maybe not. Oh yeah. And he's hit it great. If the 8 stays out of play, I think it's got him, Carl.
Yeah, on the overhead that we've got here, it looks like he's covered. A little swerve.
I think he's got to go rail first here.
Okay.
But I'm possibly incorrect. I've been that. Oh yes, he can swerve it, Carl. Good call.
Got to get a little bit of movement here.
Oh, he's done very well.
He's done very well. Be happy with a nudge on the pink 4 as well.
Get a replay there. Nice touch. Played to go into that ball.
Sure, Shane knows what's going on the other table as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Shane likes to keep an eye on Earl. Wow, I like the way he played that too. Came in very tight to his angle. A lot of people want to underhit that ball. Carl, I gotta give you a little props. You know, you and I used to run around back in the day and been friends for a long, long time, and I'm very impressed with your ability on the microphone, man. You've done very good. I'm serious.
There's that 20, Scott.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. He's come a little straight, hasn't he? I'm not saying he's straight, but a bigger angle, this would have just been a formality. Now he's got to pump it or go forward. Could come back as well, I suppose. Yeah, see what I mean?
I am really surprised he pumped it like that. I thought he might just come back and play for the side, but he seems like he's okay with his body language. The overhead tells us he's okay. There's a great angle. Plenty of room, so that's why he shot it like that, I guess, Carl. Less cue ball movement in his mind.
Yeah, he's got to put a good stroke on this.
Yeah, he elected for the longer shot on the 8. I'm just stunned backwards here. Wow, he actually stunned sideways and just played to cut. That's why he is 5-time US Open champion.
Yeah, he powers the ball better than anyone, doesn't he? Just thunders it in.
And you hear Jeremy Jones talk about it quite a bit, where you'll watch Shane for six to 8 hours just powering shots, and it's actually something to see when Shane's practicing and he gets into that mode where he's powering balls. It's very impressive. Nobody does it like he does.
So back to a 2-game lead, 4-2.
John Lehman.
Table 3, the Kaiser, Ralph Souquet is at the table. This is for the match.
Yeah, I used to call him the surgeon, Carl, because everything he did was just perfect. And he might be doing everything perfect here. Like this.
Yeah, that looks pretty perfect. Souquet is about to put his name in the hat. 32 players undefeated will be drawn against 32 players with the 1 loss next to their name. That will make up the final 64. Thunderous break. Didn't find the 1 ball. No random ball made.
Yeah, he might have hit those a little too firm. We know he breaks them harder, even in this format, than anybody else. In game number 7, SVB breaks dry.
Don't believe it goes past the 3. Maybe.
I'm with you, Carl. I don't believe it does either. Earl Strickland is at it again as well, leading 7 games to 2, and it looks like he's got an open table. I think here, what can you 3-rail this one and draw back behind the 6 and 2, or is there? It's probably too close, right? The 1 and the cue ball, so he's going to go away from it. Below the pink 5.
This 1 ball's going to bump out a little bit, though. This has got to travel. I think he's okay.
I like the shot, right? Very creative. Utilizing those 3 balls to his benefit.
Earl the Pearl, 2 balls to go.
I mean, he's made light work of this rack. Like, really looks like the Earl of the 90s.
It's simple. There is no age limit on the game of pool. I keep telling everyone I'm too old. Earl's defying that logic.
And you're telling everybody else there's no age limit. I think that was a real nice hit by SVB. Garcia does have an opportunity here to lane behind the 6-2-8.
Earl needs 1 more rack to get himself in the hat. And if he does so, that's going to be an interesting draw to see where he falls. SVB will get the short stick out here. This just happens a lot these days.
Yes, it does. And they've gotten so much better. I think Federer Gorst is one of those reasons. He really set the bar with his jumping abilities, and it's told the other players that they need to improve on their jump game. I know a lot of the Euros do it.
Yeah, I'm vowing for a limited amount per match. I've suggested it to Emily, don't worry.
You think she's going to take your suggestion seriously?
She doesn't mind, yeah, she listens.
I think it would be. I won't speak on that. I actually think it would be good for the game to limit it, but it is what it is.
Oh, Will scratched at the wrong time. If you're going to scratch at 8-2, maybe it's a good time.
It might be a good time, and it's no reason for Earl to lose his cool.
Yeah, going back to the jump shot, I kind of like it for another reason. Let's just say if it was 3 per match, for argument's sake. I just like the idea of having a graphic under each player's name or next to it. And It's another talking point.
I do like that. I think it gives it a little more juice, a little bit more to talk about, and probably a little more interest in the game. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This ball does not. He's looking at it like it goes, but there's no way this ball goes, is there? He played it to go, but I don't think it looked tight.
Yeah, I'm with you. It looked very tight.
I guess you can't fault the player that's at the table. If he's shooting it, it probably goes, but it didn't look like it. I think Shane can make this bank. If not, the cue ball's going to be down below the... Well, he's hit that a little thin.
Kicking off the back rail, Scott. Will he go low on the cue ball?
Yeah, I think so here, Carl. He's definitely going to kick and stick, as we call it in the States. And he elevates his body, Carl. I've noticed over the last few years, especially playing other games, he'll elevate his body. And I don't know if he's doing that to get a better angle of the kick that he kicks, but he doesn't get all the way down on the ball a lot of times in those scenarios. You see how his body's elevated there?
Yeah, I'm with you, yeah. So he's not down on the cue.
Yeah, and I noticed some other players do that as well. And maybe there's something to it, because look at the result.
Yeah, so just for a sighting purpose. Just to sight it a little easier, maybe. What's he do here? He's got to go 2 rails, right? And just
try to hit it.
Do you have a system in this instance, or do you just play off feel?
I've never really had a system. I'm a field player myself. I know a lot of these great players do have that system. I just think that there's so many variables where that system could be flawed.
Okay.
But he might have a system because he almost made it. But it has left an open table for Captain America.
Yeah, all the balls are sat in the open. 6 to the 7 needs to be just thought about, but you can come up into the centre of the table. I'm just trying to think of something.
Yeah, you're thinking of the trouble situations, and that could be it, if any. And he's probably got a little more work to do if he's coming to that side of the table, which is the natural angle. He doesn't care for it just because of the black and yellow 9 looming. I think that he's going to have to avoid that coming off the 5. He's going to play the 4, but he wants an angle for sure. Stay above this ball. Oh, he's coming this way, and I really like this, Carl. It makes it easier to get to the 6.
Really double checking every little thing now, isn't he? Maybe when he didn't get up for that push out option.
This is a little weak, right?
It is a little weak. Now, this is just not a gimme like it used to be. You could just get it near the hole and it'd fall in.
And I think that's where the tables come into effect, and I think it makes it a better part of the game, right? You have to stay in line. Therefore, if you don't, the game changes. Now, he can overcome this, but a lot of guys can't, and it will expose your flaws.
Yeah, well said. And we've seen it over the first couple of days here on table 1.
He's overcut this, but just barely wiped its feet.
Yeah, any wider, that would have stayed over the pocket. Tolian Han has won another rack off the Earl Strickland scratch on the break. That match is now 8 racks to 3.
It's going to be interesting to see if that affects Earl in any way, if he goes on a little bit of a negative streak. But an 8-3 lead on these tables, Carl, that's a very big lead.
Yeah, with this break as well, where you're not guaranteed 3s and 4 packs.
Right.
SVB's left a little bit of distance. You fancy him to take care of it, but you catch any point of the rail here with a bit of pace, it can stay up.
I think he plays that shot as good as anybody on the planet. Just so smooth.
Breaking away. Disappointed though, look.
I was a little worried about falling short on that 6, Carl.
This is table 9. It's Hill, 3 balls remain. Bazar Spahiu from Albania. Cecil Chen is at the table. And Scott, you've played on these tables. This could be a little funny in the side, right?
Well, I actually had this exact scenario with these balls yesterday against Hunter.
Really?
And I come 3 rails, and I came short. I just didn't get there. I actually got snookered behind the 9. This exact scenario came up, and I punched it instead of just coming out. I think here he's got to come out to the center of the table like this. I think that's the safest play, Carl.
Yeah, he's leaving himself a shot.
Yeah, and it's better to leave yourself a shot than no shot. And percentages say the more you do that, the more you win.
Shane's trying to find the 1 ball, struggled last couple of breaks. There it is.
Yeah, he took a fraction of speed off. Okay, look at this layout for SVB.
Oh, that was quite thin. He had to do a lot of travelling with the cue ball.
Yeah, it was thinner than it looked, wasn't it? And this is no give me for a deciding game.
Yeah, if you make it, you're through. If you miss it, you may well be out. Oh, Shane's caught the 4 ball. I thought he could have just pulled it out
I thought he could come out to the center of the table as well, Carl, for the win.
He's grinding away. He really is. Good pot on the 8 and the 9 there. He finds himself into the last 64. Judgment Day here in Atlantic City for the 46th US Open Pool Championship.
Yeah, and SVB is not thrilled with this because he's got to contest with the purple 5, getting down here to the 4. And now, not only that, he's elevated, Carl. So this is big trouble.
Yeah, this is horrible. This really is.
He actually didn't do terrible. He missed the plot, but he did not do terrible. He did get the cue ball past the 5. He just missed the ball.
This is another instance on the 4-inch pocket, not the 4.5, because he may have to spin this ball in and go a long way around the table. This is a tough shot he's faced with here.
Yeah, this isn't what you want to look at. I mean, it's better than nothing, obviously. Shane was at the table. I think he's got to go 3 rails here. I really do. This is the problem with it, right, Carl? You're guaranteed to see the ball if you go 3 rails. I understand it's tougher to make the ball, but it's one versus the other. And I think you get position going 3 rails. At worst, you're going to get to see the ball. There he risked scratching and snookering.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. Is something strange brewing up on table 2? It's not worrying signs just yet, but it's all been about Earl the Pearl on that table. But Lian Han has won 2 racks on the spin, now 8-4.
He's bringing out the jump. Shane is focused on his mentor.
I think they're having a chat. Well, maybe Earl's chatting.
Yeah, I think Earl's chatting. Boy, isn't that a sight right there?
Yeah, that's a good picture.
He's going to jump. He'd like to stop the cue ball, and he's done that. He's done quite well there.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with that leave.
This isn't easy, actually, Carl. He had a full ball to get over. Very good control.
See, the limited amount of jump shots might have meant Shane would have had to kick at this ball if he'd used all of them.
And I think there's more to the game when you're kicking at balls. I'm nothing against the jump cue, but you get to see a little bit more. He's gotten away with it.
Yeah, he has got away with it.
Ooh, Tommy Lian Han has scratched versus Earl Strickland at 8-4. Earl leading. Earl has ball in hand. Let's see if he can get out.
Earl the Pearl, can he do it? Can he run the table?
Well, he isn't wasting any time.
He's not going to get an easier opportunity to win that match.
I agree. He's going to come a little more forward, I believe, but he can play the purple 5 in the right-hand side pocket. Just go forward. Oh, he's got him perfect, Carl.
Yeah, Garcia's having a good look at this one. It's been a couple of minutes now. He's just unsure what shot to play, how to get to the pink 4.
Yeah, like going into that left side rail, you might get some motion on the 9. I think this is it for Earl, Carl. I think he's just got to get good on the 7 and could be lights out.
Surely he just comes to the left off 2 rails.
I would expect. Oh, he's drawn this ball.
Yeah, he kind of stunned it a little bit, didn't he? A bit.
Yeah. He's got to power this a little. He's done well.
He can still play the shots.
Man, he can. Very impressive. He played a very good set here, Carl. It's going to be interesting to see how he does.
There's the action on the 9 you were talking about, Frosty. Nearly fluked it.
The fluke.
Earl the Pearl Strickland has got this 9 ball. He's got a skid.
Oh my goodness.
He got a skid. That ball skidded. That is one of the biggest skids I have ever seen. You could see the 9 just turn over.
I don't know what to say.
Wow.
That was a major skid. Let's get another look at this skid. And we don't see that a lot, Carl. The balls haven't skid much here. I've played several matches and they play really true. So that's a surprise.
Yeah, and obviously you've got all this new chalk innovation stuff now, so the kick doesn't. But that was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. Let's see how. Oh,
Okay.
he just hit it clean.
There's big drama happening over there now because that was insane.
And you're right, big drama. Let's see how Earl handles this. I mean, as a player myself, this is very difficult to take, and we all know how Earl can be. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, he's got to just stay in the moment. He's still 8-5 up.
Absolutely.
Just get the job done. But that was wild.
Yeah, that was surprising.
I'm just wondering if there was something on the ball or something because
could have been. It turned that badly. There very well could have been. Doesn't want this to land on the rail. sure he's fine, but, you know, we don't like the ball on the rail like this.
The breakaway, the lead. He's not happy though, is he?
No.
This is what you get though. You just have to battle. You could see early in the distance.
Yeah, he's as red as the matchroom signs.
Tolian Han has scratched on the break. He scratched on the break. Earl the Pearl is back at the table with another chance.
He sure is, and he was straight up.
Wow.
You know, let me ask you this, Carl. How do you feel after you've got a hanger like the 9 he had and it turned? Doesn't it affect you going forward in the match? You can start to feel like anything you shoot might twist or turn.
Yeah, I agree, but this is why these are the best, because it's all about the now, isn't it? That's done, really. It just is what it is, isn't it? It's gone. Like you're saying with a shirt foul, it's gone.
Absolutely.
What can you do?
You're right, but I'm saying that 20 hours later.
Yeah.
Right.
What was he saying 2 minutes after? No, I know what you're saying. He's got to be affected, but listen.
It might not affect this guy because he is a very fluid, quick player, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. You just carry on.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, nobody deserves to lose off what's just happened. He deserves another chance. He deserves this opportunity.
Agreed.
Just make sure you don't do anything silly with the cue ball. You don't want to start overrunning it. You don't want to start overrunning it. It's got to settle down. It's okay.
Yeah, it's landed perfect, actually. He's going to play the 9 in the same corner.
I hope it's not the same angle as well. Oh, this is good enough. This is good enough. There'll be no skid this time for the second time of asking. Earl the Pearl Strickland finds himself in the hat. He has made it through to the last 64 at 62 years of age. What a story. As SVB smiles on.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, Earl Strickland. And I think the crowd really, really likes it.
Well, what a few moments we've had here. I think Ghazi has gone out of the arena. He's took a timeout. Yes, he has. Let's have a look at some scores around the room. There we see Darren Appleton, former two-time winner. He's on the hill, 8-6 over Georgi Georgiev. Sam Henderson's just took the first rack against Puliusuri. Pagaline's playing Guttenberger, that's 4-4. Mickey Kraus, the young European, he's playing Lucas Fracasso Werner. He's on the hunt for a Mosconi Cup place. He's quite high on the rankings. That's now 4-2 to Mickey Kraus. Tom Stavley have shared the opening 6 racks, 3-3 against Jovan Bustamante. No relation to the legend Francisco Bustamante, I believe.
No, and he actually lives in Phoenix, Carl.
Okay.
I've been playing around Jovan for many, many years, and very good guy. What a gentleman he is, and highly underrated. And I think people are going to start to see that.
Wow, okay, there's a story. Corey Jules 5-3 down against Jan van Leeuwen, the young Dutchman, very talented youngster. Who else have we got out there? Wojciech Shevchek, 2-0 up against Dmitry Lukatos. Kopin Chung Babika on table 18 is Hill. Also, Danny Hewitt, Vitaly Putsura is also Hill. Thorsten Homan is in a world of trouble as he trails Jesus Atensho 8 racks to 4.
Is it Jesus? Or is it Jesus?
Jesus.
Okay. I wanted to bring up Darren Appleton real quick. I haven't had an opportunity to see him play since his incident, but he must be playing good, Carl.
Yeah, he only just got beat off Niels Fayen, so I think he's back grinding away.
Okay.
This sort of format with a smaller pocket, the ball's coming out a little bit funky, will suit Darren.
Yes, it will.
He likes that little, he's not known for a big package run. But he likes that little back and forth.
Oh, he loves the grind. And I'll tell you what, he was probably the best 8-ball player on a big table that I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, he loves the grind.
What is Shane doing? Playing basketball.
Garcia is just walking back into the arena, so we will restart this match. Homan's out, Thorsten Homan. He's out of this year's US Open.
Okay, he's definitely taken a fraction of pace off, but he hits that ball so square even though he's cutting it, Carl. He gets more action off these object balls than any other player I've seen.
Yeah, and he actually swapped sides this time.
Well noted.
Okay, what's he faced with here?
He's got to play a defensive shot here, Carl. I don't know exactly what. Can he snooker him behind the purple 5? I don't know if he can go forward and snooker him. I think he's going to create distance and come around behind the 8 and 9.
This looks okay. This looks more than okay.
Wow.
How'd you like that ball?
He had other ideas. I think we're looking at the jump again.
Yeah, there is a window in between the brown 7 and the red 3 ball.
Well, if he were to pocket this, he can win the game. It carries position. Very difficult. Looking around here, Carl, this arena, I was literally flabbergasted when I first come into this arena on day number 1. It's really a beautiful setup. It's absolutely gorgeous. And he almost made this ball, Carl, and he might have got away with it.
Oh boy, did he get away with it, yes. Yeah, come the final 16 also, Scott, that's where the arena really takes shape, because we have centre court, which is not used. We have the trophy sat in the middle of the table for the full event. The 2 tables, table 1 and 2, stay there. Everything is packed up around these 3 tables.
Yeah, it just gives the event such a special vibe. This center court where nobody's played yet all week, and you can just feel the earning for a match to be played there. Well, he's made a good hit as well, Carl.
Yeah, that's all he could do, make contact. The Appleton's at the table. I believe he's 8-6 up. He's on the 7 ball. He's tried a bank shot, but sort of a 2-way shot. Get a good cue ball and leave it tough for his opponent. Not sure how thin that ball actually is for Georgie. He's having a look though, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is, and I think this could be a 2-way shot as well, right, Carl? If he plays to overcut it, even though that's hard to do, if he plays to overcut it, you're going to get distance. I don't know if that was the right shot that Darren took on there. I really don't, but we didn't have time to look at it. I guess it's the right shot if you're at the table, isn't it? Whoa, he's really overcut this, Carl. Almost a fluke by Garcia.
Yeah, he's got away with one there as well.
Darren playing with the glasses.
Yeah, he's got the glasses on. He's not getting any younger.
Oh, what a hit there by SVB. Used high cue ball there, Carl. When you use high, it acts as low when there is distance from the object ball from the rail. High will act as low when you're kicking something. Give it a try at home, folks. Give it a try.
Appleton's made the 7. I believe he's going to play the carom cue ball off the 8 into the 9 for the win.
And that's what it looks to be.
This is where Garcia's got the short stick out again.
Yeah, they've utilized it a bunch this match. Oh, he's missed the plot.
Has he fluked the 8 though?
He's fluked the 8?
No. Won't be happy with that one, Muldaz. That was an opportunity.
I think he had to draw that carom just a little bit. Instead, it looked like he put center or forward on it, as you can see, and he caught the 9 too thick. The 9 went high. I think he had to draw it just a bit.
Yeah, so it looks that match on table 8 is going to continue.
Garcia's got a long shot to come with here. He's got to get back down table for the red 3, and he's hit it too thick. It's gone all types of wrong. Shane faced with a more difficult shot. He's hit this ball too thick, which has caused a collision in the center of the 8. Unfortunately left Shane over the red 3. I don't know that you even shoot at this ball, but let's see what Shane chooses.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted on the Appleton scoreline. That's now 8-7. Appleton is on the hill.
That was a big miss, that carom.
Koping Chung got the win. He beats Babika 9 racks to 8. We've seen Koping Chung on the opening day lose on the TV table, so he's been battling away over in the loser's bracket.
Shane played this shot. I don't know if he's covered him completely. He has.
Your buddy Jovan Bustamante has took a 1 rack lead over Tom Stavley, 4-3.
Garcia wants to shoot the same type of shot that Shane shot a couple innings ago, using a high right where you're killing the cue ball, but he looks like he's going to get into this a little bit more where you could lose the cue ball. I don't know if he's real familiar with this type of shot. A lot of one-pocket players like this shot. They can control the kick and stick with the high cue ball. It acts as low. It's a good shot for everybody to practice because it seems to come up in rotation pool all the time.
Is he trying to pot the 7? Or is he just... It's close.
Think he's got away with it or no, Carl?
No, I think he's okay. No one can get a look at this blue 2.
They've been battling over it for a minute now. And we have the jump again.
Yes, again. Seen it quite a lot.
I'm starting to like that idea, Carl. I really am, the more I think about it. I gotta be honest, I thought it was quite silly when you first said it.
I thought it was a silly man, right?
Yeah. But I'm starting to really like it.
2-ball doesn't want to play ball at the minute.
It does not, and that's the blue ball.
He's got to play these 2 rails, try and find the bottom rail, hasn't he? Get the cue ball over to the right, use the pink floor and the 9-ball.
Yeah, he's talking about hitting this full or heavy with a little bit of right English. Maybe a center right, Carl. Sending the 2-ball down 2 rails, playing the cue ball behind the 8, 4, 9. He's got a friendly rub off the 3. It doesn't want to play ball, Carl. I think they've been battling on this for several minutes now.
Shane flukes the 7-ball. Shane flukes the 7 ball. No. Look at this, though.
It really does not want to play. And he might have a cross corner safe here, like a two-way, unless he decides to play the combination. I think the combination is low percentage, right?
Nasty. Very nasty.
Yeah, I think he's got to play the two-way here, sending the white up table. He's drawing the ball, so he's not doing that, Carl.
I think he's going combo.
Yeah, man, I really feel that was the utmost difficult shot. He hit it very well. These 4-inch pockets told him otherwise.
Yeah, he's missed a trick there for me. I think you called it right, Scott. I think the old crossbank safe was the order of the day.
Shane Van Boening looking to take a 7-2 lead. Nicely done. He'll float up to the center of the table here. Natural angle.
Yeah, let's not forget the SVB Junior Open.
And notice these guys practicing over here, Carl.
Yeah, the young kids have arrived today. I believe that starts possibly tomorrow, maybe Friday actually. Anyway, they've started to arrive, the youngsters.
Shane's got a decision to make here. Do you play this in the left side or the top left corner? Side pocket. He's overrun the mark a little bit, Carl. I don't think it's going to cause any problems.
It's been the story of the match for Shane. Can't quite get the cue ball where he wants.
Yeah, he's definitely struggled with it a little more than not. Well, he's almost kissed the 9 twice there. And still on this table, for folks at home, this is no hanger. I mean, you still have to center the pocket. I'm sure he will.
7-2 SVB. The crowd have stayed, of course, to watch this match unfold. They want to see Shane in the draw, just like they've seen Earl the Pearl.
Will you tell us about that draw real quick? Does the double elimination start over, or how does that work, Carl?
It's literally the 32 winners will be drawn against the 32 one-loss, but the seeded players, as they go through undefeated, they keep their seeding spot. So, for instance, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will stay number 1 seed in the winner's draw. If number 2 seed has gone undefeated, he'll be at the bottom.
Interesting. Okay, I like it. So the losers still have a loss?
No, because we're at single elim.
Okay, it goes to single elimination.
Yes.
Race to what?
11, I want to say.
I like it. That's nice. That's pressure packed. I like it. I think it's really good for.
Could still be 9. I'm going to have a look at that just to double check.
Sorry to put you on the spot, pal.
That's fine. A little bit of heat.
You got to give it to you every now and then. SVB to break. Oh, he's really narrowed that one in. He's getting a shot on the 2 here. It's a little flat on this ball. He's going to have to do something with the cue ball. Let's take a look at this break. He's hitting the 1 so square. When I say that, I mean he's hitting it very solid. He's not hitting it square. He's cutting it, but he's hitting it very solid. He's getting a lot of action off the object balls. He needs this to carry. I don't know if he has gotten there.
Last 64 race to 10.
Race to 10, so they up it a game.
Up it a game. Last 32 race to 10. Then the final 16, 10. Quarters 10. Semi-finals 11. Final race to 13.
Interesting. I really like the format. I really do. It gives you a reason to keep fighting if you're on the one-loss side. And there was a perfect angle, Carl. Shane might be slightly hooked.
Yeah, you remember back in the day where it was played in Virginia and it was double limb all the way through. That was brutal at times.
It was brutal because if you do lose your first round, like I did, you've got a long way to go.
Yeah, you've got a right to lose your mind
Yes,
in
you
that
do.
format.
Yes.
As where this, you might have to win, is it 3 matches?
Really yeah. Yeah, just makes me think a little bit more about the match that I lost, but it is what it is, and I lost that match, and that's what happens. You've got to clear the board in order to carry on, Carl, and I didn't do that. You can see this. He's got a chance to get to 3 games here. He's playing the 9, Carl.
Looks to be set up real tasty, this. Almost unmissable. Needs to be thought about, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but he's literally almost perfect. I don't know that you could place the cue ball in a better spot with the way it lays. Might be overthinking this, Harrah. Okay. Garcia gets to 4 games.
Yeah, nice quick rack there. Here's another look. Yeah, fired at home. This was the game we just went to earlier when Appleton had the carom on the 9-ball. Oh, that's not going to work out good for Georgiev. It's a good pot.
Do we know the score here?
It's 8-7 Appleton. It's been a 3-hour match.
Wow.
That's a little keen.
Yeah, and I'd say the longer it goes, the more Appleton is favored. It's that, like you commented earlier, Carl, that is his style. He's definitely a grinder. And are we looking at the jump cue again?
The jump cue is out.
I think he's got to land almost on top of the ball if he decides to jump this.
I still think kicking off the side rail is good.
I agree. You catch the bottom side of the 6, a lot of good things can happen. Create distance. You might get a snooker out of it. I think the kick is the shot. He's looking at it, Carl. Maybe he can hear you.
He's quite far.
Look at this break. Garcia.
Wow, okay. Chance at 7-3 to claw another one back. Here we go. He's got the full cue now, Georgie. Jump cue's gone away.
So he is going to play the kick. I think it's the right decision, Carl.
Watch out middle pockets. There's a chance.
I think he wants to use a running cue ball on this kick. That will send the cue ball backwards just a hair or towards the lower end of the table. Oh, he's hit it heavy. He's hit it full. Has he gotten away with it? He has, Carl. Kind of.
Yeah, it looks to be okay. He might be in a spot of bother in a moment, but at least he's not sold out just yet.
Garcia's made a nice shot on the 2 to get up here for the 4.
Giving Shane something to think about. Yeah, we'll stay focused on table 1 because Georgie's just weighing up his options. We'll keep you posted.
He's definitely trying to make a run at it. A little bit worried here about traffic with the 6 and 8. If he wants to go forward, he would have to split those balls. I don't know if he can draw. Oh, he's run into it. He's run into the 6, Carl, and I don't know if he can see enough of it to pocket it.
I think he can. It looked like he held his hand up.
Okay. He's still got to get to the brown 7. Can he use outside low left here? It looks like he can, so he can see it clearly. Oh, yes.
Needs another favourable flick. I think he's going to get it. Okay,
Wow.
He's getting a little look out there at the minute. He needs it as well.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little luck. Ooh, he's played to cheat that ball just a little bit. That's risky on these tables. I feel like he's got a little angle here. He might be doing a little bit of showmanship. You can either draw back towards the chalk where he's at or punch up. Oh yeah. Really taking his time. Might have a little bit of nerve settling in up there. I don't know. It's understandable. The guy he's playing, he tends to do that to you at times.
Yeah, he's really making sure. Don't blame him. It's another rack on the board for Garcia. He'll have the break as well. Appleton's at the table. I think he's got a couple of balls left. Georgie kicked at that ball but left a chance. And this is it. This is bread and butter for Darren Appleton to find himself in the draw. He's on the 9 OK. This is loser's qualification, so he will come into the draw. Some seeds will want to avoid the name of Darren Appleton. He's through to the final 64 with the 9-7 win over Georgi Georgiev.
Yeah, congratulations to Mr. Appleton. The state's very own Mr. John Lehman racking the balls. It's kind of been a weird match, this has, Carl. It seems like it's been all SVB, but not. And Garcia is still right in this match. It's just kind of been a little bit of a quiet run, in my opinion. This has turned out nicely.
This is going to turn out real nice, and if he can win this rack with a break and run, this is going to give Shane something to think about.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Got to get on this 3 ball though. Might have to just find the gap in between the 6-9.
I like that, Carl. I do agree. It all depends on how he feels. He's at the table.
Yeah, he kind of looked like trying to play through the gap between the pink 4 and the green 6, but you won't want to draw down there. That would be...
Yeah, a lot could go wrong doing that. You draw too low and you get the wrong angle to begin with. But he's done that, Carl, and gotten perfect.
Wow, what a shot he's played there, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he felt that shot. He's at the table, and if you feel it, it's probably the right shot. And in this case, it's definitely the right shot. Carry a little angle to come out to the center here. Got a little pep in his step, which he's starting to gain. He definitely didn't have that 2 or 3 games ago, so that's nice to see. Garcia getting a little momentum. And Carl said just a little bit ago, it gives Shane something to think about, and I think it really does, right? You don't want to play games out here.
No, this can be a funny game, the game of 9-ball pool. I'm never quite sure what may happen. And Garcia's making a little fight back here, making this game interesting.
Yeah, it's when the match could go to like 7-6 or something like that funny things can really start to happen. Tide changes, momentum's already swinging. You definitely want to stop this from happening if you're Shane Van Boening. He knows if he can get into the last 64, he's just as good a favorite as anybody else to win this tournament. I think he's got quite perfect here, Carl. One rail out.
Job done here for Garcia.
The body language of Shane. He just doesn't seem like he's fully pressed into this match. It just hasn't felt that way. Has it felt that way to you?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's almost like he just needs to get this one out of the way. Look, even now, he's getting the balls out. Look, throwing them down table.
You know, I was leading to that when I first stepped in, and grateful for the opportunity, but I feel like Shane might be carrying a little extra load of pressure to get that 6th win. I mean, it's something that, as a player, I don't know that you can get it out of your mind as easily as we think, but you never know.
Yeah, all sort of looked like Shane was just going to run away with this one and just sort of push Garcia aside. Not a fantastic performance, but okay. Just losing the cue ball a few times here and there, but Garcia's really come back into this now. So this next rack here, this is a big rack coming up. Garcia to break. He trails SVB 7 racks to 5.
He's hit these a little firmer, but he's going to come out okay or not, Carl?
Don't believe he can pot it. Jump shot is he's pretty basic. May be able to see the left edge.
He definitely put more speed on those than the last time. Last one, it looked a lot more controlled. Did get half the job done, pocketing the one on the side. And here we are with the jump, Carl.
Yeah, obviously I don't blame him for getting the jump cue out here.
No, I think he's a pretty heavy favorite to make this, right? He carries position. I mean, he puts this down. He can definitely, well, didn't want the cue ball to drift that direction.
Yeah, put a bit of right spin on it, didn't he? Just kind of squirted away. Tester.
Makes this shot much more difficult.
He's got to shoot it though, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's going to elevate just a hair, I think, and come to the left side rail. You don't want to overhit this. Probably a medium speed, but it's a nerve-wracking shot. It'll be interesting to see how hard he hits it. He knows what's behind this shot. If he pockets it, he can win the game. Is he playing safe, Carl? No.
That's the 4-inch pocket right there. You should not hit the rail there and that ball go in, ever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the other issue with this pocket is the facings are much tighter, so the ball will hang deeper. The pockets or the shelves are very deep still.
It was a big shot. We knew it was a big shot. If he makes it, he's got a chance to get to just one behind. The fact that SVB is now at the table, if he can get this rack, he's going to feel a little better in his chair with an 8-5 lead and the break. That would mean Garcia's going to have to win the last 4.
A bit surprised that he stayed leveled out on the 3, speaking of Garcia. I thought he might punch that a little bit. You know, that way if you happen to miss the ball, you might create distance or something good could happen. Rolling that ball the way he did, Carl, you know that if you don't make it, you're probably going to settle for a loss of the game.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. SVB's got to be a little bit careful here.
Do you think he stuns forward a hair or just soft rolls it forward? I think that's what he's got to do. Or do you like playing it in the corner? We're talking about the 7.
Yeah.
What would you do, Carl?
I think I'd be tempted with a little bit of left English just to pull it up a hair to shoot the 7 in the corner, but I'm not saying this is bad. I mean, he's behind the ball. It's just like that. It can get away from you a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, this is actually a lot more difficult than it looks. He's on the rail. The cue ball is going to be going away from the 8. He's okay. There's no problems here.
But does he roll it in or does he fire it off the top rail? I don't know. How big is he? Yeah, he's got to go off the top rail.
Yes. Makes a big difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's so used to powering the ball in. That scared me a little bit. Big rack, big moment. Garcia did everything right in that rack. He was forced into the jump shot, took a difficult 3 ball on, missed it. SVB clears the table. He's on the hill. 8-5.
That's just kind of been the tempo of the match, right? A couple games here, and then Garcia wins a game or 2, and then Shane wins 2 or 3. It just seems how the pace of the match has gone. I do want to thank you, Carl and Matchroom, for the opportunity to do this with you guys. I think it's a special treat. I'm very grateful.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Scott. It's always a pleasure hanging around with your good self. We've had some fun over the years, a few stories we can't tell you.
We have had some times.
Okay, SVB to follow his idol, Earl the Pearl, who's qualified at the age of 62. Breaking for the set.
It's amazing, 62 years old. Oh, what control this is.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is real good. This is what he needs. He smells blood now. He knows this is it.
Yeah, no doubt. He took more pace off of that. Notice the cue ball just get that side rail kiss and stun right there.
Yeah, you can count on one hand over the years how many times SVB has probably not got out in this situation when it's for the match, when it's in a big moment. This is table 7. This is Martinez at the table. It's 8-1, so this has just been a cruise. And he's into the hat for the final 64 draw.
Well, as you alluded to, Carl, Shane struggled slightly with the cue ball, and he's come too far here. He's a little bit below it. I mean, I think he'll be okay, right? But you alluded to that earlier, and it seems like he's just a bit off with the cue ball.
Can he hold this as a little pinch shot, or will he have to go down table?
I think he's got to go down past the 6 and up. Well, he's worried about rattling, maybe hanging the ball up if he's got to hit it at that pace, and that's what it leads to when you lose the cue ball just a fraction off at these 4-inch pockets. Really makes you think. He's going to have a better shot at pocketing this 3 if he rolls it like this. Nicely done.
Yeah, decided to pinch it.
Come 2 rails forward here if he chooses. Get flat on the purple 5. Like to get straight in basically so he can come back for the 6. He's going to draw it. Oh, he's punching. He gets the most out of that as well, but he wanted a little straighter angle, Carl.
Yeah, that's why I thought he may have gone forward with your original shot option, because it looked like it was a bit easier to get on that rail.
Absolutely. Now he's in between, right? I mean, he can take for the long shot here and just come out. Nobody really wants to do that on this table. I think that's what he's gonna do.
Is he ripping it in between the 8 and 9?
Well,
he is. That's what he's tried. He needs some luck. Well, I've bigged him up here. I've bigged him up, saying he just clears up in these instances time and time again. He's making this hard work.
I'm a little bit surprised at this decision as well. I mean, he's such a good ball maker. He doesn't want to play defense here, Carl. He wants to get it over with. When you're at the table, you really don't want to play defense, but this might be a situation where you've got to play defense.
It's not the worst safety shot you'll ever be faced with, is it? It's quite easy, really.
Right.
But I know what you mean. He stood there thinking, one good shot and I've won. I think he's going for it, Scott.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised he is. He's in that mindset to get this over with. I don't blame him. Wow.
Okay.
He didn't intend on hitting the 7, but how good did he hit the 6?
Yeah, to fire it in at full speed like this.
Yeah, that's wow.
He doesn't mind taking a gamble on stuff like that, though. One good shot on the 7. And that should be it, folks. It's not been a clinic from Shane. He struggled with the cue ball quite a lot. He's proved it in this final rack. But this is what it's like being a professional pool player.
Yeah, and he's getting the job done, right? He's on to the next match in his mind, and things could change dramatically next match. So we will have to wait and see. Thank you very much for having me, Carl.
Scott, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us for this match with the 5-time US Open champ. I'm sure we'll see you back in the booth, Scott, at some point. SVB for the win. There it is. It was a scrappy match, but the crowd have let you know who they want in the hat for the final 64. He joins the other 5-time winner of the US Open Pool Championships, Earl the Pearl Strickland, into the hat. SVB 9-5 over Garcia. He's through to the final 64.
cushions. Let's just count them. Fine. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important. He gets the best players to keep that 2.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. The final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of dance dance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Harrah tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best bull balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Harrah range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Harrah, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
What an adventure we're going to have week after next, heading to Hanoi in Vietnam for the inaugural staging of the Hanoi Open, a major event on the World Nineball Tour. in a country where the game is just going from strength to strength. So many players in the field here and so much interest in their fortunes back home. Hanoi Open coming up the week after next. So we've one more match to go on the main table today. It's Tyler Steyer of the United States against Spain's Jose Alberto Delgado, and that one will be on in a few minutes' time. As you can see, things have gone a bit quiet around here as we move towards the end of the day, but still quite a few matches out there. Jan van Lierop, one rack away from ending the campaign of the 2001 US Open champion Corey Jewell. Jeremy Sosay of the US, who had that great match against Jason Shaw earlier today. Also on the hill at 8-3 now against Yanni Siikkonen. Jovan Bustamante being given a good contest by Britain's Tom Staveley, just one in it at 6-5. Wojciech Szewczyk has a 5-2 lead over Dimitris Lukatos, the Greek player who got to the quarterfinals of the UK Open earlier in the year. Sam Henderson, highly rated young American player, leading 5-4 against BJ Ussuri, who's here trying to get points in his quest to make the Mosconi Cup team for the first time. Alexa Pejcelj of Serbia, just ahead of Estonia's Denis Graba, 7-6 in that one. Pong Nam Pham has a 6-5 lead over the American player Nicolas de Leon. Alex Pagulayan, former winner of this title, who we saw on the main table earlier, going down to Skylar Woodward, leading Daniel Guttenberger now 7-5. 4-all between John Morra of Canada and Kang Lee, who played for Korea in the World Cup of Pool earlier in the summer. And Mickey Kraus is one rack away from victory. The Danish player leads Lucas Fracasso-Werner of the US 8-5. Fracasso-Werner has moved into Mosconi Cup contention, but that could be a setback on the way there, barring a late turnaround. Let's go to table 5 and have a look at what's happening there. And this is Daniel Guttenberger. 7-5 down to Alex Pagulayan.
Yeah, I really like this guy's game. It looks like he's missed that kick, but had the lead in this match early at 5-2, I believe. Now Alex has spun 4 or 5 off in a row. It seems like if they come from Austria, they can play, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, so much success from that part of the world. Regulars at the business end of the World Cup. Well, I say regulars, of course. The Austrians have had a couple of surprise first-round reversals in recent years following that great run where they had 2 wins and also a final in between. Then we're back on form this time, getting to the semi-finals. Alban Ocean and Mario He back together.
Yeah, it looks like Alex is going to play the cross-side bank with ball in hand.
Alex Pagulayan, 45 years of age, originally from the Philippines, now represents Canada. He's won not only this title, but also the World Championship. Tyler Steyer will hope to be competing under the American flag in another sense in North London in 10 weeks' time at the Mosconi Cup. And if he could win this match, it would certainly help his cause.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be Delgado to break the balls in game 1. Again, this is a qualification match, so it's back to the race to 9.
Yeah, everything is knockout pool now, isn't it? No more safety nets. If you lose in this round, then you're out of the US Open, and from tomorrow that will apply to every match. Straight knockout from last 64. Which of these players will be part of it? Let's find out.
Yeah, it looks like a dry break to start and quite a bit of congestion on the table. Caught the one a little thick, I think, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. Break shot's so touchy. And we'll see what Tyler has in mind for this one ball. Probably a safety. Could go with the cross side bank if he wanted to go offensive. I'll tell you, there's so much energy in the room, and of course a little stress here and there. I think even the fans get a little worn out trying to watch so many important matches, and of course so many players trying to get this U.S. Open.
And I love the way in this format things just get a bit quieter as the event goes on. Some of the tables no longer in play because we're down to the last few matches, but that always just adds to the tension and the sense of drama.
Well, cueing lowly as he drawing this underneath the 6-8 with the cue ball for a safety. Oh, he's going for the cross side bank.
And if you can play the shot like that, why not go for it?
Well, I think that just goes where Tyler's heading with this game a little bit. A lot of trust from all that hard work. Really not picking things apart as much. I think he's getting a little more aggressive, which is a sign of trusting what you're doing. And I'll tell you what, he's played some incredible pool here the last few months.
Yeah, I had a nice chat with him actually, just as he was waiting to go out and play, and he was talking about just keeping it simple and saying he's just been getting his head down, doing a lot of practice, playing a lot of tournaments, and one thing that's been key for what's been a pretty decent year for him, he was saying just life off the table is really good for him, and much like we were saying about Skylar Woodward earlier, that seems to have channeled through to a good year on the table.
Yeah, he's going to be a little upset about that. He wanted to fall below this a hair where he had a natural angle off the pink 4 to get to that 5 that's on that right side rail. So now, I mean, if he was able to get that angle on the 4, he could possibly get on the 5 to produce that 6-8 cluster on the left side. Now, I don't know. I think he's going to have to draw off the 9, and if he doesn't catch enough of the 9, watch out for the scratch. Oh, he may get a little bonus here. Look at here. May not have to deal with that 6-9 combination, or 6-8 cluster, excuse me. Now, the problem is when you're shooting a combination, and like here, the 9, if it's froze to the rail, you really don't have much room for error. If it's off, you know, maybe a playing card's width, something like that, or a little more, you really have a lot of room to work with. Van Leeuwen walking by, so that tells me we lost another former champion in American, Corey Deuel. And this was by design here. This was definitely not going for the combination and missed it poorly. He was trying to play the safety and a smart shot.
Yeah, Jan van Leeuwen has beaten the 2001 winner Corey Deuel 9-4.
Now the problem here for Delgado is where the 5 landed. Couldn't have landed in a worse place with the brown 7 really cutting off that side rail, the more natural way to get at the 5. Yeah, I don't know. With the 6 the way it is, I don't know if he can really hit the ball here. He's got to bend it. So he's going to dive the cue ball down below the 7 and then try and arc it back into the purple 5. Oh, he came underneath 2 rails. He swerved it the other way. Really nice. You know, and Delgado kind of, you know, you might say him and Pseudo in that third position in the line of the great Spanish players. Kind of tied for it, in my opinion. Maybe you might give an edge to Delgado just because some results here and there, but following a couple great players, and of course #1 in the world, FSR, and then David Alcady, who has won the last big World Nineball Tour event.
Yeah, Delgado and Camino were the Spain B pairing. Host nation always gets to put in a second team at the World Cup of Pool. They managed to get through the first round, but were then beaten by the eventual winners, the Philippines, who had already put out Spain's A team in round 1.
Cutting this on the side. All right, that was a hard one to call. I don't know if he was really trying to play it in the side or not. Maybe trying to cross it over and get the cue ball tucked underneath that 6-8. Yeah, a little quick there, and there's a little difference, right, psychologically between these two players in this situation, losers qualification. You're always having one player who's come off at least one win, maybe more than one win, building some momentum, and another player who's just come off their first loss. So these are the best in the world. They handle it well, but there is a little something to think about there.
Yeah, Steyer had his defeat earlier today in winners qualification. He got through against Franklin Hernandez of the USA 9-2 and then beat Long Duc Tien, one of the ever-growing Vietnamese contingent, 9-4. And then lost 9-2 to Sanjin Pelovanovic. That's why he's here in losers qualifying.
Yeah, and I got to believe that had a lot to do with Sanjin, the way Tyler's been playing. And we saw a few score lines in that winners qualification that were lopsided. Tell you, the players as the tournament go, they just get better and better. Shouldn't be that hard. Is he going to go behind the 7-9 with the cue ball, or just play something simple with behind the 8? Yeah, that's got to be the shot usually. Could leak though. Really nice.
Delgado will be 30 at the start of next year in January. He's ranked number 39 in the world, so he's actually the higher ranked of the two. That's largely because of that run he had to the semi-finals of the European Open in Germany last year.
Yeah, and he's been steady. He wants more than steady, but that's where you kind of start with at first, become a steady player, and then keep improving. Looking to move the 7, and I think that's just as hard as the kick. I think you almost have to go for the kick. He's going to try and tie up the 7-8 and surrender ball in hand, something you don't see later in the rack very often. And to me, that's just about as difficult a proposition as trying to hit the green 6 on some type of kick shot. Overamped it a little bit, so now he may have to go into the 8. Don't think he wants to try and kill the cue ball. Good thing is when you go into it here, you just feel like you're bumping the 8 about a foot away. Don't want it to go far away from the cue ball.
Well, it's been a lengthy opening rack. That should go the way of the American in the next few moments. Marginally the younger of the two, Steyer, born on New Year's Day 1995, so 28 years of age, number 45 in the world, and the winner of the opening rack here against Jose Alberto Delgado in losers qualification round of the US Open. Jeremy Sosay is through to the final 64. So another representative for the home contingent. He's beaten Jani Sikkanen of Finland by 9 racks to 4. Alex Pagulayan still looking for one more to see off Daniel Guttenberger. It's 8-5 in that one. And here is that match. Guttenberger in play at the moment. Alexa Pechelge on the hill at 8-6 against Dennis Graber of Estonia. BJ Ussuri ahead of Sam Henderson at 6-5. 6-all in Nicolas de Leon's match against Pong Nam Pham. Could be a lot of Americans in the final 64, the way things are shaping up. Wojciech Szewczyk of Poland with a 6-2 lead over Dimitris Loukatos of Greece. Canada's John Morra just ahead of Kang Lee at 5-4. Jovan Bustamante leads Tom Stavely 7-5.
Yeah, that last 9-ball he shot there, or the first 9-ball this match, caught a little rail first there. I don't know if you noticed the 9 pulled away from the rail and had to take a second look, making sure that ball was going down. Okay, another push-out situation coming shortly.
Both of these players have had some good results recently. From Steyer's point of view, he won the 50th staging of the Texas Open 9-ball recently. Earlier this month, in fact. I've been having a bit of fun with him this week because he came up to me and said after that with a smile on his face, "You can't keep describing me as a 10-ball player anymore after that." Don't ever remember actually saying that about him. But yeah, I've had a little bit of a running joke about that this week.
All right, he's going to push out long and tough, and obviously to a pocketable ball, but that's the one thing about the tighter equipment. It gives you a few more options when it comes to the push out, and you can certainly force your opponent into earning whatever they get. And the funny thing is, you can't pass it. You got to make a heck of a shot to get it down. Oh, he's going to play the safe. Running the cue ball. It's going to get lost in the upper right corner. Oh, a little graze on the 6. Probably the jump cue here, Michael.
Well, he seems to at least be weighing up another option.
Yeah, he was looking to jump and maybe kick behind it. Now he's looking at maybe a swerve. I like him just attacking with the jump cue. Tyler, really good, and just trying to hit the 2 full and hold the cue ball in that position. Looks like he's going to swerve, trying to come in behind it. The thing is, when you swerve and come in behind it, you're arcing it to maybe scratch in this lower left if you do get behind the 2. Oh, he had a lot of speed, a lot of bend on it, excuse me. He's going to love that.
Delgado's had good showings at the US Open the last couple of years. And a win over Mika Immonen among 4 victories he enjoyed here 2 years ago. It was a final 16 single elimination stage, and he got within 3 wins of it. He was then beaten by Marco Teutcher, Dutch player who beat SVB earlier today.
Bit of an angle here on the 3, and you wouldn't feel like it's a big problem, but The 8's there, so you got to get into the cue ball a little bit. Anytime you got to get into the cue ball, speed's always a concern. Now, this is a shot that really all the pros practice, being able to not baby it so much, but still kill the cue ball. Yeah, really nice.
What I would have observed about him over the last few years, Jeremy, at times he seemed very intense and almost afraid, really, of the possibility of losing, and he's done himself in a few times in matches. I sense over the last number of months a bit more of an attitude from him of just going out, doing what he can, focusing on the process and not getting so panicked about the results. Would you agree that's the way it's heading with him?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just a combination of things. You know, it's just as simple as what's the worst you can do. You know, I mean, especially the fear for me always was whenever I wasn't prepared. You know, then that fear of losing really was kind of sickening, I think. But Tyler's always prepared, and I think he's just kind of freed up on understanding. I think one thing you said earlier about playing so many more matches and playing more tournaments now, and understanding that you can't replace those matches. You're going to face a lot of feelings during those matches, whether you're a big favorite or not. Sometimes you're going to be a target for the entire tournament. You know, no matter who beats you, it's a feather in their cap. And then what happens is you start to really just get involved in yourself. And you start to figure out yourself because you're not worried about your opponent because it's not a world champion all the time. And so I think it's a special thing in pool where you can do a lot of good playing in some smaller events at times, and I think he's figured it out. And I think Tyler used to really get involved in kind of perfect. You know what I mean? And again, he's always going to be clean cut. The hair's always in good shape. He's a sharp dresser, and you know he takes care of himself, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you talk about pool or any sporting event, perfect is not really attainable too often.
Perfect is the enemy of good, is the way I've heard it described.
That's right.
And just alluding to something else you said there, remember the three-time world snooker champion Mark Williams, who's probably the most relaxed individual you could ever meet. He makes Carl Boys look positively stressed out. He said once that the way he looks at it is the worst thing that can possibly happen is that you lose a match. And what's so bad about that, really? And he's a tough competitor who's had a lot of success. Tyler Starr seems to have embraced a bit more of that way of thinking in recent times. And he leads this match by 2-0.
Yeah, Mark's a great guy. I love that Mark Williams. Feels like a guy from back home, even though he's not American. But another thing you could say about Tyler is with his skill set, that's when you need to not worry as much because the game's a much more about a little recovery here and there than it is about perfect, and he has a big advantage, in my opinion, in that regard.
Now, this is Alex Pagulayan, who's still out there trying to get that one more rack to see off Daniel Guttenberger. It's 8-6. Quang Nam Pham of Vietnam has leveled at 7-all against American Nicolas De Leon. Alexa Peischel still looking for one more. 8-6 up on Dennis Graber. Wojciech Szewczyk leads Dimitris Lukatos 6-3. BJ Ussery one ahead of the young American Sam Henderson. That one is 6-5. John Morrow level with Kang Lee at 5-all. Tyler Steyer leading 2-0.
And he's one that always seems to figure out the break, and a little unlucky here. Had to look at the two. The combination wasn't that tough. But then you can see the purple 5 creep over into the equation. I think cut him off offensively. Yeah, now he's looking to see, can I bang the 2 into the rail, hit it into the pink, and have it ricochet off the pink and make the purple ball? I don't know. When you're coming across the middle of the table, this angle wants to work against you a little bit when it comes to a shot like this, but definitely doable. It's just easy to miss it. Now, I don't think the cross corner bank is there. I think there's a double kiss if he tries to bank the 2 cross corner, maybe play a bit of a 2-way shot. Now it looks like he's going to bank the 2 up slowly above the 6-9 or behind it and comes simply across. That's got to slow down a little bit. Looks pretty good. Real simple shot, and definitely the way to play it. I'll tell you, Michael, you know, you're around this 9-ball, and of course, you can see your game's evolving every day in the game of 9-ball.
I never miss a ball from this season.
Well, that's what I mean. It's getting better and better. But, you know, looking at, you know, these tough conditions, as big a tournament as this is, and people always talk about America, but, you know, all these names that we're seeing play so well here, we're going to all these events, where do you think the conversation would be a little bit more? Because those players would be improving doing all that as well. I think there's a bit more to America than people give credit. Okay. I think he may cut him off the shot. No, he's got to look. And not discrediting what Europe has done, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But, you know, when you look at a shorter number going abroad, then it becomes a numbers game a little bit anyways. All right, I think this has been our toughest pocket on this table, this upper left.
We saw, I think it was Eric Roberts earlier, just kept missing the 2-ball into that same pocket.
Now, I'll tell you, you talk about just as perfect a stroke as you can make right there. And I know we were talking about don't worry about perfect, but when it comes to stroking the ball, that's okay. And I think from the first game, the feeling I get is Tyler had maybe reminded himself, hey, go ahead and swing the cue a little bit. It'll be all right.
As I was saying, he's hoping to be on that American Mosconi Cup team that he'll be captaining once again, Jeremy. It would actually be his 5th appearance already. In fact, the first 2 times he played were those back-to-back American wins in 18 and 19, and he actually had the chance in 2018 to be the man to deliver the point to end Europe's run of 8 in a row. He lost to Jason Shaw, and you know, things got a bit tense as Europe started coming back before SVB clinched it with that win over Alex Kazakis. And they won it again the next year. He missed the COVID Mosconi in Coventry, but he's been back in the team the last 2 occasions. And you've been captain for both of those, Jeremy. I imagine in terms of attitude and someone you want to have around the camp, he scores very highly.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, one thing about Tyler is he recognizes a situation quickly. And he's trying to keep it as positive as possible. And he's matured in that regard as well, just gaining experience, being around others and, you know, the needs of others. And, man, he's been a plus for sure.
It was against Steyer that Joshua Filler delivered the winning point once again last year in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and, you know, towards the end of that match, a few things got away from Tyler. He was trying to rub the 6 as he went by there. He's going to have to come with one here, and he's going to shoot at it. But overall, you have to say that Tyler showed a ton of form in such a tough conditions last year at Bally's in that Mosconi Cup. Going to get a little bit of a roll here. Obviously a very difficult shot.
Alexa Pechelj has made it through to single elimination, ending the campaign of Estonia's Dennis Graber with a 9-7 win.
Okay, this looks pretty natural if he's feeling good. He's going to bank at this and try and get behind the 8. I was going to say he can just run off the 6 a couple rails behind the 8, but oh, he's playing it cross side. He could get a lot more of it than I thought. I'll tell you from this distance here, Michael, I don't know. I may shoot this to go into the 8 with like a medium speed. It keeps the shot very natural. Keeps you not rolling the ball so lightly. And that's kind of how the shot wants to sit, or sits rather. Yeah, I think that's what he was playing.
Feels like Delgado hasn't really got properly involved in this match in a competitive way yet, but here's his chance. Really, if this 6 goes in, hard to see it not going 2-1. Delgado gets things started in this match then. His first rack on the board. He still trails, but it's now 2-1. Daniel Guttenberger still trails on table 5 against Alex Pagulayan. But he's got another one back. So Pagulayan's lead is now down to 8-7, and this is it. And yeah, it's Guttenberger at the table again. BJ Ussery 7-6 up on Sam Henderson. 7-all between Nicolas De Leon and Pong Nam Pan. Wojciech Szewczyk closing in on victory. 7-3 up on Dimitris Lukatos. Kang Lee now 6-5 ahead of John Morra. Tom Staveley, the British player, is still fighting the good fight, just behind Jovan Bustamante at 7-6. So just 7 places left to be decided in the 64-player single elimination stage. And when it's all over, the draw will be made. The 32 players who are already through from the winner's side will each be drawn against someone who's come through from the loser's side of the draw. After that, it's straight knockout all the way to crowning our champion on Saturday night. Delgado 2-1 down.
All right, a little movement on the 9, not so uncommon. Difficult shot on the 1, queuing awkwardly over the paint.
This Delgado's third match on the loser's side. He beat Steve Kotuba 9-2, but then lost 9-7 to Miguel Silva, so that sent him over to the one-loss side, and beat David Johnson of the US 8-3, and then a good win 8-5 over Abdullah Al Yusuf, former world semi-finalist.
Nice shot there, and you know, Delgado, who we talked about before, his countrymen FSR and David Alcadia, of course, 2 of the best tactically in the game, and no doubt that Delgado's going to follow suit in that regard.
Well, it's always been Alcaide and Sanchez Ruiz hanging out together at tournaments. They're the best of friends that you could possibly imagine, but over the last year or so, Delgado has become part of that gang, and what a great gang to be in. You'll learn so much, you'll have a great time hanging around with those guys as well when you're not playing matches, so all positive.
The 3 amigos. Really nice hit. He's going to tear up or open up that 2-9 and deliver a shot on the 1. I don't see an early 2-9 combo, but we do have an open table for Delgado, and they're our #1 player in the world and our most recent champion there at the European Open, David Alcaide.
Yeah, it's been great to see, you know, throughout the year. I remember when FSR won the World Championship in Poland back in February. I was standing just away from the table and David O'Cady beside me, and he was almost in tears just of joy at seeing his great friend win the World Championship. And again, when O'Cady had his moment in Fulda last month, FSR couldn't have looked more pleased if he'd won the tournament himself.
Yeah, and really have done things in a couple different ways. It seems like FSR just kind of heisted the world for about a year. And then we know that David, you know, he's a real worker and grinder, and to get through that field like he did in Fulda and take that title down in an epic final against Anton Raga. Mad respect for David Alcady.
They know they're on camera. You think they'd be used to it by now.
Yeah. Well, I didn't watch much TV in Spain, but I wouldn't doubt one day they're on a lot of televisions there in the southern part of Europe. So he wants to get that cue ball out a little bit. You don't want to fall short on this 6. I don't know if he's even going to come across, but I expect him to. And that's what happens when you get into the ball a little bit. Just like when the ball's hanging in a quarter, it kind of hugs, change direction, and you end up short. You kind of got to smooth the ball across. And this is where the tighter pockets mean a big difference. You know, a little looser pocket, you kind of direct the cue ball around the 9-2 rails, but now you have to really play the ball first, and then the cue ball's a little second. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Had to play more towards the center of the pocket, which involved the 9. A little friendlier pockets, he can cheat it, get around the 9 easily.
That's Honasuto Camino. He's sitting just along from them. He's kind of part of that gang as well. Can you have 4 amigos? Is that allowed?
That's Quattro, yeah.
Quattro, of course.
Quattro amigos. Yeah. But yeah, I'll tell you what, he's played really nice. Really hadn't been questioned too much in his matches here so far, that being Camino. Well, that's a surprise. That's a rare thing these days when the top players don't get over a ball, especially, you know, it's 8 or 10 inches space.
Look how quickly Tyler Starr was out of his chair, grabbing that cue ball, and trying to grab a firm grip on this match here. He has been 2 ahead earlier on. Could have been 3-0. It looks as though it is going to be 3-1 in just a moment.
Well, I think he had another little mini talk with himself, knowing Tyler and the way he approached the table there. Because the last 6 ball, even though it was tough, I was a little let up at impact. Now, one thing about Tyler and certain players, they understand their swings. So they can feel the mistake and maybe make that adjustment in the middle of a match.
Yeah, I just noticed there, the way he played those last few balls, it's still a bit deliberate, but that's so much faster than he would have played those 3 shots even a year ago, and it's working for him. He leads 3-1. Alex Pagulayan still can't get through to the final 64. They're still playing in rack 16. He's 8-7 up on Daniel Guttenberger, who's really making him fight here.
Yeah, we haven't got to see Alex at the table many times going over there, and that, tell you what, I watched this guy practice quite a bit. Real solid, delivers the cue, really nice. Played great in Connecticut, was it? Last week, really didn't make a lot of mistakes.
Big 3 of Austrian pool. Austria's own 3 amigos, I guess. Albin Ocean, Mario He, Max Lechner. They're all through. Guttenberger still has every chance of joining them.
Yeah, we're going to have to lose this match for a second, but we'll certainly keep you updated.
3-1 to Tyler Steyer.
Oh boy, he can break the balls, and it does not matter. Seems like what format. He always figures it out.
Well, it stayed on the table, but is he angled now on the 3?
Yeah, I thought he would cue that with a bit more left English to try and check the cue ball off that side rail. And he's just going to have to kick between the 8 and 5, I think, one rail at the 3.
Daniel Guttenberger has won that 16th rack, so it's Hill now against Alex Pagulayan. What was the biggest lead Pagulayan had? Was it 8-5 earlier?
At least.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was 8-5 because I was watching the scores earlier, and I know he trailed 5-2 or 5-3 before he went on that run. Yeah, it looks like BJ Usry has pulled that match out.
Yeah, it was pretty close most of the way against Sam Henderson in the All-American clash. Usry has won 9-6, and that's a huge result, you know, because he's 6th in the Mosconi Cup standings, 1 place behind Steyer, and now he's through to single elimination. Chance to really start accelerating the points. A lot, of course, depends on what sort of draw he gets. We'll know about that later.
Well, it pays to hit him, and especially on this equipment, just not giving up that ball in hand is huge. Especially for a player that made a pretty simple mistake in the last game, getting snookered. So now he's got to make a decision. Can I really even attack here? Because the cue ball's coming down on the bottom end, and there's a lot of traffic.
Jovan Bustamante has won. Finally shaken off the dogged challenge of Britain's Tom Staveley for a 9-6 win.
Okay, he's pretty thin here. So may go into the 8. Trying to come between the 5 and 8 and back down table. Yeah, he's kind of lost his timing a little bit there, Delgado.
So that win for Bustamante means we now know 59 of the players will be here tomorrow for single elimination. This match here, one of just 5 still going on day 3 of this US Open. You know, when you're a player like Tyler Steyer, who's been around a few years now and had a lot of talk going on around you, and you're trying to move up to become one of the top players, I guess you want to see steady improvement. Well, look at his year so far in the big matchroom events. Last 64 of the World Championship in February. He's become too accustomed, I think, to going out at that sort of stage. But then you look, June, Spanish Open, last 32. August, European Open, last 16. You can clearly see the progress that's going on there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's as much between the ears as anywhere. He's gotten himself out of line here. Pretty flat on the 4. And like we talked about earlier, anytime you don't have much angle and you got to get into the ball, that's where your speed or the line on the cue ball can get lost a little bit. Looks like he's got to play the safety behind the 9. No real future getting on the 7. He's not going to be happy with that, giving up that side rail kick shot. The same path the 5 went on. What you want to do with this kick shot is you want to kick and come across it with a nice high ball and try and bank the 5 back down table off the top rail, as the cue ball will continue upward towards that top rail and hopefully get some separation. Yeah, a little unlucky. He hit it pretty well if he was going for the make on the 5.
Back to have another look in on events on table 5. Guttenberger looking to complete this turnaround against Pagulayan. Final rack.
Yeah, and it seems like there's always something on the final rack, and I believe it's the 5 and 6 ball that's a little on top of each other near the, kind of bottom middle of your screen. In a nice position on the pink 4. Looks like he may be able to get to the combination. Has an angle to really go at him. I don't think that'll be the case, but he's coming 3 rails around for short side shape on the 5, and it looks like he's gotten perfect. And of course, these are tough tables, but Alex Pagulayan, it's looking rough for his 2023 U.S. Open.
Looking good, though, for Tyler Steyer in this match. He now leads Jose Alberto Delgado 4-1.
Interesting elevating the cue here. It must be a little odd, the angle.
There is another hill match going on at the moment. Nicolas De Leon and Pong Nam Pam. Level at 8 all.
Yeah, I can see the Vietnamese players at the table. No telling what he's dealing with, but a lot of stress. 8-8.
Pagulayan does lose here. It'll be the last time we see him in a matchroom event in 2023. He isn't playing in Hanoi, and obviously the Mosconi Cup won't involve him as a Canadian. He's had some moments to remember in these events over these months. But 2 balls away from seeing the end of his campaign here in Atlantic City. And this would be one of the biggest results really Guttenberger's had so far, up against a very experienced player who's won so many big titles.
Yeah, and we've panned over several times, once or twice each game it seems like, and really hadn't seen Alex at the table since that he got on the hill, right, at 8-5. So it's been a lot of this big man from Austria getting it done.
Yeah. And it looks as though he is going to get it done in every sense now. So the 2005 champion is gone. Alex Pagulayan, as sporting as ever. He's still smiling, even in defeat. And it's going to be a hard one for him to take. So he bows out. Daniel Guttenberger, though, joins his more celebrated compatriots, the likes of Ocean, He and Lechner, in the final 64 of this US Open. And they were all there to see it happen. Loads of Americans through, I'm just looking over there at Oscar Dominguez. He got through on the winner's side, so did Reinhold and Woodward. And this is turning into a really good round for the US players now, this losers qualification. They've got Sosei, Thorpe, SVB is through, Strickland.
Ussery,
of course, yeah, beating Sam Henderson. So 8 Americans in the final 64. That hasn't really been the story in these events over the last few years, so plenty for the Americans to get excited about, and you in particular, Jeremy, presiding over it all. And this is what's going on with the Mosconi Cup race. Just looking at the American situation there, as you can see, Van Boning will probably be confirmed by the end of this week, but look how tight it is in the places after that. So what a race we could have in Hanoi. Unless, of course, one of those guys goes on a really long run and gets a firm grip on the 3rd spot by the end of the week. And the European race still has some way to run as well. Fedor Gorst in pole position to claim the 2nd automatic spot and return to the team. He's been a Mosconi Cup winner in the past with Europe. David Al-Kaidi currently in 3rd place, but plenty of players who will have hopes of overtaking him this week. Anyway, back to the US Open. Tyler Steyr leads 4-1.
Yeah, a rare miss on the one in the side from Tyler Steyr, and oof, what an ugly rack on the left side of the table here for Delgado after a couple big mistakes. He's got to turn things around. Had a timeout right there to try and get things regrouped.
And when I said 8 Americans, that's 8 so far, by the way, because it could end up being as many as 10.
Yeah, and you know, out of the, you know, you pick the entire, look at the whole lot of the Americans. You know, a high percentage out of the cream of the crop is making it on to the final 64. I think we lost Hunter Lombardo, Shane Wolford. Those are 2 of the top ones on the points. And Lucas, I think Lucas just got defeated in the last round. So
yeah.
Lost that youngster. But overall, good showings all the way around. And he's just getting a little short and a little quick with it. Anytime you're hitting that ball thick like that. So a pretty easy 2-rail kick escape here, with especially with all these balls over here on this side of the table. Should get the snooker here. Coming 2 rails underneath it, catching the bottom of the one. The one should go up towards the purple as the cue ball comes across. Don't want to baby this too much. You got everything going your way. You don't want to accidentally not get a rail here. And that could happen if you hit it a little light. Yeah. Especially recognizing your opponent struggling with a little bit of a tough shot.
Delgado's been in the US for about a month now. He's really been enjoying his time here. Had some good showings in events. 9th at the Turning Stone at the start of the month, and last 16 in Connecticut last week.
Now, is he going to attack again here? I would advise probably a cross-corner bank, trying to bring the cue ball 1 rail back down the table. Well, he's elevating the cue, so that means he's coming at it. So watch out for the side pocket to your right. Oh, no, he's going to play the safety. Smart shot. Really nice shot there from Tyler.
Just trying to look over and spot that Nicolas De Leon, Paul Nam Pam deciding rack. I think I've picked it out, and the Vietnamese player is at the table.
Yeah, I haven't seen Nick at the table the entire Hill game now. I haven't been able to watch it all, of course, but tell you what, you got to be impressed with Nick, though. I mean, played a great match against Federer. Made a comeback in his first round match and just played solid, just keep improving. Cross corner on the 9.
That had dropped. Might have been just the sort of thing that could have sparked him into life in this match.
I don't know if Tyler can get directly at the 1 or not. I think he can. But if it's just a sliver, Yeah, he's a little sliver jump here. That's why he's using his full cue. Not much to go over the purple. Okay. You can feel a little okay about this with the 4-9 jammed up in the top left corner.
Pong Nam Pan has played another shot there and still appears to be at the table, so I can't actually see any of the balls. I can see the players.
Yeah, I saw a little shake of the head from him. So, of course, I don't speak Vietnamese, but that shake of the head's pretty international.
It's about time you learned. We're going there in a couple of weeks.
I know. I got to learn a few, don't I? First kind of easy shot for Delgado, it seems like, in a while. But the 4-9 again, very ugly in the top left part of the table. Now, if he feels good, he could hold underneath this 3 and play it, you know, after he shoots the 2 and play the 3 in the lower left. Kind of wrap out of the corner with the cue ball, the lower right corner, and kind of follow a couple rails at that 4-9. Drawing into it seems pretty dangerous to me.
Highlight of his career so far, that run to the last 4 of the European Open in Germany last year. Just came through in a hill finish against Mieszko Fortunski in the quarters and put up a really good fight against Shane Van Bonen in the semis. Only went down 11-8 in the end. Van Bonen then lost the final to Alban Ocean.
Yeah, and this is that angle I was talking about. He can follow, wrap the corner, catch the 3rd rail, that left long rail, and come into that 4-9. Requires a little power. He could draw it as well with low left English, spinning 1 rail towards the 4-9. Both very demanding. Oh, this is going to be too long here. And that's because he was really worried about shooting the 3. If you hit it more speed, you could scratch in the lower right off the 3.
Pong Nam Pan has been at the table for a really long time there, so either he's playing extremely slowly or he keeps potting balls. I think we'll only really know what's happening there when we see some sort of handshake.
Oh, going at the 9 with the cue ball. I don't know what the shot is here. Of course, you could attack, trying to cut it in. Hard shot. You could roll it, trying to bank the pink 2 rails to the top rail and try and go into the 8 with the cue ball. That's probably your best percentage play from this distance. Oh, he's edging it. He's feeling good if he's edging it.
I think Nicolas de Leon is at the table now. Actually, I think he's got ball in hand.
That looked like a ball in hand thing he did right there, setting up the cue ball, and it can't be many balls left on the table, right?
Well, I think there's 1 fewer now. He seems to have potted something, so.
Well, his opponent was at the table for some 12, 13 minutes, it seemed like.
see so many of your contemporaries and compatriots getting through, as Nicolas de Leon has today. And even more eager to join them. Back here, another American, Tyler Steyer. Well, has left a bit of a chance now for Delgado, who really needs to win another rack soon. And De Leon seems to be sitting down again.
Yeah, he may have had to play a safety, who knows, but I didn't really see him leave the table. So.
No, he is sitting down though.
Yeah, I just don't know if he left in kind of disgust or not.
Oh, I see, yeah.
All right, big shot for Delgado, yo. Got to get something going. Yeah, he's going to roll much further than he wanted, and a real tester off the end rail. And I think this angle is a bit more than we really see. Yeah, that shows us that he can't hold for the 6 in the short pocket. He's got to go forward. And actually, there's more angle than I thought, so he may actually go a little more towards the 7-8. Now, he keeps pointing that direction. There's no way he's playing the 5 in the corner here. Just couldn't imagine that. Yeah, don't get that one. I mean, I understand position, and I understand, you know, maybe the 6 and the 4 or 5 in the side was a little tricky, but I think you still have to attack for the side pocket there.
Just a case of struggling to get any clarity of thinking at the moment.
Man, I'm sure Tyler recognizes that. So here, having to play a safety, don't feel like you have to get the snooker. You want to get the snooker, but just lay the 5 over on the rail and try and come up the side rail. Well, you may be able to see more of the 5 than I thought he could.
Nicolas de Leon back at the table. That rack is going on such a long time. Marriages that have been over quicker than this rack. Anyway, we'll get you a result of that just as soon as we have it.
Yeah, thought Tyler could definitely get some of the purple. I don't think he'll play a kick shot here. I mean, you can certainly cross this over. Oh, he's coming to the back rail. I thought for sure that, you know, we have the overhead right here that at our advantage, but yeah, that overhead tells you he could certainly get at the 5 and a decent portion of it.
It's turned into a bit of a slog, really, this match. But a chance that Delgado, I feel, has got to take here.
Well, that match is certainly over, and I kind of feel like Nick may have taken it down. Yeah, and he's just lost his stroke, and that happens to all of us at some point or another. But even on that last shot, the 5 in the side, he struggled just to move the cue ball across and try and get somewhat straight on the 6. Missed it by about 18 inches. So it's becoming a little mental maybe for Delgado at the moment.
Yeah, he's not feeling good. Steyer can do himself a lot of favours here by making his opponent feel a whole lot worse. And extracting full price for that miss on the 6.
This cue ball needs to go a bit just to make things a little easier. Now, Tyler, a tall man, so. And this is where you recognize you can come, you know, a good 6-8 inches above the side with the cue ball. Don't feel like you have to float it so much. Then you kind of lose a little accuracy, you know, on the 7 itself.
Hong Nam Pam actually won that deciding rack and has beaten Nicolas de Leon 9-8.
I was just about to ask someone just to confirm, and not the news I wanted to hear, but one heck of a tournament, Nicolas de Leon, and you just keep on it. You're going to get some results, that's for sure.
Yeah, really likeable chap, Nicolas de Leon, but he will play no further part in this US Open. Well, it looks as though Tyler Steyer is going to ram home the point after Delgado was unable to take his opportunity. And that miss on the 6 proved to be his last involvement in the 6th rack. So Tyler Steyer, not exactly storming through this match, but he's steadily taking vice-like grip on it. He leads 5-1. Wojciech Szewczyk on the hill now at 8-3 against Dimitris Loukatos. It's still very close going between the Canadian John Morra and Kang Lee of South Korea. It's 7-all there. So between those two and the match we're focusing on, just 3 places left to be decided. Draw will be made later this evening, and then tomorrow will be the last 64 and last 32, and then Friday will be down to just a few tables. Last 16 in the early session, and then the quarterfinals, and then just a single table for the last day of the US Open. 2 semi-finals back-to-back, and then the final. Will Francisco Sanchez Ruiz go back-to-back? And we see Shane Van Boening winning that record 6th. And will it be a new champion? Someone like Tyler Steyer? There's been a lot of talk about Skylar Woodward maybe being ready to make that big step up. So many players will like their chances going into single elimination. Tyler Steyer needs 4 more racks to be included in that final 64.
Yeah, just smashed him. Looks like he's picking up the speed, and I'll tell this to the American players that no matter what break you have to start to learn how to break them a little harder. You need to start developing that. I think it's a big weapon once you start to get it down. And what happens is, like right here, now the 5-9 got a little funny, but look how open the balls are. He's made 2. You're just going to work a little less if you can really get into that kind of break. All right, I can't tell if he's hitting a high ball here. He's got to avoid the pink on the left side of the table. That's a little bit the concern. Yeah, really nice. And I personally don't go for a 5-9 combination later in the rack. I'd like to get on short side on the 5 if I can. Especially the 6, pretty doable as well.
It's been fairly stop-start progress, really, to 5-1. But this rack now, and the way it's going for him, the way the balls have fallen, presents him with an opportunity to make a quick kill here.
Yeah, and Tyler, you saw him kind of look at that like, oh, let me hit it firm. He must have an angle to where he can maybe go into the rail and move the 9 or move the 5. And this is where you remind him, hey, you're so good. Just play position unless it's really sitting nice to move the 5 or 9 right here. Yeah. He got the most out of it. But did you see how much he had to put into it just to get a little clip on the 2? So a little gambling there. We are in Atlantic City. Trenton White, runner-up in our SVB Junior Open last year.
Yeah, saw him on the main table yesterday here.
Yeah, really big talent. Big upside, in my opinion. He's a little too much the senior for the juniors now. Can't play in the junior event any longer.
Just underlines what we've been saying. In terms of quantity, there's no shortage of good young American players. It's just a question of, are you going to get those 2 or 3 who are going to come through and join the likes of Van Boning and Woodward at the top table? There are a few players, if any, closer to doing that on the American side than Tyler Steyer. And he's had a nice clean rack there to take another step towards the final 64. He now leads 6-1 after that break and run. Wojciech Szewczyk needs one more. Polish player 8-3 up on Dimitris Lukatos. In fact, just as I say that, that one has finished. So Szewczyk goes through, and Lukatos, a quarter-finalist in the UK Open in London at the start of the summer, is out of the US Open. Kang Lee, though, is one rack away from making that draw later tonight. 8-7 up now against Canada's John Morra.
Yeah, he just broke, and I saw the face. I'm pretty sure he scratched, so John Morra now with ball in hand. Can't tell the layout of the table, but definitely a chance to knot it up at 8 apiece.
Yeah, so I think that match, and the one we're focusing on, are the only 2 left to be completed on this 3rd day.
Yeah, huge break and run there for Tyler Steyer, and 6-1, just the way Delgado's struggling, looks like a 10-game lead versus 5 games.
Yeah, it would be truly astonishing if Delgado was to win it from here, not just because of the score, but for the circumstances you've outlined as well. There may be a window of opportunity for him here after that scratch from Steyer.
Yeah, I was going to say, following up your remarks on that, you know, it's possible, but most likely he would need a little help from Tyler, just the way Delgado's played so far. But again, ball in hand kind of is that alarm clock that can kind of knock the dust off and get you going.
Spain, really the big growth country in Europe for pool over the last year or two. We've been talking about Poland in those terms, but I think Poland has moved beyond that now. It's so established, so many good players there. I've seen a few new names come through from Spain, and that's coincided with those successes for the likes of FSR and Al-Qaedi, and of course the World Cup win that those two had together last year. The 2 Spanish players on the same Mosconi Cup team last year for the first time. Of course, we had that unforgettable fortnight in Lugo earlier in the summer. Spanish Open so well received, and then the World Cup after that.
And I tell you, Delgado, I know it's been tough, but a few things hadn't gone his way that much either. Now over the 8. But of course, like we talked about all day, you get a little straight on balls. It's easy to lose the speed and the line of the cue ball a little bit. Big shot here for the man from Spain.
Just seems to be a match where nothing has come easily for him. Things haven't fallen kindly. But he's been a big part of that himself. It's not all been bad fortune by any means.
No, not at all. And this is all speed control here. Trying to go 1, 2, 3 across for the 7. Oh, So that's going to have to go. And the speed hasn't been there the entire match for the most part. And now maybe a little frustration setting in for a guy that never seemed frustrated.
John Morra on table 15. I think he's about to shoot at the 7. I don't know if the 8 is on the table.
Delgado going for the bank, it appears. Got it a little high to the pocket. Played a nice cue ball, though.
Okay, so John Morra has potted that 7. From his body language, he seems to be looking away from the 9, so that would suggest the 8 is still on the table, in which case he needs 2 more balls to take it all the way with Kang Lee.
I tell you don't have to go for a really heavy speed on this if you're coming underneath it. The cue ball will hold on the bottom rail, kind of like a little lighter than medium, and just let the 7 roam up off the side rail to the middle of the table. Tried to go higher with a lot of high ball instead of using a little side, and just misjudged the curve of the cue ball.
And surely now Delgado is going to get another one on the board. He's lost all of the last 4 racks. John Morra potted the 8 in the side. He's added the 9 as well, and so it's now 8-all against Kang Lee, and the only other match still going on this Wednesday in Atlantic City. Well, we started the rack talking about what a long road back it is for Delgado, both in terms of the scoreline and the way the match is going. But you've got to start somewhere, and he has won that rack, so Tyler Starr's lead is now cut to 6-2. We'll see this arena changing dramatically over the next few days. All the action, once we get as far as Friday, in terms of the main matches anyway, will move to that central arena. The big TV setup, you can see it there, the well-lit area. The Barry Berman Trophy has been sitting there throughout the week. What was Barry Berman's background, Jeremy? I know he was the founder of this event, started in 1976 in Virginia, but what had been his background? Was he a player?
Well, I think he played a little bit. Didn't really ever see Barry hardly hit a ball, but he owned several pool rooms, very successful pool rooms. Actually, one of them still around, and still, I believe, the largest pool room in America, 77 pool tables, right there in Virginia Beach. But more like, yeah, business owner, bar owner type. Great guy, I loved him. Always a lot of fun. Well, that's a start. Got the 1 down. Hadn't seen much of that in this match. Of course, hadn't broke the balls a whole lot of times. That being Delgado. Okay, a safety coming, most likely. Cue ball up near the 7, trying to chop the 2 towards the 8. I think it sits pretty natural, I thought anyways. He's looking to see if the 2 may bank in, trying to go for a bit of a two-way shot. I think I'd just go all out for the safety. I mean, a lot of times, of course, the score will make you want to win a little quicker when you're behind, and I think it lays dead natural to chop the 2 a little bit, let it drift towards the bottom rail as the cue ball goes up, trying to catch a couple rails and just nestle right behind the 7. Yeah, speed's going to be off for getting behind the 7, and the speed's going to be off for holding the 2. I think Tyler's got to go for the cut here at first glance. The cue ball's going to have a ton of speed, but I think he's a big favorite to make it. And he's kind of elevated here. So I'm not sure what he's doing, just hitting light, trying to use the 9 maybe. Maybe the cueing itself is what kept him off that cut shot. The thing is, you know, talk about in American football all the time. Of course, it's not, I think actually there is some type of prevent defense in soccer as well when they get a big lead kind of thing. You know, where they kind of defend a little differently when you got a 3-goal lead late in the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So in American football, we call it a prevent defense, and it has cost more leads than anything in football, it seems like. So the same can happen in the 9-ball game. You can kind of start to play a little passively, and that's one thing you can't afford to do. And again, he's missed his mark with the cue ball. Not something that happens very often for Delgado. Nice shot there, really perfect speed. Well, Delgado's got to make a decision. He can easily bring the 2 down the middle of the table, and not going to get a snooker, but may keep Tyler off anything offensive. John Moore at the table, I believe it's Hill.
Yep, it is Hill. And the only other match still going against Kang Lee.
No, he hit it really nice. Almost got the snooker, really. Now, Tyler, you may see him shoot a fairly similar shot. Unless, if he can get to the right of the 2, I'd bury him behind the 5 or take a shot at burying him behind the purple 5. The only thing I wish I'd have seen from Tyler right there is go look. When you go look, you rarely ever miss your mark on a shot like that for these level players. And I think he did get the eclipse.
That match seems to be over now. Has John Morrow won? He looks like he has. In fact, he has. So
Yeah.
John Morrow has ended Kang Lee's run here.
Another player that's steadily improving, putting in the time, Kang Lee, and keep at it. Okay, it looks he can get at the bottom of this 2, maybe. Maybe has to swerve to get at the bottom of the 2. He's going to jump it. Nice effort. All you can ask for, making Tyler come with a long one. Oh, That's 2 balls with the high ball from the end rail that could easily be a top 5 on the U.S. Open highlight reel. Look at this. All the power. Perfectly struck.
We were talking about it earlier. I think there have been so many matches in the past where it's all become a bit laboured for Tyler Starr, but almost because he's chosen to play that way. It's been a bit laboured today, but for different reasons, really. It's just the way the match has unfolded. No question, though, he's been by far the better player. And in a few moments' time, he could be just a couple of racks away from going through and claiming what would now be the last place in the final 64. This is the only match still going.
Yeah, probably just 2 cushions here with the hair of inside English, that being right English. We're on the cue ball, just like I said, 2 rails, just to the middle of the end rail. Put a lot of speed on that. Didn't want to use the inside as much. Used a little more high ball.
And with that, it does indeed go to 7-2. Yeah, we were talking there about Barry Berman, who founded this event in his home state of Virginia all the way back in 1976, and I think he was still running it right up to the time he died, and the family, with the best of intentions, tried to find ways of keeping it going in his memory, and then made the very good decision to hand it over to another Barry Hearn. And he was only too eager to take on the running of the US Open, moved it to Las Vegas, where we only ended up being for 1 year. We were due to be back there in 20, but then the world got turned upside down just a few weeks before the event, and there was no 2020 US Open, and so we ended up here in Atlantic City. This is the 3rd year it's been held here. We talk about all these great new events, the Hanoi Open coming up, the UK Open, the Spanish Open, the European Open. But this is the template for all of them. And you just feel the history of this event every time you come to it. Tyler Starr would love to be a big part of that history come Saturday night. And he needs just a couple more racks to progress to the next phase.
Yeah, he's going to get near the blue too also, and rack opening up. He's made 2 on the break again. The way the tables are playing, of course, nerves are high and everyone wants it so bad. If you can throw in like just 2 to 3 breaking runs in a match, that just seems like could be enough to turn a lot of matches in your favor.
It's already starting to feel like a long time ago, since the days when you could see players just run off 4 breaking runs in a row and think very little of it. And I remember talking to Phil Yates about this earlier in the year. It's hard to think of a parallel in another sport that's seen the nature of how the game is played change so much over the course of just a year or so. The new breaking rules, the tighter pockets. It's just been such fundamental changes, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the game that I played now. Maybe a different route of getting there. You know, the equipment has just gotten so good, you know, the template and all that just made the game a little easy. I wonder if Tyler's recognizing he can go 3 rails here to get on the pink for the lower right corner. Yeah, now he sees it. And it's real natural, too. Watch, he'll travel some 20 feet around the table-ish. But really, you don't have to put a ton of speed. You're going to go 3 rails here, not get to the 4th rail, just kind of coast into position. I think this is okay. I didn't even think he had to draw it, really. Just a running right English, I thought, could get him to the top rail. The way he's cueing a little bit, he's going to draw to that point with. Oh, he went the other way.
A nervous tap on the table with the chalk as he waited to see how it was going to finish up. And again, that word laboured, I think, can apply to this rack as well, the way it's unfolding.
Yeah, you figure the safety here. Could go cross side with a high ball and kind of knowing that the pink, if he misses it, it's probably going to be up table and it's going to leave a long, difficult shot. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's definitely not playing safe. Looks like the cross side bank. Well, he may get safe anyways. No, it's going to leak. And it looked like, watch the pink 4 turn backwards there. Caught the point. Acted a little goofy off that 2nd rail.
Pretty good shot this when you're 7-2 down and struggling. A lot of pressure on it. It's the sort of shot that the pressure and the nerves will really show up.
Yeah, it's been these going back and forth where the speed's been a little off. He's missed a couple of them. Oh, he played it with inside. Nice shot. It's a little more sign of comfortable than we've seen from Delgado.
Yeah, he's finding something here. Indicates that he still feels he can compete in this match.
Maybe a little too much speed. From ideal anyway, should be okay.
Well, he's still giving his best here. He was 6-1 down, Jose Alberto Delgado. He's won 2 of the last 3 racks though, so this contest is not over. Tyler Starr still very much in command at 7-3 though. Have you been to Vietnam before, JJ, or will this be your first time?
First time to Vietnam. I've been to Southeast Asia 6, 7, 8 times, but just the Philippines really. Of course, we always used to go to Japan quite a bit for tournaments. But yeah, no, never to Vietnam. Super excited about it.
In your travels around the world, through your involvement in the game, what would be the most interesting place that you've got to see?
I used to think Japan was the nicest country I'd ever been to, and I haven't been in a while, but just an incredible place. But got a chance to go to Switzerland last year, and I'll tell you, that was a very special place all the way around. I think the only difference is they spoke a little more English in Switzerland than they did in Japan, but both very beautiful, very clean, never felt a hint of crime or any worry of any crime, and just really a special place, both of them, places.
Yeah, Japan's influence really on the game has ebbed away a bit. There were some very good Japanese players over the years, and not so much now.
Yeah, and you just kind of wonder why. A lot of pool rooms, still they have a couple big tournaments a year. I think they still have the All Japan Championships for the most part. That's in Osaka. Oh, nice shot, bleeding the cue ball between the 7 and 4. That's made things a lot easier to get back on the pink.
One thing I know about Japan, baseball obviously is massive there, and it just seems to get bigger and bigger all the time, and it's just so much to compete with. I remember being in Japan for the Football World Cup back in 2002, and at one stage I was in a room that was 50 floors up in a hotel right next to a huge baseball stadium, so I was looking down right over it, and it was completely packed. A sight that really encapsulated the obsession with the game there. Of course, the big game there is golf. It's so popular that there are people who never even actually get onto a course in their whole life. They can only go to these massive driving ranges, so a lot for pool to compete with in Japan. But it's doing great in Vietnam at the moment, and we'll see that for ourselves in a couple of weeks from now. Meanwhile, back here in the US Open in Atlantic City, Jose Alberto Delgado looks like a player who still believes he can win this match. He's giving us all. And he has a chance to pull another one back here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the situation here is. I think the pink goes by the 6 easily, and if he can get out here, ooh, maybe not. Maybe he has to play a bank on the pink. This is tight. But if he can get out here, talk about one heck of a rack. An opening 2 ball that was nice, the 3 down table. He's got to shoot the 4 here, whether it's a bank or not. Get on the 5 to get back on the 6. So, and I think he's got to play the bank shot. Looks like he's playing it with a big draw stroke. I caught it, missed it. May get fortunate. Well, he's going to leave a shot, but no easy one with the cue ball near the 9. And yeah, baseball's been a professional sport there for a long time, and it's just going to continue to grow in popularity because they send a lot of great players to America. Some of the best, actually. Maybe might end up being the greatest player that ever lived in Shohei Ohtani. One of Phil's favorites, of course, L.A. Angel, at least for now. But I played golf in Japan one time, Michael, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had on the golf course. And Tyler was trying to simplify that shot there and just accept a long one. And I'll tell you what, we're trying to creep into a match here.
Well, we've talked about his better attitude now. I don't mean in the sense that he ever had a bad attitude in the past, in the traditional sense, but just at times he's done himself in mentally, and having been in such a strong position, if this match goes close, some of those old demons could resurface for Steyer.
Yeah, and well, you've been to Japan, so you know it's 80% mountainous, right? Or so, maybe even more. And so I played a really, really nice golf course in the mountains, and you wouldn't believe it. They had moving sidewalks from greens to the next tee box.
Yeah, I've heard about those.
Yeah, they had, I think, 3 on the course we played on. Me and Corey Deuel played together over there. Tell you a funny story about that later. Good time. Or actually, I should let Corey tell you. It's even funnier that way. All right, a little off angle. Got to just pay attention coming out for the 7. He's going to play for the corner. Does that mean he's moving forward to try and get the 7 in the side? I thought he could knock this in the side and just come out a little bit for the 7 in the lower left corner.
Starting to look a bit concerned. And this was his chance just a few minutes ago, but horrible bridging over the 9, and as a result he missed the 4, left it in the pocket. Had that gone in, he'd probably be writing down 8-3 by now.
And of course it's all ball fouls, but I'd have to ask Tyler there. I mean, he was really extremely hitting down on that cue ball to where you would see most try to get it a little more level. with the cue, kind of like a more rolling ball. But Tyler knows a lot about things on that pool table. Interested to see his response.
So, having been 6-1 down, Delgado's got it back to 7-4. Come on then, no other matches going on, so this is a good time to tell us this story about you and Corey Jewell playing golf in Japan.
Oh, okay. So we had a guy from Callaway that a few of the players knew, and a really nice guy. Got to know him. He invited us out to a super nice club, and it was about a 10-hour experience, but just to get on with it. We're on the first hole, and in Japan at the nice clubs, they have these ladies that are caddies, and every one of them that I saw was probably 65, 70 plus years old. So they wear these big old sun hats, and they have a cart that carries all the clubs, and a motorized cart. So the ladies out on the range with us and watching us hit balls, because these ladies are very, very educated on golf. And I'd never had a caddy read the greens better, by the way. But on the first hole, Corey, who hits it a mile sometimes, he tanks one down there about 30 yards from the green on a par 4. And we get down there, and we all hit our second shots. And so all the pressure's on Corey after the big drive, and we've hung around this lady now a couple hours, with the range and the putting green and everything else. We've never heard a word of English. So Corey, he tries to hit some type of shot, and he hits it fat and chunks the ball, and this lady starts laughing. So we all look over at her. It's me, Corey Jewell, and Johnny Archer, and the man from Callaway with us playing. And we look over at her laughing, and we start laughing, and she looks at us, and she says, oh, Duffy, he duffed it. It was just super funny. Corey took it like a champ. He started laughing, and it was all hugs and smiles with the lady the entire day.
And that was the first word of English she'd spoken?
On the first hole, yeah. The last word. Yeah. And besides, like an iron she'd hold.
Yeah.
But, in the mountains, you get really fooled with the greens because, there's the natural slope of the mountain itself, right? But she could read a green, and she'd tell you here and uphill and downhill with her hands and whatnot. It was just really a great experience.
Tyler Steyer could do with someone to tell him what to do here, because it's all going wrong for him now, and this is a chance for Delgado to get back to only 2 behind, and we're about 7-4, I think. Once it goes 7-5, Steyer will know this match is back in the balance.
Yeah, and the speed control has been a real issue for Jose the entire match. I'm not really sure why, to be fair. Usually cue ball's pretty tidy. Smart player.
Oscar Dominguez practicing away to our right there. He's been on that table for quite a while. I think he's trying to impress you, Jeremy. He knows those Moscone Cup picks are coming up.
All right, playing safe here. Really nice cue ball there. I'll tell you, he's put the 2 in a tough position.
One player who is through to the final 64 is your pick. Ko Ping Chung went over to the loser's side quite early and only just got through against Radoslav Babica, 9-8.
Well, that's my pick besides an American. But, yeah, I like him to get in there, be in that final. And I'll tell you, he struggled last year at the World Cup. But then, what a hit. And that makes a huge difference, that hit, even though it's over the pocket. But then ever since then, I think he's really started to shine and be in more form every time I see him.
Well, he was only 1 rack away from getting to the final here last year.
Yeah, and it's just a tough customer, that Ko Ping Chung. All right, looking to play a real first here. I don't know if that will get there. In theory, I kind of like it, but sure missing the big guy, Eklund Kachi.
Yeah, well, that was who Ko Ping Chung beat, actually, to get
I
to
know.
the semis.
That's what
last year.
reminded me of it.
Yeah, but good news on him in the last few days. He had that accident recently, and what we were hearing was he might not be back for a year, but seems to have turned around, and he could be returning to competition much sooner than that, and possibly even playing for the Mosconi Cup team for Europe.
Yeah. Awesome to hear. And he was just coming into his own in his game, and really, in my mind, it was inevitable for him to be one of the elite top players in the game, and he was starting to really show it.
And he just played so well to win the UK Open back in June.
Okay, he's going to play a rail first now. You're not going to get that close to it unless you punch this, so you could miss it if you try to get a lot into the cue ball. Yeah, I don't understand. You got to really just kind of, I understand why you want to get closer to the combination. He wasn't trying to go past it, but, you know, you're coming back in this match right here. You got to kind of buy your time a little bit.
Well, you spotted the danger. And for all that this match has slipped out of his grasp just a bit over the last 20 minutes or so, Steyer knows if he can win this rack, he's back in a very comfortable spot.
He's going at the 4-6, coming around the 8, it looks like. Oh, he hit it thick. Didn't cheat the pocket how he wanted to really promote the cue ball movement, and now a big decision. Can't go for the combo. Cannot do it. And in some of these players' defense, as great as they are, a lot of them really, in this era, have really not grown up playing on this type of equipment too often. You know, they play to learn to where they can slide the ball in a lot and, you know, go for a little rail first like that on the 3, and it rarely misses. And you got to kind of relearn a few things. He's banking the 4 around a few rails, trying to drop the cue ball behind the purple.
We're talking there about some of the countries you've been to in your career, Jeremy. What's the most obscure place you've been to? Somewhere that you might have expected a pool player to end up going? Anywhere come to mind?
I don't know, Atlanta, Texas, maybe? I don't know. A small town up in East Texas. I don't know. Never thought I'd really make it to Gibraltar, but that was kind of neat.
Of course,
right?
yeah. World Masters.
Yeah. Really never thought about making it to Poland, to be fair. Great shot there. And is he going to get any reward? Yes, he is.
Well, we were surrounded by all that snow in Kielce. You might have thought you'd never get out again.
Yeah, it was just blankets of snow every day. And it was amazing how well they kept the roads and everything going around there, because it was really coming down. I had a couple really energetic Uber drivers that kind of like to drive in the snow. It scared me a little bit. Okay, is he killing the cue ball here? Gets around the 8.
I know what you're saying about Gibraltar, though. Sometimes it's the small little places like that, these tiny countries, that can be the most memorable. I know with the football, I've been to countries like the Faroe Islands, San Marino, Andorra. Tiny little places, but so interesting.
Yeah, well, football is very international. And, you know, pool, we know that way as well. So, that's that stroke we saw at the beginning where he really never settled the cue before the last swing and got a little quick. Now Tyler should just do what you normally do here, pull the cue ball back to the, yeah, there you go. Don't overthink it.
And that has all the look of being the moment where Delgado's attempts to get back into this match could stall. Good judgment needed here, though. I always say, when the ball is over the pocket like that, coming in and out with the cue ball is a bit unpredictable. Well, that looks pretty good. Bit of work to do still, though. It's not done yet.
No, not at all. He settled there. A lot of players, myself included, unless I was fooled, but what I was seeing would have come to the long right rail and then come into the 7 for position, but should handle this.
Now that he has, he should win the rack and finally get to the hill.
Looks like he's a hair off angle, like going forward may be a little touchy. Yeah, and that's a prime example of just swing the cue. Usually that's when your speed's the best.
Well, Delgado will be sick. He worked so hard to get back into this contest, and then really disappointing miss there. Gave Steyer the opportunity, and now Delgado is going to have to win 5 racks in a row. It's 8-4.
Yeah, I know it's touchy at the moment, but did get to go to Moscow and St. Petersburg a couple years in a row, which the people there that own the pool room really treated us like gold in a really neat place.
Yeah, I don't think any of us will be going anywhere near there anytime soon. Although I do remember being in Moscow and walking around the Kremlin. It's just surreal, those buildings that are just like nothing else on earth.
Yeah, and all the statues and architecture around. And St. Petersburg was quite a bit different, more like a cross between a Venice, because they have a lot of canals and whatnot, and then a couple other European cities I've been to.
Such a wonderful thing about a life working in sport, isn't it? You get opportunities that life would never have thrown at you otherwise, and seeing places you'd probably never have been to is a big part of that. Tyler Steyer, of course, won a big tournament in Russia a few years back. Now he's just looking to win this match. Needs one more to do it. Okay. Oh, is he going to finish? Oh. Well, we thought for a moment there he might round it off with the golden break.
Well, he's come with a few of them, these long-distance shots from the end rail with the ball not near the pocket. And this is really where you're working on your technique. And not saying he's going to shoot at this. I think he is. Well, maybe not. Maybe he's going to chop it because he hadn't really thought much about position. Cue ball going towards the 4. But what I was going to... Oh, that's super unlucky. Oh, wow. Catch it just perfect to kick the pink up and hold the cue ball right there. He's going to look at the jump shot, but I don't know. I think I really entertained the kick here. These great players, whenever the object ball's near a rail and you're not too far from it, you can judge a lot of things. So, of course, I don't jump the ball like Tyler Steyer, so that makes a huge difference. Tell you though, whenever I got out of Gibraltar, you've been there, of course. When you get out of the airport, you actually cross the what's the word I'm looking for? The runway to get out of the airport, actually.
Oh yeah.
And the high winds there. Were you on that flight with me? That
No, I've heard about it though.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Terrifying stuff.
Yeah, just we basically landed for about 150 feet, and I was right over the wings, and you could just feel the full-blown thrust of the engines to take back off. because they have a wind condition there. If it gets up too much, they don't have enough runway to finish the landing. So we had to take back off really midstream. The pilot came on the air and said, sorry about that. We've got to take another run at it. It's a super nice shot. I expected to get a little more rub on the 9-ball, which would have developed a pink 4, and I think he's got to jump at this. Could swerve it.
A lot of the players still here around the arena practicing. Lucius Yap is there as well. Oscar's been there for some time now. You can see a few others in the distance who I can't quite make out. A lot of the juniors are on the tables just to our left here ahead of the start of the SVB junior event that Khalid Al-Ghamdi won last year.
Well, that's a great look at what he's facing, and not easy. And I don't know how many of the winners I saw, as soon as they won their match, went right over to get on a practice table and get more time in. Oh, really nice. He's going to get an awkward angle here. He's got to draw the cue ball back. And of course in snooker, they don't play a lot of swerve shots. I believe it's got to be a pretty easy one as far as pocketing a ball, but always amazing to me how much and how easily the pool players kind of gauge that swerve and are so accurate. That's more of the complete stroke. That's why he got so much out of the cue ball as well. I don't know. How much of the 9 is he catching here? If he's not catching much of it, this could be problems. Because he's not going to baby it. If he's not catching much of the 9, he could end up on the side rail over here just above the side pocket. Boy, you hate to go down trying to hold the cue ball and end up missing that 6 in the side because of it. Showing a lot of heart here, Michael.
Yeah, well, he's never stopped trying or even dropped his effort level at any stage of the match, even though it's been a contest that has never really thrown much his way. Obviously had a good chance to win the previous rack and get back to 7-5, and a bad miss that let Steyer in, but he seems to have put it to the back of his mind and he's still giving of his very best here. Well, the other matches finished some time ago. That's the only one still going, playing for the last place in single elimination. And Jose Alberto Delgado has certainly not given up on claiming it. Needed to win 5 in a row. There's 1. I think we've been pretty restrained this week, Jeremy, the amount of time we've spent talking about golf. We normally seem to work it into most of our conversations. So let's allow ourselves a moment to just break away from this and talk about the Ryder Cup. What do you think? The Americans haven't won in Europe for 30 years. Is this going to be the time?
That's amazing. Well, you know, I used to bet on things a little bit. And a couple years ago, I was in Vegas during the Ryder Cup. Or was I here? Maybe I was here. Were we here?
Yeah.
Okay, we were here.
Yeah.
Well, I knew I was somewhere where a casino was because I saw the odds at 2-1, and this is before Live. I kind of felt like it was a 4-1 proposition here in America that year. Just the American team looked so stacked, and I know the European camaraderie is a big thing in that Ryder Cup, but now, you know, they haven't won in 30 years, and they're a 3-2 favorite, I think the Americans are, the odds, but we'll see. I mean, I think they can win. I think the Europeans' side of things do everything they can to set up the golf course to where it favors them a bit, and that's what they should do as the host country. But yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to take Europe right now, I would certainly give him a little dinner wager. I would take America.
Yeah, I think this might be the time you finally get that away win. I'll be cheering on 12 of your compatriots. I've got 2 of mine on the European team, so we're all very excited about that in the coming days. But we've still got some pool to watch here before today's action is concluded. And Jose Alberto Delgado is fighting the good fight, showing admirable resilience here to keep giving everything. Remember, this is losers qualification, so unlike most of the matches we've watched on the main table over these last 3 days, there are no second chances if you lose. And you know, I know why you said that. It looked for a moment as though he had missed an easy 3 there.
Yeah, subtle speed off a soft angle helped him there. And I'll tell you what, he's fighting. One thing about that Ryder Cup, I was, of course, I'm captain of the American side of the Moscone, so I was a little surprised with the Justin Thomas pick. Not totally, of course, but a little bit. But I thought there were some players that really played well this year that maybe were a hair more deserving.
Tough job, though, isn't it? You've only got a limited number of picks and so many players vying for them. But then you know that as well as anyone from your experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, keep it simple. 1 or 2 rails, just depends on what you like. Came twice.
This would be incredible if Delgado won this match the way it's gone. But if he puts this 8 and 9, it's 8-6, and he can always win from that position. Probably playing some of his best stuff now of the match, really, the last few racks.
Yeah, stroke looks a little more loosened up. Broke the balls better.
And that is 8-6. Ryder Cup and Moscone Cup, all these things give us great memories over the years. I'll tell you, from a personal point of view, perhaps my favourite Ryder Cup memory was 2006. So we're at the K Club, and I was there. We were in a studio overlooking the 18th. Wonderful stuff. And there was a guy with me, a technical guy who wasn't into sport at all. Really nice guy. And he went out for a minute and he came back in and he said, "Michael, there's some old man with white hair outside and everyone seems to be making a big fuss of him. Do you have any idea who he is?" So I walk outside and there's Arnold Palmer, who of course designed the K Club. And well, we're in America. We don't need to tell anyone here what a legend he was. And I thought, okay, this is literally one of those things where this chance is never going to come up again. So I go down and say, "Mr. Palmer," because of course everyone called him Mr. Palmer. "We're doing a radio show in here. Would you mind just dropping in for a few minutes?" "Sure, no problem." So next thing I know, out of the blue, I'm sitting in this studio overlooking the 18th, talking to Arnold Palmer, and what an absolute gent he was. And he stood up at the end, shook my hand and thanked me for my time. Great moment.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. And I've always heard good things. Had a little connection with him at I don't know if you remember Kenny Knox.
Yeah, of course.
Well, his brother was a very big pool guy and owned a pool room in Tallahassee where they're from, and his name was Larry Knox. And we're riding around Orlando, me, him, and Johnny Archer and Nick Varner, trying to decide where to play. And he said, "Well, y'all want to play Bay Hill?"
It's Arnold Palmer's home course.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't we? And this is only a couple weeks after the tournament. And he said, "Well, hell, Kenny's real good friends with Arnold. I'll just have Kenny call Arnold." So he hit up his brother, and about 15 minutes later, we had a tee time.
And did you meet Arnold Palmer?
No. He wasn't at the course. No, we just went and played. But yeah, I would have told you about that a long time ago. Uh-oh, watch out, cue ball. Okay, he's all right. He's got a little angle. His speed's getting better every shot.
He knows he can still win this match. Tyler Steyer knows it too. I've seen Steyer just sick after so many close defeats from winning positions over the years. This would be one of the hardest to take.
He's got to pay attention to this one. This is the difference in these pockets. It's not always the tough shots. It's the little ones that are a hair awkward. You know, you can get preoccupied with the cue ball. First things first. Yeah, he's not going to be happy there. It's a little flat going away. If he was straight, he could draw it easily. And the problem here is not obviously totally getting on the 6, but getting on the 6 properly to get good on the 7. That's smart there, recognizing he can handle the 7 from about the middle of the table. So that helps him getting on the 6, gives him a little more freedom.
Must be about, I'm guessing, 30, 40 minutes, maybe even a bit longer since John Harrah finished off his match against Kang Lee and left this as the only one still going. And we could be here for a little while yet. Decent crowd have stayed to watch this last match finish out.
Oh, that was a confident delivery there. Those two have been here all week.
Well, he looks a completely different player to the one we've seen for most of the match. And having been far adrift for most of the match, he's now only one behind, but only just.
Yeah, I didn't say anything, Michael. I was making sure we didn't give him the double dose of the commentator's curse. You can see Tyler Starr getting out of his chair to take his time out. Probably a smart one.
Yeah, Delgado going out for a moment. So continuing that conversation we were having there, Jeremy. A sports star, either living or no longer with us, who you've never met, who you'd love to run into and sit down for a chat with for 20 or 30 minutes.
Oh, man. Well, I met him when I was a kid, a couple different times, but never really had any kind of adult conversation. But one of them that's up there is Nolan Ryan for me, which I know you're not the baseball guy.
Yeah, you're going to have to tell me more.
Okay, well, he's just a old country boy from down where I'm from that's holds many records as a pitcher in baseball, and can't say the greatest pitcher ever, but he has a few records that'll never be broken, in my opinion. You know what a no-hitter is in baseball, where no one gets a hit at all, right?
Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah, well, he has 7 of them. So, and got 2 of them in his 40s. But just the type of guy I would like to sit down and talk to as an adult and just hear some of his stories. But otherwise, let's see. I don't know, probably Earl Campbell, which was a great football player from the Houston, played for the professional Houston team, the Houston Oilers, and another country guy from East Texas. And from what I always heard about Earl Campbell, he's just one of the greatest humans you'll ever meet. You know, now you could take back. I'd like to hear some stories about, you know, how sport was a long time ago, how difficult it was for some of the athletes, and you know, it's a lot different than it is today. They really had to. There were a lot more regular kind of guys. You know, if wartime came around, they had to go to war, you know, and stuff like that. So, you, Michael?
Someone I have met, but only briefly, who I'd love to sit down and do like a really good interview with, is Nick Faldo, because I just loved watching him. When I was growing up, he was the best player in the world, and I remember being there actually at Muirfield in '92, the first time I ever went to an Open Championship, and followed him all the way round in the 3rd round, and then saw him on the 18th and win it. And then of course he became, for me, just one of the best player commentators that I've ever been in any sport, and he's someone I just feel I'd love to have a chat with, because everything he says is so interesting. But maybe he doesn't qualify, because as I say, I have met him in the past, but only briefly.
I was going to meet him one time. He was on the same flight as me going to London. Of course, not the same part of the plane, but yeah, he was on the same flight, and then we were at the baggage carousel. He was there, I'm assuming, with his wife, and
he's had a few of those.
Yeah, I think this is 1999 or 2000 when I was going to Cardiff. I'd fly through London, of course, and I got a look at him, and he just looked awfully tired. So I didn't want to go up there and bother him.
When you say you were in different parts of the plane, of course, you mean you were in first class and he was back.
No, better chance I was in the baggage area, and him and Coach. Oh no! Oh, I thought we were going to lose the cue ball on the side. Tell you what, I think he's going to stay aggressive, cutting this 2 down the rail.
We've noticed there, by the way, as we were panning across the crowd here, we saw Ralph Eckert, who will be your opposite number in the Mosconi. And Ralph is actually going to join us for a while tomorrow in the commentary box. We've had too much of the American side of the Mosconi conversation this week, JJ. Let's hear from the European camp.
Absolutely. I'd love to see him stay aggressive here. You know, he's taken on all the tough shots the entire match. You know, at the beginning of the match, we almost said a couple times he was too aggressive, but we can see now why, because he's knocking them in. And this is a huge difference. You know, if we're playing on a standard table, he would already shot the 2 down the rail, in my opinion. All right, could come across the 2, come behind the 4-9 with the cue ball. Pretty easy. You're going to leave a jump, but most likely you should get the snooker. Be hard for me not to shoot from here, though. He's overcut it, but he played the cue ball with a little inside spin, knowing it was hard to hang that ball at that speed and that angle. He played the cue ball not only for position, but a little protection. Now I think Tyler's looking at the correct kick to the top of the table. But if you're pretty comfortable kicking softly to the bottom, you could kind of just lay on the 2 off the bottom rail, knowing the 7's got the side rail covered up. I think he's doing the right thing here, though, going to the top rail. Be a little aggressive with the kick shot. Love to get some action on this where the cue ball kind of comes off the 2 and dives towards the 3. Don't want to warp it, but you do want to put a little speed. Oh, watch out, corner pocket. Watch out, corner pocket. He's going to get the snooker, maybe. Wow. So imagine, Michael, how thin did he have to hit that 2? The 2 moved about 8 inches, and the cue ball ran about another 12 feet. It's amazing what pool balls can do. I think a similar shot here, kind of overcutting the 2 and running the cue ball. Yeah, he decided to go for it. And a little surprising, but it certainly wasn't easy. What kind of angle does he have here? Is it, sending the cue ball a little bit behind the 4-9? That's what I'm saying. Is he going to try and ease this? That's a touchy shot to a tough pocket. He's got a very open center of the table here. I may come above this rather than rolling this ball. That being above the 4-9 with the cue ball more towards the center.
He went the other way, and now he's just got to put everything that's happened in the last few racks out of his mind. And take this opportunity to, somewhat belatedly, clinch his place in the final 64.
Yeah, and even though losing a large part of that lead that he built, gotta believe, still very comfortable to shoot the 2 like that, right? At a light speed. This is far from over. This is a really awkward angle. The 7 on one side of the table, the 8 on the next. So getting on this 6, pretty crucial to complete this rack.
And this is a horrible shot to have when you're under that unique sort of pressure that comes with the possibility of losing a match that you looked an almost certain winner in at one stage.
Boy, that's the delivery I saw time and time again there in North Austin at the 50th Texas Open. Just really aggressive through impact, not very much worry. He's gotten absolutely perfect here. There's no better angle. Only thing is maybe could be a little closer to the 7, but as far as something natural and keeps you in that medium zone, this is it.
So 2 hours and 13 minutes after the match began. It may just be about to end. And you know, Jeremy, when you won this championship back in 2003, it was the 28th US Open, and it was the 25th time there had been an American winner. As we know, over the years, it's become much more of an international spread in terms of winners of the title. Shane Van Boening, the only American winner in recent times. He last won it in 2016. And no American even in the final since then. But maybe this is going to be the weekend when things start to swing back towards the home contingent. Because if Tyler Styer can pop these 2, there will be 9 American players in that final 64. But he's left himself a nervy one for the match. Well, he's got there in the end. Built a 6-1 lead. Delgado really looked to be not at the races at all. But he started to play a bit better and kept plugging away, made Styer wait. And in the end, Tyler Styer, when he got his chance there in that rack, he's got over the line. He's won 9-7. And we will have that 9-strong American contingent in the final 64. Tyler Starr has claimed the last place in single elimination. And that is the end of day 3 of the 2023 US Open here at Harrah's in Atlantic City. The draw will be made shortly. Look out for that online. So many great matches will surely feature in it. How can they not, with so many great players coming through from both the winners and losers sides. So thanks for your company today. We'll see you again tomorrow for day 4 of the US Open.